Yeah, I know, buddy. It was good being home. Where's this place you were telling me about? Oh. Haven't been down there in a hot minute. I know, I was just saying I haven't been... Calm down. Look, I need you to go ahead and update this anyway, right? I've got quite a few cases, and after I'm done with this, I'm gonna have to take this down to records, okay? I'm gonna be back. No hands of Pazak, I promise. Alright, I have to get cleaned up. Just take it easy. Give me Tatooine Sunrise. Open up a tab, I'll probably have to be back. Well, here we go.
My oh my, things are indeed happening quickly. I have literally just finished posting my Aragon essay 2 days ago at the time of writing, and the Avatar series is set to release in 3 days. Well, this surely won't end up being a vast, unending pile of poo. I mean, sure, Netflix has had a mostly dark past when it comes to live-action remakes. There were the failures of Death Note, Cowboy Bebop, Fullmetal Alchemist, and to a lesser extent, Bleach when they were moved to live action. But they also had Rurouni Kenshin, which was quite positively received, and of course the One Piece remake, which was widely approved of by both fans and normies alike. So hey, maybe it was just a really bad start for them. Bad starts do of course happen. Very few things are good right out the gate. But then the signs of the stinky began to appear. Rurouni Kenshin was not actually made by Netflix, only hosted by them, and that's perhaps the first alarm. But I mean, hey, they did after all produce One Piece. Oh, the original creator was attached to that, and it's a requirement for them that they were happy with the final product, or else it wouldn't run. Well, I mean, I hear that the original creators of Atla are on board with this too, and oh, they left due to creative differences. That's that's concerning. While I'm sure they aren't all going to claim to be huge fans of this content, while at the same time telling the original creators to go suck on a starfish.
I'm a huge fan of the series myself. I did not watch it in 2005, but I have to say that pretty much everybody who worked on the show, like behind the camera too, like. And this is the lovely part about working on a show like this, is when you have actual fans working on the show, the attention to detail, the stakes for everybody is up there, because if it's something that you love, you want it to look the best. You want it to be the best. It's not just another job. And throughout the entire process, I got that sense from everybody in every department.
But we all saw the trailer and things looked quite promising, actually. Even Josh and I, with our characteristically cynical attitude of modern media, couldn't immediately find the whiff of the stinky. For a small moment, something like hope entered our hearts. Besides, no matter what, it surely couldn't be as bad as the M. Night Shyamalan production, where they couldn't even get the characters' names right. But then, my friends, came the first whiff of the stinky, and with it came the dumb. They being lifelong friends, after all. As I mentioned, first came the announcement that the original creators had left the show. That was not pleasant. But then, we learned that psychosexism that was heavily present in Season 1 was going to be removed from the story. Well, how can that possibly be a bad thing? After all, this is current year where things like that just won't fly. Not as if the sexism is literally the setup for Sokka's entire character arc in Season 1 up into the Kyoshi Warrior episode, where he learns that women are capable of fighting. No, that's just a backwards attitude. Not like he's been raised in a village where only men do the fighting in both the North and South Poles, and he's the sole male over the age of 7, told over and over that he has to rise up and defend them should they ever be attacked. I can't imagine how such an upbringing would cause sexism to arise.
Listen, until your fathers return from the war, they're counting on you to be the men of this tribe. And that means no potty breaks.
So yeah, that was more than a little concerning, especially as I had no clue what they were going to do with the whole arc or how they were going to introduce the Kyoshi Warriors now. I mean, Suki is an incredibly vital character, and for all that Avatar wanted to prove that women were capable fighters too, it never took as strong a stance as modern-day politics seem to do when it comes to gender roles.
I treated you like a girl when I should have treated you like a warrior.
I am a warrior. But I'm a girl, too.
Actually, all things considered, it did a rather remarkable job putting forth the idea of people rising up to overcome their pasts and traditional positions, while still respecting people's behaviors and differences. But hey, one really bad misstep not need sink the whole ship. Maybe that's the only major change they're doing. Oh, we're also changing Ozai to complicate his backstory. He's not really supposed to be complicated. He's a psychopath. I've spoken before on how psychopaths can be boring if they're used poorly, but he really wasn't. He's used as an overlooming threat and the representative of the war. He's very rarely the focus of the moment until we're talking about Zuko or the start of the war. Why are you changing this up? We're talking about the man who abused both of his children into a psychological mess, one which Zuko only manages to overcome due to the love and guidance of his Uncle Iroh, which is actually rather a nice parallel to the importance of a support network when it comes to mental illness, something Azula does not have in the show. He abuses both of his children. He belittles their greatest desires and achievements. Zuko was, of course, banished and sent on a fool's errand, on a mission that cannot be accomplished, or so his father thinks. And on the day of Azula's announcement as Fire Lord, he starts a new, more grandiose position for himself that completely overshadows hers.
It's a very important job that I can only entrust to you. And for your loyalty, I've decided to declare you the new Fire Lord. Just as the world will be reborn in fire, I shall be reborn as the supreme ruler of the world. From this moment on, I will be known as the Phoenix King.
He's not a complex Darth Vader type. He's a psychopath, and to add complexity to them is really dangerous. But hey, after all, once is an incident, twice is happenstance, 3 times needs to make a pattern, right? Surely there's nothing else alarming that was announced before the series even comes out. Oh no. So Aang isn't going to be a fun-loving kid who tries to avoid his responsibility in being the Avatar. No, now he's super mission-focused, therefore ignoring the setup for his arc, and indeed putting aside the refusal of the call, one of the most important pieces of the hero's journey. Why do you suck on laminated dining mat, guys? Alright, let's at least try to be professional about this. After all, not like I haven't already seen one extremely contentious Avatar opinion on this channel. The first season of this abomination follows the naming style used by the cartoon, meaning that the first season of this show covers the events of the first season of the cartoon, and it is labeled Water, in which Aang and Katara go through the process of mastering several processes of bending water. They also learn a lot more about one another, and the 3 of them begin to bond as a group. Now, before we really can start to open this can of stink, and make no mistake, my friends, this show do indeed stink, it is important to discuss the inevitable debate on adaptations. Firstly, I am not so very convinced that Avatar needs a live-action adaptation. The cartoon, or anime, wherever you fall in that debate, I've heard argument for both, hasn't really gone anywhere. It's not out of date, really, it's still accessible to the same platform, and it's still very much worth watching, both for a first-time viewer and for a rewatch. But if this is an adaptation, it will of course have the license to change a few things. And as a reminder of what I have said in my Aragon review, if you're going to be changing something, it damn well better be better than what we had, or you've gone and made an ass out of yourself. Like, as an example, you better damn well not have Aang fail to waterbend, even once, through the entire first season of the live-action adaptation, or you'll be making a mighty big ass of yourself, show. You better not be so eager to girl boss Katara into a stereotypically male fashion via the MCU that you forget to actually characterize your main trio, otherwise you'll be making a mighty big ass of yourself. But the creators have said that they wanted to have a more adult take on the series, in order to try and court some of the Game of Thrones audience. If only that statement had taken the prophetic warning that implied. But on its own, there isn't necessarily anything wrong with wanting to take a child-based content and aging it up with a more mature audience, especially as many of the fans of this show are now in their 20s and 30s and happy to examine things through a more psychologically complex lens. After all, there are tons of fan videos on the things the cartoons really didn't delve into very much, especially the haze of war and the psychological damage done to Ozai's children and so on. The show courts this idea, but it never really commits to it. It pretends it's going to, and we'll get to that as we move on, but in the characteristic style of mine, we have waffled on for a couple pages now and not gotten to the actual show yet. So, without further ado, Episode 1, Aang. We open on a shot of the capital city as Sozin's comet flies across the night sky, and the town is on high alert as bells ring out. An earthbender has infiltrated and stolen war plans the Fire Nation means to act out on their kingdom and is now trying to escape. I actually wish we'd had a little bit more setup on this, but it's not a bad start. It's engaging, it's something we didn't see in the cartoon, which actually could have made a far stronger premise for this series if they'd stuck with it. This was one of the greatest potentials of the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them movies, is that they explore more of the Harry Potter world. Granted, they misstepped plenty hard all on their own. Maybe a commentary for another day. But Earthbender Man is running away from what appears to be a group of 3 or so guards. Capital City, in fact, seems pretty damn well empty. I'll try not to harp on that too much, because there's far bigger fish to come to fry in this thing. This is mostly well done. It's a little too blurry and a little too shaky cam for my part, but it does actually allow tension and panic, and it's conveyed quite competently. We can even see there are some strange rat birds, keeping the trademark style of mashing 2 animals together and making new animal. We see the guards running after him, and the guards appear to be wearing metal armor, with exaggerated shoulder spikes, which will change over the 100+ year jump, and that's actually kind of neat. That's a good detail, show. Good job. Earthbender Man runs into several more guards, dumps over a stack of barrels, which are nearly as sad as the tree branch stopping Leia's pursuer in Kenobi. He is an earthbender. He could have just made a wall behind him, or something, show. That would have even been remotely clever. But, and fuck me if you ask me how, the stack of barrels allow Earthbender Man to get a sizable lead on the guards, and he sprints down the street, only for suddenly guards to casually waltz out in front of him. Haste issues aside, I don't actually hate this, because this is Fire Nation Capital City, and they should have guards all over the place. They threaten to firebend at him, and I don't know why they don't just do it, but he bends to attack, and credit where it's due, the bending is quite visceral and visually effective.
Would 100% have killed a bunch
Okay,
of them.
that was pretty sick, and that would definitely kill them.
No, they're fine.
Oh, darn it! Ah, that hurted!
The sounds and graphics have clearly had a lot of love and hard work put into them, not like other things. Earthbender Man hardcore parkours his way to his friend, who is waiting for him on mounts for an escape, but is hit in the back. He performs a mighty display of earthbending to shoot shards at his foes, again done so quite effectively. But seeing that the guards are getting back up and knowing that he is injured, the man earthbends the scroll to his friend and tells him to alert the Earth King of the upcoming attack. Insanely accurate scroll bending aside, this is actually not bad at all. In fact, if this were a fan film, I'd be praising the hell out of it. This is easily the best thing in the show. His friend takes off as Earthbender Man raises a wall. Oh, so he can do that to block a... Okay, fine. I hope you enjoyed seeing what the hell was happening, because you certainly can't tell for the rest of this fight. I mean, I guess you can see it, just can't really make heads or tails of what the hell is going on. Like, genuinely, if you can tell me how he hits this man, you have better eyesight than me, that's for damn sure. But the firebenders inevitably capture him, and he is brought before the Fire Lord, and his armor and clothes are all burnt and charred. That's a nice detail. Good job, show. Fire Lord Sozin begins to flaunt his superiority, classic Fire Nation as you do. And the Earthbender man announces that they will be ready to defend themselves. The trick here is that they're obviously going to attack the air nomads, as we've all seen the cartoon and know that that's what's going to happen. Relying on the news of a false attack, the Fire Nation hopes to draw defenses and forces elsewhere. Now, that's actually not bad, but it does leave a few questions to be answered by, I guess, because they say so. For example, why would a false attack be more effective on a world at peace than a surprise attack would? After all, we all remember Katara's opening.
My grandmother used to tell me stories about the old days, a time of peace, when the Avatar kept balance between the Water Tribes, Earth Kingdom, Fire Nation, and Air Nomads.
How do you know the Earth Nation fully intends to warn everyone else? And why would you be under the impression that the others would actually come to help? Likewise, if you were earnest about your plans to attack the Air Nomads, would the other nations also assist? I only ask because the entire extent of the other nations' assistance is that the Air Nomads mention offhandedly sending soldiers to assist the Fire Nation. That's hardly a military plan that's being acted out. How did you even know that this theft was going to be carried out? Earthbender Man apparently had to go through some rather extreme risks to get this information, but also apparently knew about it and was determined that it was worth the risk, but not more than to send 2 men to come get it. Presumably this was also done to attack a foe that has severely depleted resources, which not only doesn't work and doesn't matter, they actually attack the air nomads at one of the least advantageous times, that being when they are all gathered together, although I suppose there is some allowance there as it is during the time when the comet gathers, but again I feel I have to ask, what exactly was the point? I appreciate that the show is trying to consider more advanced things like military tactics and subterfuge, but you need to be careful when you do that, and as we will see before long, this show isn't particularly careful about anything. It's not that it can't have an answer, by the way, it's merely that most of this doesn't. Then we get some more dialogue straight out of the world's most cliche writing box.
Why are you doing this?
Because it is our time.
Oh, that would be interesting to show a mindset of a world dominator, I guess. I mean, even Hitler was persuasive to the plight of his people. You could have seen Fire Nation citizens who felt cheated or belittled somehow, or simply felt disrespected by the other 3 nations. But no, Fire Lord is evil because Fire Lord evil, I guess. I mean, it wouldn't make a huge stink out of this in a kid's show, but you would have to make it really clear to me that the villain was just a psychopath. You can't, say, claim to court the Game of Thrones audience, and then claim to give your main villain a more complex backstory, and not include something as simple as a motive for this war. But then the show has the balls to pat itself on the back.
A masterful ruse, Your Highness.
If you say so, show, but the general points out quite rightly that the airbenders are not a tactical threat.
This is about one who lives among them, the only one who could possibly stand in our way.
Now my issue with that statement is somewhat twofold. Firstly, this is the first of many, many examples when the show expects you to already know and be familiar with the source material. Because if you aren't familiar with it, then this means absolutely nothing, and they will never go on to explain why the Avatar is a threat. Nor will they give so much as a throwaway line to Roku and Sozin's relationship. It isn't automatically wrong to want to court the audience already familiar with the animated show, even if it's a practice I don't personally understand very much. I mean, live-action remakes always feel a little bit odd to me. It's always felt weird to me to say, hey, here's this thing based off the thing you like that hasn't gone anywhere, and chances are this won't be as good. That's just a weird move to me. It also creates some problems for the writers, and I'm not going to give them sympathy just because they chose a hard path for themselves. Film and showmaking is hard, but if you do a bad job of it, I'm still going to say that you made a bad show or film. Same for remakes, and indeed, this show. Secondly, Sozin says that the Avatar is the only thing that can stop them. Yet we are about to jump 100 years forward with no influence from the Airbenders, or indeed the Avatar, and the Fire Nation will not have advanced at all. I don't think the phrase, only one, means what you seem to think it means, Sozin. Then we go into the opening, which has done a considerable amount of effort to look like it did in the cartoon, although it's a little odd as it's narrated by Avatar Kioshi.
For millennia, the 4 nations have lived in harmony. A peace made possible by the Avatar.
Yeah, she did the intro, but then, like, the intro was done by the person who plays Kioshi.
Yeah, which was weird.
I thought that the title card said or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, why?
It's not that Kioshi wouldn't have any knowledge of this, but the Fire Nation attack was after her time. So we must now ask ourselves why the writers have given this moment to Kioshi instead of letting Katara, the show's narrator, deliver this, or even someone like Roku. Well, it's because the show has something of a hard-on for Avatar Kioshi, and wants to depict her as being super important and super powerful, and this will become far more blunt later on. Now, of course, Kioshi was all kinds of impressive warrior back in her day. She is someone who many fans, male and female alike, appreciate, but everyone seems to have been a little off-put by Kioshi's narration here. That's nothing against the actress, or even her performance, but that it simply is her, in fact. There isn't even a case of, oh, white man mad at woman, huh? That certain people leap to as a defense, because I'm weirded out that this was taken from Katara. Now, this normally wouldn't be as disturbing if the switch served some kind of narrative purpose or benefit, but it doesn't. Katara has a much better claim on this history lesson. Hell, Roku and Gran-Gran have better claims on this narration. But the show really wants to show off Kioshi and presumably gave her this narration to do that, which is just odd. And it's not something that would have stuck out to me as a girl boss push were it not for how the avatars are used later on, and we'll get to that. Point being that girl bossery or otherwise aside, it is odd that this was changed to this character and far more distracting and ill-fitting than anything else.
They should have just made this entire series about the Rise of Kioshi book.
That would have been cool. Because then we would have gotten to see something we haven't seen before, and they could have played with stuff.
When one avatar dies, their spirit is reborn into a new body in an eternal cycle.
Unless they die in the avatar state. Right, show? You're not just gonna abandon that little aspect of the avatar state. Because that's actually really, really important to explain. If you don't explain that, it's almost like offering a player 12 different knives and one minigun with infinite ammo. Why would you ever use anything other than the avatar state, save for perhaps surprise attacks? There's really no reason not to just whip it out all the time. The show will not explain that, or show that it takes a long time for Aang to access that state. In fact, it's pretty hazy on a lot of aspects of the avatar state in general, as well as a lot of other things, and we'll get to them in time.
His first step is to eliminate the one person who could stand in his way. The next master of all four elements, an airbender, who may not be ready for the responsibility of becoming the Avatar.
Now, again, here is this piece where the show expects you to already know the source material, but will then go on to change it, as if to deliberately upset you. Of course, Aang being unprepared for this journey is a central aspect to his character, as is his desire to not be the Avatar. I'm sure the show didn't just deal with that and give this 12-year-old boy an extremely off-putting attitude with actions that make no sense to him. Did you, show? But the show is telling us in one breath that Aang is a great threat, and then immediately backhanding us by saying that he isn't ready. And he's not ready. He shouldn't be. But the language leaves things confusing, because they want to call back to the show, while not totally ruining things for themselves, and instead ruin both things. The proper way to put this would be to state that the Fire Nation wants to kill or capture Aang before he can grow into a proper threat. That wouldn't work anyway for reasons we'll get to eventually, I promise, but the dumb is already here and it's pulled out an armchair for itself so it could get all good and comfortable. But the title card flashes and we get our proper introduction to the episode. We're still not to the point where the cartoon starts off because now we're going to show the attack on the airbenders. Now, again, this is where things are a little odd. We didn't get this in the cartoon, and so if the goal were merely to show us something new and add to our knowledge of this world, okay, wonderful. But it will also go on to tell Aang's entire story from the cartoon, along with the newness of what it's doing. That would suggest that someone ought to take this show on its own. But if that were the case, I've got no reason to care about the majority of these characters. And even then, if I were to care about this opening attack on the airbenders, the caring would be displayed retroactively. It's not sad to just kill a bunch of people off that I really don't know anything about, show. There's a reason why Lucas chose the youngling Anakin killed to be represented by a child who looks similar to him. But all that being said, there is an effort here to show airbending culture and the attack, and while that really works better in the form of a flashback, it's nice to see that they tried it here. It does severely damage Aang's hope of the other airbenders still being around, because in the cartoon that was left somewhat ambiguous. But I honestly have no clue if the show expects us to already have known that the airbenders are wiped out by the time we get to Aang. It's unclear on what it wants about a lot of things. We get a few long shots of the Southern Air Temple and the scenery, and the design in this show is fucking gorgeous. Some true effort has gone into the display of the visuals, and it must be a truly mind-bending, no pun intended, amount of work to get this all to look as good and true to the source as it does. I cannot say that it looks like a real place that really exists, such as I could say with many Lord of the Rings locations, but it does look very, very good, and I want to praise what bits of this show that I can. It's certainly better than the 2010 film. I know that's a very low bar, but there are times when I was concerned we might not clear it. But we then pick up on Aang atop a spire looking down at his people happily. This is also the most emotion this child will show throughout the entire course of the show. I understand it's quite difficult to get skilled child actors, so while I want to cut the studio some slack and understanding here, again, they chose this. I find it hard to be sympathetic to those who whip themselves because you're whipping yourself entirely of your own accord, and then you get angry when people don't applaud you for what you've done. But to be fair, it's hardly just these children that are poor actors in this series. This really is a shame because the show quite clearly puts a lot of effort into its casting, and from the purely visual aspect they've done a wonderful job. A large focus was placed on finding Asian American actors, and most people are instantly recognizable as their cartoon counterpart. The costumes are often, though not always, wonderful, but the acting, well, in many cases it leaves something to be desired. Then we see Monkey Yatsu, who is actually performed very well by the actor Lim K-soo. At least I believe that's how it's pronounced. Apologies if I got that wrong. But I mentioned him because he is one of the 3 actors in this I really do want to give some praise for the sheer amount of work that goes into their performance, especially as it has to work very hard to come across in this adaptation. But yes, Monkey Yatsu calls up Aang, who starts flying around. Aside from the airbending being where the CGI and green screen work starts to get particularly wonky, this causes a minor issue because Aang shouldn't be able to fly like this. As I understood it, the flying around unaided was something not invented until Korra's time, so why can he do it here? That's not a major issue, it's just weird that it's here, serving nothing and actually causing a couple small plot holes, largely in the, well, why isn't he doing what we've already seen him do variety. It serves no benefit to the story, but more problematic is the several instances of people praising this action, including one of Aang's onlookers audibly saying, "Wow, he can fly." This is not depicted to be the first or even the 12th time Aang has done this. He is flipping around quite casually, as if this is almost a daily or at least a weekly habit of his. So why would anyone there be surprised at seeing him do this? The air nomad population isn't especially large, and these are not visiting nomads who might not have ever seen such a display. Don't get me wrong, Aang's performance here is far beyond what airbenders are normally capable of, even if I don't know why you would give him that ability. But it's not depicted as being new to anyone there that he's capable of such feats, so why are we acting as if they've never seen this before? It's done because this is the first time we are seeing it, and the writers have transposed the awe they expect the audience to feel onto the audience in the show, but it doesn't work like that. Yatsu lectures Aang about his training, which feels very not Monkey Yatsu of him. In fact, in the cartoon, he was literally the one arguing against overtraining Aang with the other monks. But I guess this is just one of those times I'm supposed to forget the original show.
You're playing games with him? The Avatar should be training.
Aang has already trained enough for today.
Time is short. Come with me. I must test you on some high-level techniques.
No. As long as I am his guardian, I will decide when he trains. And when he gets his butt kicked at Pai Shou.
There's also an extremely clunky bit of dialogue.
And believe it or not, there may come a day when you wish you'd spent more time with your teachers.
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
But yeah, this is a line said to drive home how he takes his teachers for granted, now shortly because their deaths are going to approach, which one could easily spot even as a new watcher of this content. Furthermore, this setup for Aang's regret never really manifests itself into anything. He should be shown to grieve over Monkey Yatsu, though that will run into its own issues. But as far as blowing off the other monks, nothing is really ever depicted to come of this. Even his grief and regret really don't come forward much in their cases. But yes, respect what you have because you may not have it in, say, 10 minutes. Monkey Yatsu tells Aang to finish the display before the visitors arrive, and then the visitors arrive. And we are rather clunkily told that all of the nomads are there. This creates a rather weird bit of world building because the Northern Air Temple is allegedly a thing, but we never see it, and presumably neither does anyone else. But as I mentioned, they all showed up here literal moments before the Fire Nation attack, and there's nothing that tells us the Firebenders knew about or even could have known about this gathering. And again, it really only would have taken a throwaway line of, by now everyone should have arrived for the Airbender annual celebration. But we don't get that. Actually, we get a line rather destructive to their knowledge of events. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I can of course understand that the Fire Nation would want to attack during the comet, but as they pointed out, they have no idea where exactly the Avatar is, only that he is an airbender, and without knowing that all of the airbenders were going to gather at this event, at this convenient moment, at this convenient time, it really doesn't seem like they would have any way of knowing that they got the Avatar. And if they do happen to know about this event, that still makes it fucking insanely convenient that this gathering they do, however often they ended up doing it, happens to coincide with the day that the comet is going to allow the Firebenders to be at an extraordinary level of power.
How incredibly convenient to keep on progressing.
Another monk shows up to berate Monk Gyatso, and this creates a weird character motive in him, as I mentioned earlier. Because given what we've just seen, he, while caring, is the one who is rather strict on Aang's studies and duties, something that would go right in line with his Avatar responsibilities. Only Gyatso hasn't told him about those. Now, this made sense for the cartoon, where Monk Gyatso wanted Aang to have the chance to just be a boy who experienced life and have fun.
All I want is what is best for him.
Something that would actually go on to inform some of Aang's attitude towards the world. But this show didn't get that, and we're left wondering as to Monk Gyatso's status and motives on things. Is this a moment where I'm supposed to remember the cartoon in order to understand this character? Show, I'm getting whiplash. There's a scene centered around the monks arguing as to Aang's position in the upcoming attack, and I can only presume that part of the false lead indicated that the attack would not be happening for some time, as the Avatars talk about sending warriors that they clearly should have already sent some time ago. However, the greatest issue here is that the Air Nomads, as indicated by the general earlier, have no great fighting force. They are monks. Highly disciplined and skilled, sure, but strong militaristic force, not so very much. It's just odd to act as if they're going to be this huge asset in a fight that might be going on right now, for all they know, especially when you have so little military force to speak of. But Gyatso argues that Aang still has a lot to learn about duty, discipline, and self-discovery, which is good and fine enough. That's actually in line with both this show as well as the cartoon depiction. Unfortunately, the goodwill earned by that line is almost immediately undone by the next line.
Most of all, he needs to know who he is. If we send him away before he learns these things, he could fail to be everything we need him to be.
Now, it's not that Aang isn't hugely pivotal to the world. He is. But that was never Gyatso's stance. He saw Aang as a child, a surrogate son, and he was. He even showed a possessiveness over Aang.
I'm not going to let them take you away from me. Aang?
He was a surrogate father to Aang, perhaps even was his father. The show never says or indicates anything in this regard. But in this, he treats Aang as much the same way as the Council, which is as some kind of tool or a means to an end. It might be one thing if he were shown to be lying to defend Aang, but we get no such indication. Instead, it merely seems that Gyatso doesn't think Aang is ready for what he needs to be, something that will come up in another chapter before we're through with everything. Gyatso is also damaged when the conclusion is reached to send Aang to start training in the other disciplines, and Gyatso can be seen nodding in agreement along with the others. Am I supposed to have forgotten about the cartoon again? Because please decide, I'm confused. There's a nice bit between Aang and Gyatso with some rather good acting. Again, he really is a gem in this show, and I'm sorry he wasn't in something better. He gives a brief history on the rebirth cycle of the Avatar. It's a well-performed scene. It may not be wonderful writing, but it is fairly solid stuff, only bungled at the end.
You're to leave right away so you can begin training in the other disciplines.
Right away?
I've already explained why this attitude is problematic for Gyatso, but it's also problematic for us to see as the cartoon purposely kept things ambivalent as to Aang's knowledge and duty of events for a couple episodes. But this show has dumped all of this immediately on us, and we have no moment to attach ourselves to our character, in a moment I can only presume we're supposed to remember the cartoon again, and then transpose our attachment from cartoon Aang onto this Aang. The show also deprives itself of one of its greatest assets in terms of having Aang be an opening for the audience to learn things. In the cartoon, we learn things about the world in the same way and time as Aang does for the most part, and thus we grow with our main character and attach to him through that. Yet we've already had a lot of our world doing stuff before we've had a time to understand any of it. Again, unless you already know the cartoon, and so this show has cut itself off at the knees before we've even begun. But maybe this is just one of those moments where you need to know the cartoon again. Anyhow, Gyatso continues to push Aang out of the nest, so now instead of fleeing his responsibilities, Aang is leaving because he's supposed to. Then, in a moment that's a very dumb bit of writing, we get this line from Aang.
Can't I just keep pretending I'm your friend?
What does that mean?
You are my friend.
I keep pretending we're friends?
Now this is a setup so that Gyatso can insist they are friends, and he does that very well, cliche as it might be, but the setup is fucking awful. Even something like, "but I thought you were my friend" would have worked. This is just a really, really horribly written line, and it's damn inexcusable. Aang takes a moment to contemplate things, and we're introduced to live-action Appa with all the flair of a 2 a.m. fart.
Hey, Abba.
But that's fine. Appa's just transport, right? He's not Aang's companion and best friend or anything.
You tell me where he is now!
What did you do?
It wasn't me! You said to put a muzzle on him. You muzzled Appa?
But yeah, I don't have a ton to say on CGI Appa. It's not the show's strong suit, but making a real-life Sky Bison can't be an easy task. Then again, it's a challenge that they chose for themselves. Cartoons have an ability to express and display a lifelike quality that live-action things often struggle with. And sadly, the more work that is put into a CGI animal's face, the farther into the uncanny valley we tend to fall. Honestly, you could take your pick of remake with animals in the form of The Lion King, Little Mermaid, cats. Actually, no, not cats, never used cats. But putting a cartoon animal into live action loses an awful lot of the magical expression brought forth based on the animation medium. That's one of the medium's greatest strengths, and that's one of the reasons that live action adaptations rather baffle me. But yeah, CGI Appa is certainly a thing. Aang talks to Appa for a while and makes up some conversation.
He said, I need to remember who I am.
No, he didn't. Maybe in a cutscene or something he did, but not in what we just saw. We then get lip service to a character moment that will never be displayed.
But I know who I am. I like to play airball and eat banana cakes and goof off with my friends.
But Aang enforces that he is scared of his power, scared of being alone, but does not want to leave. And so he will leave all on his own so that he can increase his power. Why, yes, that does sound a bit batshit insane now that you mention it. Almost like fucking with things and not really thinking about how you're doing it is a really bad idea. As Aang flies up, we see several Fire Nation soldiers jetpack up to the air Nomads. Presumably this is only possible because of the comet, though they also only explain that the comet increases firebender power through a very fast throwaway line, so maybe that's not the intention, who knows. Anyhow, the battle begins between the air Nomads and the Fire Nation warriors, and it's not bad. Clearly a lot of work has gone into the design of the fighting. Some of the moves are a bit questionable, but the costume and makeup on the people are on point, as is the music and the CGI team, at least in this scene. It's actually quite nice to see. Again, it's something that only means anything if you have a base knowledge of the cartoon, but it's nice to see the airbenders fighting, as we really didn't get much of that outside of Aang in the show. There is a peculiar moment where a female air nomad gives Gyatso a chance to run past with all the kids, and there's a slow-mo nod of respect. I wouldn't think it worth mentioning, except it doesn't happen with anyone else. The show really does seem to be drawing our attention to it. It's as if there was a moment of the creators grabbing me by the face and shouting, "See, look how amazing the women are!" And I'm unable to think of anything else. Honestly, her fighting and defending Gyatso and the kids was perfect without drawing extra attention to it. That would have been impressive and respectable if it was something that we didn't stop and focus on like this. But the moment you add in this moment where I can only imagine we're supposed to clap and cheer because woman is doing woman, it takes me right out of the entire fight. Which is double the shame, as this fight is far and away the height of the episode, if not the series. Aang struggles at sea as Gyatso covers the kids, and the firebenders push the attack, and they clearly outman and outgun the airbenders. Again, this is quite good. It would mean very little to nothing if I hadn't seen the cartoon, so I suppose this is one of those points where we're supposed to know all about it again. But seeing the Fire Nation, and indeed Sozin in action, is quite well done. Good job, show. Gyatso squares up to defend the children from the army as Aang is dragged under the waves. He goes into action, and considering the age of the actor, they've done a hell of an impressive job with his fight, though it's worth mentioning that you can tell where the fighting has been sped up for him. We see Sosin walk through an airfield without a care, and then he marks Gyatso before taunting him and burning him. Meanwhile, Aang accesses the Avatar state and freezes himself in a ball of ice, much as happened in the cartoon. All fine and dandy. Alright, now we're actually getting towards the start of the cartoon. I hope you were all satisfied by the best this show has had, because it's gone and full blown its collective load in the first 20 minutes, and we'll be taking progressively larger and larger steps down the ladder from here on out. I'm not kidding. We have seen all the writers actually had to offer, and outside of some nostalgia baiting, there really is nothing worthy of note to be offered. The greatest shame of this is if they had made a small film that just focused on new things, I probably could have praised it. I have mentioned before that if everything up until now was a fan film, I would have been really impressed. Huh? Oh look, it's a fan film tackling an escaped airbender that actually looks really fucking good. I found it really interesting. I was compelled, because there's a story I've not seen before. It was intriguing. But I guess there really just wasn't any way to tell a whole new story in this Netflix show and avoid eating all the shit that I and others have been giving it. A wiser someone who is not required to make a fuck ton of content from this, would have just called it there and tried to be satisfied with a glorified short film that cost several million to make. Sadly, we are only a third of the way through episode 1, and there is a long and exhaustive road yet to come. We jump to Katara practicing her waterbending in the abandoned Fire Navy ship. This ship was supposed to be off limits to the locals due to its being trapped, which is compounded whenever Aang's natural curiosity and explosive nature leads him to naturally accidentally set off a trap that sends up a flare, alerting Zuko and his crew as to the exact location of the Avatar. I mention all of this here because this show does none of that whatsoever. In fact, it does a lot of nothing whatsoever, where important plot beats are concerned. But this is the beginning of that trend. Oh, but she was playing around in Fire Nation boat. That's nice to see.
The boat that was off limits?
Yeah. Also, their village is way fucking bigger than it was in the show. In the show, it was like 3 huts. But Katara is practicing her waterbending and is not very skilled at it. I sure hope they didn't change that and make her an amazing waterbender after literally a singular day of training, or realistically perhaps 10 minutes. That would be damn regrettable. But yes, starting off with her not being very skilled in her waterbending and expressing some inner frustration with that is all good and fine. She heads back into Wolf Cove, which is rather a bit larger than it was in the cartoon. Sokka, or at least who this show calls Sokka, is giving his instruction to the children. Well, mostly children. There's at least one other teenager in this group, which makes the whole idea of him being the sole man in the village questionable. And this show doesn't really seem to fully grasp that Sokka's leadership in the tribe is borderline a joke. Not so much on him specifically. He's genuinely trying to keep everyone safe, but is left with literal toddlers in the place of a defensive force, as all the men are off fighting. This is a huge part of his character, and this at best hints at that, and will go on to really kick it in the balls in a few episodes, but we'll get there in part 2. There's also a few girls in his defensive force, and I suppose this is as good a time as any to mention their well-touted change to Sokka's character. I mentioned before they released this, they talked about how they were going to change Sokka to be less sexist than he was in the cartoon, as this is modern year and such things are no longer acceptable. Except that it wasn't actually acceptable in the cartoon either. That was kind of the whole point. He starts off proclaiming that women can't fight and serve as natural caregivers, solely only to learn that women can indeed be multi-talented, and that some women can indeed fight. The cartoon actually did a rather great job striking the delicate balance between traditional feminine roles, represented by notably characters like Zuko's mother, Yue or Gran-Gran, and the more active and combative roles taken by figures like Toph, of course Katara, and even Azula, and the mix of characters who displayed aspects of both, such as Mei and Ty Lee, who were strong fighters, but both traditionally feminine in different ways. Likewise, even with the combative role-focused women, they had differing levels to their femininity. Toph, for example, was very unladylike, even being rather crass and uncouth, despite, in some cases, being raised as a princess. She is rough and tough. She is a representation of the element she embodies, Earth. Originally, actually, she was written as a man. Yet, in the Tales of Ba Sing Se, there's a moment where she and Katara bond, and Katara assures Toph that she is indeed beautiful. It was actually rather a touching moment. Similarly, Azula in the beach episode expresses frustration when Ty Lee is more popular with men than she is. She even cuts her friend down before attempting to be seen as romance-worthy, even if this is due to a desire for self-aggrandizement, instead of a genuine romantic desire for anyone to accompany her. Suki, of course, has her rather infamous line,
I am a warrior. But I'm a girl, too.
The idea of blending the feminine ideal with strength is a consistent act throughout Atla, and something the original writers focused on, much to their benefit. It made the women in the show not just enticing and entertaining for a male audience, but inspirational and admirable to the female audience as well. Rather a lot of work for just a dumb kid show, before people start to draw that line of criticism in. But the point is, Sokka's sexism was set up as a flaw, intentionally, so he could grow, because that's how characters kind of work. They have shortcomings or flaws, and they grow to either overcome those or grow to correct their behavior. It's a type of trip the hero takes, a hero's journey, one might say, a rather fundamental aspect of character writing. Yet in this you've chosen to skip it, because there's a chance it might make folks uncomfortable. Well, hell, show. I imagine witnessing the peace-loving monks being burned alive might make folks uncomfortable. I imagine watching a beloved childhood IP be shit on by people who are untalented might make people uncomfortable. But it certainly hasn't stopped you from doing it. But Sokka and Katara head out on the fishing boat, and we are finally caught up to the start of the cartoon. Only 8 pages into my script. Can I officially submit my application to be recognized as one of the long now? They argue a bit over Katara practicing waterbending, and this also makes things a bit odd. Sokka is concerned about the Fire Nation finding out that there is a waterbender. But the Fire Nation has no standing or even frequent presence at the South Pole. I'm not arguing that they ought to have one either. There's just nothing of value for them, so far as they know. Only that it's odd for Sokka to be so concerned about someone seeing something when that isn't even on the same continent as their enemy. Katara even rightly makes this point.
Anyone from the Fire Nation finds out you're a waterbender?
No one from the Fire Nation has approached the village in years. Besides, there's nothing to see. An otter penguin could bend more water than I could.
I would like everyone watching to make special note of that line, no reason I mention it. They have an elongated back and forth about how Sokka feels that their lives are in danger and Katara isn't doing enough to help the people survive, as she's busy trying to master waterbending. Katara argues that waterbending is a part of their culture, and their way of life also needs to survive the Fire Nation. And that's all fine. It's surface level, but it's serviceable. Then comes something where this show hits upon Sokka, and he talks about how he is filling in for their father, but Katara insists he's inadequate as a replacement. This is frustrating because it's quite close to being good, but never quite makes it. The relationship revolving around an older sibling being forced to fulfill the role of a caretaker is actually a well-traveled road in fiction. One example of this relationship comes from Supernatural. Dean is the older brother to Sam, and after their mother passes away, he is often put in the role of caretaker while their dad goes out hunting dangerous creatures. This dynamic means both end up sharing some underlying resentment, which is tackled a few times throughout the course of the series. But in here, it's almost as if they just wanted to give it lip service, and then resolve it within the same season. So, you can actually have a problem between characters appear in Season 1 that isn't fully resolved by the end of that same season. It would actually be more impactful to have Katara apologize to Sokka and he to her for their mistakes made if we saw how he attempts to take care of her, but does so inadequately, as he is a young teen himself. And then they show a mutual resentment under how that care is still present. If that's the route you wanted to go with all this, because you really didn't have to do any of that, just one way to tackle things if you're determined to be more grown up when you're storytelling. The biggest irony here is that in pretending to be grown up, the writers have instead revealed themselves to be truly childlike in their behaviors and their attitude towards the world and their relationships.
Yeah, I wanted to show that I'm a big boy and this is a serious movie, so I figured killing off a main character right at the start is a good way to do that. Nobody cares and I'm a big boy.
Sokka focuses on hunting some CGI fish, and I'll just take a quick moment to remind everyone that in the cartoon, Their dynamic is set rather quickly and efficiently when Katara accidentally drops a bunch of water and a fish on Sokka's head, only for him to exclaim,
"Why is it that every time you play with magic water, I get soaked?"
It's not magic, it's water bending.
quick, efficient, and an introduction to a central element of the world, almost like the writers knew what the fuck they were doing. But their boat gets caught in a strong current, sending them flying down a dangerous path as the music blares dramatically. And then it's over, no big deal. Sure, whatever that just was. The canoe starts to fall away because they've not brought a net or a rope or any gear they can use to easily recover it. Sokka reacts to this with all the enthusiasm of somebody who has just watched a Subway employee put the wrong sauce on their sandwich.
No, that's not good.
That's not good.
Huh, weird.
Yeah, huh, weird.
Sokka gives zero fucks about anything, man. Indeed, Sokka. In fact, that's death to you two if you don't get some fucking help. Maybe ask if your magic waterbending sister can help pull the boat back, or put some ice blocks behind it or something. But the show has gone and done this because this is where Aang is encased. Now, in the show, Katara is a powerful, though highly untrained bender, and she has an emotional tirade and accidentally bends a fair amount of water, upending Aang and revealing him in the iceberg to the siblings. In this show, he's just there, and they just so happen to have come upon him at this moment and never before now. Due to magical current intervention, I guess. Katara seems fascinated by it, and Sokka, who 2 seconds ago was all protective and didn't want Katara to practice her bending, is completely unconcerned by their imposing doom.
Huh, weird.
This line might have even been ADR. Cut to Zuko's boat and some very dramatic music, and we see that Zuko has a board worthy of the Pepe Silva meme. He's even apparently journaling the Avatar's past lives. I can't believe this is something that wouldn't already exist. As big a deal as the Avatar is, there's no way that that's not a frequently documented affair. There are giant shrines to at least the past 4 incarnations, and you're telling me that there's no common notes on what avatars are in the cycle? Granted, this notebook could hold secrets or even a cohesive summary, but we never find out what the hell it says, only that it's somehow vaguely helpful. But Zuko is busy Sherlocking his way to find out who the Avatar is. Back with Katara, she starts bending the boat back, causing some massive shaking. What happened to the current from 2 seconds ago? Oh, I see, that's gone now. Now, in the cartoon, when they free Aang, there's a huge burst of Avatar light, and Zuko presumes correctly that the Avatar is involved. This show does something that is all at once more and less sensible. Katara starts bending the boat back, and for some reason, presumably, this causes the whole iceberg to shake, and Zuko's rack of Avatar collectibles start to glow. Why? Show, why would this be a thing that happens? Now, if Zuko had a knowledge similar to the pre-existing audience, ironically enough, then yes, it might seem fairly obvious that when his toys do this glowing, it's due to Avatar magical wobbles. But Zuko doesn't know that. Or at least shouldn't. Why does he even have these artifacts? Where are they from? What are they? Actually, I presume that they're artifacts, we never learn. Is it the case that when you carve something into the shape of an avatar, every time something avatar-y happens, the eyes glow? If I carve a little Roku out of soap, do I have to be worried about it beaming me in the shower? What is this show? Yet, I will say that if we are to accept that this is what happens... yeah, I know it's butt-chugging vodka insane, but if we were to accept that this is what happens, it does make some sense for Zuko to start looking around for the Avatar. But because of Go Fuck Yourself, Aang starts breaking out of the ice ball all on his own, and Zuko sees the sky beam. This is a slightly problematic retelling of events. In the show, Aang is unearthed, unwatered? He's uncovered by Katara's temper tantrum, and we see that the boy is trapped in the ice, so she frees him. In this, he isn't revealed or uncovered. He was there, and now it's time for him to free himself because... fuck you, I guess. The music does a big drama as Aang stands there. It's slightly odd because the score for this show really isn't bad, and they do love to blare it all over the place, and it really should have been more subdued. It would have given the blaring more impact. Aang passes out as the boat returns, almost looking like a sad dog that's been told it's supposed to come home. and Sokka continues to deliver his enthusiastic performance.
Oh, nice. We're not gonna die.
I can't tell if this is supposed to be a joke or if the actor is just really crap. Well, I suppose it could be both. Oh well, I'm sure he's not actually quite funny in interviews.
If you each had the ability to bend, which element would you most like to be able to manipulate? But then I also want you to tell me which element you would least want to be able to bend.
And then definitely air is least by far, because it's just yeah.
Okay.
Have you not seen what Aang does with that stuff? Where your homies at? They are really going for it. Look at those hair loopies. Look at Sokka's sarcastic face. Can't help that.
Aang remains unconscious and they argue before agreeing to take him back to the village. Then it does a weird. The camera slowly pans over to focus on Appa, who is still in the ice. They show us he is still in the ice, but will not explain how he frees himself later. It's just suddenly Appa. The water village all stand over Aang, examining him, including an adult male, who apparently dodged the draft for waterbending fighters, I suppose, somehow. Why isn't he defending the village? Who are you, mysterious water person? You can't really exist because you'd cause problems. Are you Sokka's spirit guide? But Gran-Gran comes forward to examine this boy, and there's no nice way of putting this, but Gran-Gran's actress, Casey Camp Honorick, is a special kind of shit in this show. There's just no warmth, love, care, or indeed much of any emotion coming from this actress. And the actress that played Gran-Gran was, like, not good?
Yeah. None of the other side people seemed good, like, at all. They were just kind of there.
Gran-Gran is, like, really uncaring in this.
Okay, is it me, or is the actress for Gran-Gran just really bad and really fucking awkward and creepy?
No, she's not good, and then the fact that she, like, is throwing Aang under the bus is making it so much worse. Now, as I've said, this could always come down to the director, and indeed, many people in the show seem to not be acting whatsoever. But it also isn't everyone in this show, so I can't imagine it's solely the fault of the director. I don't know her from anything, though she's predominantly featured in Native American roles, which is not surprising given that she is a Native American actress. And when viewed through that lens, you sort of see what was attempted here.
Water, earth, fire, air. Long ago, the four nations lived together in harmony. Then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked.
She, whether of her own volition or at the behest of the director, is approaching things almost from a more Native American storyteller and slightly shamanistic style to the role. And the problem is that such an approach is rather the opposite of Gran-Gran's depiction from the cartoon. Oh, am I supposed to have forgotten about that again? If this is what you wanted to turn Gran-Gran into all on its own, it would still be weird, but the end result is a character who doesn't care about her family and exists only as literal exposition and plot device. It doesn't make an endearing character, and as I've mentioned before, if you're going to change something, it needs to at least be comparable to what we had to serve your story. And it doesn't, and she doesn't. But Gran-Gran identifies Aang as an airbender, and everyone lets him rest. Meanwhile, Zuko mentions that there is only one settlement in the South Pole, so that must be where the Avatar is, and this is odd. Sure, it would be one thing for him to say, we'll start there, but it's just assumed that Aang is automatically going to be in this village, even though he's been allegedly nomading for 100 years. Iroh tries to talk Zuko out of this.
Sometimes light beams are nothing more than celestial glimmers in the winter sky.
Now, that might be sensible if they had something, literally anything else that they were in pursuit of in this moment, but they aren't. But instead of responding with, yeah, but all my Avatar memorabilia started doing eye glowies, Zuko ends up just punching a few more holes in Iroh's attempted deflection.
For 3 years, I've chased down every hint, every rumor, every whisper of the Avatar. And I'll keep doing it for another 3 years if I have to.
If this is indeed the case, as makes sense for Zuko, why is Iroh suddenly trying to persuade him not to do this? He's not indicated to have been pushing Zuko away from a dog-minded pursuit, nor indeed will he do anything like this in the future. But in this, Uncle Iroh suddenly just thinks Zuko is wrong about the mysterious sky beam that went off exactly as all his Avatar toys went widdly-wee. Yeah, it does sound stupid when you lay it out in the open, doesn't it? Also, this is probably a good time to talk about the Zuko and Iroh casting. This is going to be tough, as their relationship is a huge one throughout the cartoon, and Zuko is mostly alright. He doesn't wow me or anything, but he's not a bad actor. He doesn't really take me out of the moments nearly so much as the script itself does, which typically means a decent enough performance. Personally, I think it would have been better if you had gotten someone with a little sharper acting chops, but he's at least not bad, which puts him far above most of the cast in this show. Also, because I know it will likely be used in defense, yes, child actors are hard to come by, and skilled child actors even more so. But again, this is a bugbear of the show's own making. You can choose the challenge of getting good child actors when you agree to make this thing. You agree to the challenge of rich and varied cartoon worlds and trying to bring those into live action. You picked those challenges, so when you fail to meet them, I do not feel inclined to cut you slack for that failure. One major problem with Zuko's portrayal is the makeup on the scar. It looks like a shadow. It looks more like someone with a black eye than a marked and banished prince. This isn't a failure of ability either. You easily could have given him a more serious burn.
If you wanted to show the scar, wouldn't you want to like switch the lighting and turn it so that his scar is more visible?
They might not be on there. They might not have done the makeup for this shot. Looks like he's got a black eye. Like, he's just been in a bar fight. That's all it is.
Yeah, I'll admit the scar is pretty weak.
And then it might mean more time in the chair, but the burn is just a central part of his character, especially in the early seasons. And to diminish that to this degree is actually rather disappointing.
How did Zuko get his scar?
Daddy problems.
Yep. His father burned his eyeball off. It's so sweet. It was an act of love.
Totally.
Iroh's actor is visually good, as are many of the cast. Sadly, his portrayal, it's not great. It's not horrible or offensive in and of itself, and thank fuck for that. But the fact is that Iroh was going to have to be a rather exceptional actor. He was going to have to be someone who could radiate energy of a retired commanding officer and portray a loving, slightly crazy uncle, and he doesn't. It's the cadence, it's the too serious attitude, it's the lack of displayed animation in this man. Again, I have no clue if this is down to the director or the actor, but given the show writer's disdain towards things like the elephant koi, I am inclined to think it is the former. Regardless, it's an old, slightly bitter man that the show calls Iroh, and now we all feel insulted. Therefore, any affection for this character is expected to be carried over from the cartoon, that I guess we're all supposed to remember now. What's a little weird for me as I type this, and what we didn't realize at the time of filming our reaction, was that this is the same actor as Devin from The Mandalorian.
We might benefit from people asking a few more questions.
Not if we don't have any answers.
But exactly.
I like that Devin's the only person that makes fucking sense in the New Republic.
Man took the words right out of my fucking mouth.
And the reason we are here is because there was no mission.
I respectfully disagree.
He's over here just like, yeah, that's what I said.
Tell us what.
But you're not gonna believe me.
This man realizes that his job is not worth risking on us.
Alright, you dumb bitch. I fucked around as much as I'm comfortable with. I'm not gonna find out.
Sorry, Tiva Corden, I think his name was? I've been calling him Devin forever. And then he weirdly gets a little more life to him in that show, and he's very animated in his interviews.
I'm the original Appa, right? Like, no Sky buys in, Appa. Like, there can only be one.
So I have to imagine that this is a directing poopsie more than an actor poopy. The show even does some form of deconstruction with him later, and we will get there. But to a quick side point, once Josh, Neo, and I heard of the warnings of the show's stanky, I thought it would be a fun idea to have a sort of mock bet between us. I suggested we each pick a character from the show who would be altered the most outside of the three we had already heard about, those being Aang, Sokka, and Ozai. I settled pretty early on Zuko. I actually would have picked Azula, but she was hardly in the first season of the cartoon and was only properly introduced in season 2, so I assumed foolishly she would barely be in book 1 of this show. But at any rate, my bet settled on Zuko. Neo eventually picked June. I don't fully know why, and I doubt he does either, but that was his pick. Josh selected Katara, which I thought at the time was interesting, because the cartoon already made her a great character in her own right, so I would have thought there really wasn't a need to fix what wasn't broken. Simple point made, all three of us were correct that they were altered, yet as close as Josh came to winning, the true two victims of this show were two people that none of us even thought to choose, those being Bumi and Iroh. Because why would you piss on the perfect mentor figures? Yet the show will eventually go on to do just that. But I get ahead of myself. Zuko explains clunkily to Iroh what they both already know so that the audience can hear it. The cartoon managed to do this rather more gracefully, but I guess we're supposed to forget all about the show again. Great. After some more clunky dialogue, we cut to Aang having a nightmare about what happened and waking up in a panic. All good and well. There's even a rather fortunate shot where we can see that the tattoos do properly go all along his body. I wouldn't normally think that that would have to be pointed out, but this show fucks with what it wants when it wants. You can see the other kids playing and having a snowball fight, and we pointed out in our reaction that you would think people who lived in a snowy place all their life would grow rather tired of things like snowball fights. Then Sokka comes over, warning his guards away. How are those double shifts coming along, buddy? It's very odd this show can't seem to decide exactly where on the line between gritty and comedy it wants to land. Gruesome fire and death, but then Sokka tries to instill military discipline in children. Waterbending might get us killed, but haha, fun snowball fight. It really doesn't seem to know what it wants to be. Aang asks how he got there, and suddenly remembers Appa is a thing and begins screaming. This is odd. It's not like a mouse or anything, it's quite hard to miss a sky bison. Aang is flying around without his glider, so maybe he just doesn't need that in this show, who knows. But then he blows the bison whistle he didn't have at this point in the cartoon. I have no idea if they want me to remember it or not at this point. It is later revealed that Aang got this whistle from Bumi, and Bumi just so happened to accidentally make a whistle that plays at the perfect pitch for summoning a sky bison. Uh-huh. I don't think they want us to think about that, but that is what's implied. He spends about a minute insisting to them what a sky bison is, as if it should be common knowledge, and then suddenly Appa. How did you get out of the ice? Is he upset about being abandoned to literally freeze to death? Did he know where Aang was, or has he been hopelessly searching in the cold for his friend he thinks might have abandoned him or died? Well, yes, all that is quite dark, but you're the one who wanted to court the Game of Thrones audience, so go fuck yourself, show. You did this, and you did not have to. Aang starts explaining his story to the tribe, and Gran-Gran suddenly decides to deliver the intro monologue again. And if you're listening here with knowledge of the Native American tradition of the actress, you'll understand what I mean when I say that it makes sense what she's doing, but it just does not suit Gran-Gran in the least. She then informs Aang everyone he knows and loves is dead, and he's semi-responsible due to his running away, even though in the show he actually isn't, because he was supposed to leave right away anyway, meaning he wouldn't have been there no matter what. But the show can't worry about that because it's busy looking for lint in its belly button. Gran-Gran delivers this information with the zest of a particularly dull lawsuit announcement.
Or fatal illnesses, including malignant lung cancer, mesothelioma, and asbestosis.
Remember, they worked real hard to get that just right.
To get what just right?
The swirl. They wanted it kind of nebulous, but not too nebulous. Then there was the issue of the speed. I remember there were a lot of meetings about that.
Aang runs out of the tent as she title drops another bit of clunky dialogue. Cut to Zuko delivering a full speech of information that should not be new to this crew, because they've been on the same mission for 3 years now.
Let me make something clear. Our mission is vital to the future of the Fire Nation. And so we will find the Avatar. We will prove ourselves worthy. And we will see our homes and families again.
This is a half step away from as you know dialogue. Meanwhile, Aang is trying to deal with the knowledge that everyone he loved is dead, while he was busy being a popsicle, and Katara uses the opportunity to mention that her mother was killed by the Fire Nation, which is at least somewhat present in the cartoon, but to be fair to Katara, the rest of your family is still alive, as is most of your village. It's not exactly comparable.
Believe me, I know how hard it is to lose the people you love.
My entire clan and everybody I've ever known is dead. What do you got? Well, my mom died.
When I was little,
Oh, okay, those are
I didn't really
equivalent.
understand the war.
But it's far from the show's worst scene. Katara takes Aang into the ruins of the ship belonging to the people who killed her mother, and all of his people, and yes, it does sound a bit fucked up when I put it like that, but this show as ever has fucked with something, and didn't really think about it, so now we're here. The strangeness of this moment is in that we now have two characters who spend significantly more time trauma dumping on each other than actually connecting, and thus the trauma is significantly lessened upon hearing it. This is like in a video game when you spout off a character's hardship and personal trauma 5 seconds after you've met them, and you're still trying to remember their name or just get a side quest and don't really give a shit. Say what you will about the penguin sledding scene and Aang's childlike behaviors, but the fact is that it made him simultaneously endearing to the audience and to the people in the world. Yes, Katara sees Aang as somebody who can help her learn more about bending. She also starts to take an interest in him as a person. This is what starts their bond. You haven't given us that. You're, as you want, telling me, oh, well, you know, the cartoon, just pretend everyone has the same relationship even though we've done none of that work. And you really haven't. You haven't done the job to get us here, and you just want to reap the rewards. A lot of the cast and crew made a big deal out of how many fans were part of this show, and that's great.
Oh, who is the biggest fan? That's hard. Because they're all fans and super nerds.
I can tell you that just sitting next to this man, you know, I've heard stories about what a big fan he is of this series, and so I would vote for Paul right here.
Oh, that's really kind of you. That's very kind. I'm a huge fan of the series myself. I did not watch it in 2005, but I have to say that pretty much everybody who worked on the show, like behind the camera too, like. And this is the lovely part about working on a show like this, is when you have actual fans working on the show, the attention to detail, the stakes for everybody is up there, because if it's something that you love, you want it to look the best. You want it to be the best. It's not just another job. And throughout the entire process, I got that sense from everybody in every department that it mattered. All of this mattered, and it had to be right.
Impressive. Every word in that sentence was wrong.
Doubly insulting that you have shelved the original writers, but hey, you're fans, that's great. The problem is that in appreciating something well made, it's far easier than actually making a good made thing itself. The other problem is that you're messing with something that was done very, very, very well the first time, and if you're going to mess with that, you have to have some mad confidence. And, well, you do. It's just the problem is you don't have the skill to go along with it. Let's look at another example. Remember when people thought Disney's Lucasfilm might be making some noises about redoing the OT, and everyone quickly mentioned what a fucking stupid idea that would be? Because there was no way they had the talent to match up to that, let alone exceed what was already done? That's what you're playing with here, and the sad reality is because you're moving the same story through a different medium, you're not exempt from this. You are not better at telling this story or writing these characters, and so you are demanding the money and time of an audience for an inferior story they already know. Can you imagine why this feels like getting kicked in the balls? Aang reminisces on the friends he once had in the Fire Nation, and hey, this would be really interesting to get some backstory on. Maybe even a flashback. No, we don't do that here? Yeah, I figured. Jump cut to Zuko practicing on the ship, and this show will take another opportunity to fundamentally misunderstand the point and purpose of a scene from the cartoon. In this scene in the original, Zuko is demanding that Iroh show him the more advanced moves, and Iroh insists that Zuko master the basics before moving on. It is this insistence in the form of Iroh that will prevent Zuko from turning into another Zhao, because according to Zhang, who also did not make it into this remake sadly, Zhao was always too eager to move on to the next step. He always wanted more. This informs Zuko's defeat of him during their Agni Kai, which we also do not get in this remake. I mean, the show's gonna pretend that we do, but we don't. And we'll get there in another year or so at the pace this script is coming along. But the moveset itself is actually fairly impressive, and apparently there was a minimum of 2 weeks for everyone on set to learn each of the bending disciplines, including Sokka.
During boot camp, we actually learned 1 or 2 forms of every element. So they had us in training of each different fighting style. And yeah, I discovered that fire is not for me.
I also learned how to bend all 4 elements in that boot camp. And I'm gonna have to go with water so I can give all my enemies wet socks all the time.
Oh.
Why? Okay, for Aang's actor, that actually makes perfect sense, or at least it would for him to learn air and water. But there's an issue, and I'll get there. I know, broken record. Why does Katara need to practice firebending moves? Why does Zuko need to know earthbending? I'm not saying that the dedication isn't admirable, but dedication in the wrong place is just strange. Sokka is not a bender. In fact, he has a background in martial arts and apparently had to unlearn some of what he knew so that he wouldn't be too good during the scenes with Suki. But the fact is that everyone apparently had to practice everything, and it shows a lack of understanding about specialization to me. After all, Bruce Lee rather famously said that he did not fear the man who practiced 1,000 kicks one time, but rather the man who practiced one kick 1,000 times. But Zuko's actor has clearly put some work into making moves look good, which is why it's really rather a shame that there's a cut between every single strike. I don't know why modern filmmakers don't seem to understand that fluid shots and solid choreography will always look good, and this close-up rapid cut bullshit looks like ass. Iroh then praises Zuko, making it sound as if he's already mastered firebending as a whole.
Good. Your skills have never been sharper.
So, who knows what they're gonna do in the way of the dancing dragon, presuming they get there. There's a line.
I need to be at my best when I face the world's ultimate warrior. They say Avatar Kioshi took down an entire squadron of Earth Kingdom soldiers single-handedly.
I'm really trying not to use the tired talking point about women in modern media, but they keep doing it. And just because they aren't doing it aggressively doesn't mean they're not doing it. Again, yes, Kioshi was incredibly impressive. I'm not saying that she's been unfairly elevated, at least not yet, but the other avatars have been downplayed to make her seem more impressive, which is just as insulting to both her and the other incarnations. If the only way you have to elevate yourself is to drag others down, you have not gone anywhere. The obvious choice for Zuko is to be aware of Roku. Not only is he the most recent avatar before Aang, he is also the firebending avatar, or at least the most recent one. He is the one who would have been famous where Zuko grew up. I wouldn't take issue with this if it went down a list of achievements, mentioning 3 or 4 different avatars, and one of them was Kioshi, but this is not the first, nor indeed will it be the last time the show wants to give Kioshi and her alone a position above the previous avatars. Then the show does a strange thing. Iroh tries to inform Zuko that his father banished him on a fool's errand, and he does not expect him home. This could be interesting, but nothing comes of it. This is something that's rather paramount to the Zuko-Iroh relationship, and maybe that wasn't something that we were supposed to be super focused on.
For me, I think something that I wanted to certainly keep from the original series was Zuko's relationship with Uncle Iroh, and how much how comfortable he was and how he was willing to lash out at Uncle Iroh, but also be extremely vulnerable with him. Because at the end of the day, like in our series, you see that, certainly in the first half, the only person that is willing to put up with Zuko is Uncle Iroh and, you know, support him on this journey, even though he knows that it might not end the way Zuko wants it to. And I think something that I wanted to put in for myself was actually like making sure that I wasn't doing like an impersonation of this character, right? In the original series, Zuko is, right, it's an animated series, so everything that he says or that he does is going to be extremely big, extremely animated. You could also quite melodramatic, right? And so even though that's such a classic part of his character, like we are doing a live action adaptation. And so you have to think about these real people going through these real events and real trauma, right? And so finding that balance of staying true to the essence of Zuko, but also staying true to what people love about him so much was certainly difficult, but I think I found a great balance thanks to like Albert Kim, our scriptwriters, and obviously Uncle Iroh.
Zuko denies it, and then we move on as if that hasn't just been laying across the dinner table like a fat squid. Cut to Katara and Aang hanging out on the Fire Nation ship, and Katara reveals that she is a bender, although it takes the water actually moving before Aang realizes this, so why he thought she was randomly groping at the air for a few seconds is beyond me, but whatever, it's hardly the biggest issue. Then there's a lot of her complaining about why she should be allowed to fight.
They've killed all the others. Sokka just doesn't understand. I'm a warrior. I should be able to do more for our people.
He doesn't understand.
Indeed.
Now, don't get me wrong, he's no hardened warrior, but he does literally spend his entire life trying to provide for and protect his village. It would be one thing for her to say he thinks that she is too weak and he's wrong, or else that he doesn't think women can fight, But to say that he doesn't understand feels ungrateful and insulting. Am I supposed to like Katara in this remake? Because I really don't. Katara complains then that she is not a self-taught prodigy, and I'm barely kidding. Then Aang delivers a hell of a word salad on bending.
The monks told me bending is about energy and balance. By feeling the energy around you, you can find balance. By finding balance, you can feel the energy.
I shit you not. This is all the lesson she will need to end up becoming a master. The show will pretend to deliver a singular additional lesson. That's what's needed. And after that single word salad, she will do something that would have put Korra's waterbending to shame. Well, Katara, you finally achieved something which you've been struggling to do allegedly for a very long time. How did you do it?
Nice!
I wasn't even really trying.
That's good.
Oh, fuck off, show. I can't believe Ahsoka did a better job at training Sabine. Why are the standards still going down? How are they still going down? The strangest thing, too, is that the actress has at least heard of growth. She allegedly understands the concept.
Something for me, like from the original, was just how she grows into her confidence. You know, that was like such a huge thing. And, you know, something that we wanted to make our own. I think the bending aspect of Katara, I feel like in the original series, she kind of just like starts off like already kind of understanding, like in the first episode, like she's bending the fish over like Sokka's head. And being the last waterbender of her tiny little tribe, like how does she know what to do? How does she know like these movements? And I think in our version, I really wanted to make a really, really clear difference from episode 1 and episode 8.
But they see Zuko's ship approaching, and Sokka is organizing his troops, to the point that they actually have something like a Minuteman force. They're far more effective than they were in the cartoon, making me wonder if the creators understood the point of Sokka trying to be a leader to kids that were utterly unable to fight. They show concern for the Fire Nation's arrival, which is good. And then Gran-Gran points out Aang as the Avatar in a way that sounds like she thinks they're just gonna hand him over.
Why are they here? After all this time, what could they possibly want?
Him. You are the Avatar.
Thanks, Gran-Gran. What's wrong with you? Sokka starts yelling at Aang, which is odd. Yes, he should probably feel some frustration that Aang's fleeing led to a war, except Aang wasn't fleeing, and would have had to leave anyway, so it doesn't work now. But also Sokka wasn't there during Aang's disappearance, nor were his parents. Heck, Gran-Gran likely wasn't even born yet. Anyhow, he orders Aang and Katara to hide. Zuko arrives with a heavy-ass boot step. Did y'all let your boss do this sound effect and he just got a little erection when it came to it, so he kept just adding on to it and no one was ready to call him on that? Zuko delivers a speech that is uncharacteristically concerned for them. Sure, this give me what I want and I won't hurt you speech is a cliche, but it does sound as if he genuinely doesn't want to hurt anybody.
We have no desire to take your homes. We merely seek someone who does not belong here. Someone who is not one of you.
And between the creator comments and the actor not being total shit, I'm inclined to think that was intentional. However, Zuko being kind and compassionate is problematic, as it really doesn't start to manifest itself until Book 2 after they leave the Fire Nation in the cartoon. By starting him on this path already, it rather diminishes the relationship between Zuko and Iroh, and makes the comparison between him and Azula less palpable. Genuinely, in trying to make Zuko a better person, they have damaged the message of his character, rather a lot. And it's not the last time they're gonna do that with him in this very season. They also fuck with Azula, but we're not there yet. At any rate, he challenges the village, and Sokka needs to be humiliated, until he agrees that putting literally everyone in the village in danger is worth the life of this one kid they met 10 minutes ago and haven't had much interaction with. So he comes out and challenges Zuko to single combat, which Zuko accepts. His lieutenant quite rightly points out that he has no reason whatsoever to accept that challenge, to which Zuko responds,
"We overpower them. It's no contest."
Well, where's the glory in that?
Now, if he'd been shown to place a high emphasis on honor before now, or if he seemed to value combat prowess outside of a singular scene before now, that might have carried weight. I suppose here we're supposed to remember the cartoon Zuko again, who was literally all about honor, but don't worry too much about that because we're supposed to forget all about it again in a second. They get into a battle, and Sokka actually puts up a decent fight. Show, do you understand that that's not how this is supposed to go down? Do you get the point of this fight was literally that Sokka was impossibly outclassed, and a singular hit he gets through a trick with the boomerang? You don't. You don't get any of that, do you? Sokka does at least lose the fight, and Aang interferes, much like in the cartoon.
What do you mean can't be?
Literally what
That's why you're here!
Alright, that's not bad. Aang's moves are even fairly competent. He is surrounded, and Sokka's army of children push back the firebenders with rocks. Sure, show. They even fire off their one viable weapon, which is a type of ballista mortar with spears thing, but it misses and is completely ineffective. Are you afraid to outright kill anyone? I thought we were going hardcore. Even the cartoon implied that people were totally killed, despite Aang's philosophy. But yeah, Zuko says to burn everything down and is stopped by Water Tribe children. Aang offers himself up and Katara tries to stop him, only to be held back by Sokka, and then Aang has a prolonged "you're so brave and such a good person" speech.
No one has ever fought for me before. I think you're the bravest person I've ever met.
I'm being very polite here. I'm being very polite to let you have this conversation right now. I'm very pissed at you.
I think you're the bravest person I've ever met.
Meanwhile, Monkey Atsu's just like, what the fuck?
Monkey Atsu's ghost seeing that scene.
Also, though, no one else ever fought for you? I get you don't know that this happened, but literally everybody fought for you and died for you at the Air Temple. But Aang goes with the Fire Nation after Zuko's ship teleports away. Katara and Sokka start prepping to go after Aang. And I have to admit, this is kind of weird. In the show, it required some prep talk from Gran-Gran before they agreed to go do this, but now it's almost like Sokka just wanted to wait until they had fewer resources to save him. He goes to the other teenager who shouldn't exist, and tells him to take over the training while he's gone.
Make sure to reinforce the braces on the gate, and don't fall behind on drills. I saw some real sloppiness out there today.
Where, Sokka? Where, between fighting Zuko and standing around, did you see this sloppiness? Because they fought for all of 3 seconds, and honestly, considering how outclassed they were damn effective in their style of fighting. Save Ballista Guy, obviously. Sokka puts the other non-existent teenager in charge and tells him not to let the younger ones push him around. The figment of his imagination agrees, because clearly he can't be real. Oh well, it could only be worse if in a future episode we learn that Sokka's dad actually thought he was a total failure and completely unfit to lead or protect anyone. No, that wouldn't piss everyone off to discover that. But surely this won't happen because their dad isn't that kind of man, and surely this show wouldn't disrespect Sokka like that. That would be madness. That would be like writing a show with the original writers only to then piss them off so bad that they fall out and leave the oh wait. Cut to Aang in prison, and this scene only exists so that Iroh can talk to Aang. Because Devon, for all his skill, can't carry Iroh's gravitas or grandfatherly charm into this character very well, Iroh comes off as being very weird in this scene. There's a brief attempt to explain why the Fire Nation is Fire Nationing, and while it's complete crap, it's not nearly so crap as the explanation given by Sozin.
Why did the Fire Nation start this war?
Some people say it is within our nature to expand and consume, like fire itself. Others believe that true stability in this world can only happen under our rule. So the drive to conquer is a drive for peace and unity.
The cartoon did it better.
Growing up, we were taught that the Fire Nation was the greatest civilization in history. And somehow, the war was our way of sharing our greatness with the rest of the world. What an amazing lie that was. The people of the world are terrified by the Fire Nation. They don't see our greatness. They hate us. And we deserve it. We've created an era of fear in the world. And if we don't want the world to destroy itself, we need to replace it with an era of peace and kindness.
Your uncle has gotten to you, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
What is exceptionally odd is that it's a very open door for some Iroh-like wisdom.
And the belief is that by capturing you, the Fire Nation can finally bring that about.
Is that what you believe?
I must leave.
Except we don't get any. He just makes an excuse and leaves. Iroh was the king of wisdom, especially in the form of proverbs and stories. He was the moral guide of the show, bar none. And you're not going to let him have a moment here?
So,
thinks you give pretty good advice. And great tea.
The key to both is proper aging. What's on your mind?
I had to let go of someone I love. And I just couldn't.
Perfection and power are overrated. I think you are very wise to choose happiness and love.
What if I'm not powerful enough?
I don't know the answer. Sometimes life is like this dark tunnel. You can't always see the light at the end of the tunnel. But if you just keep moving, you will come to a better place.
Is that because you wrote yourself into a corner and you weren't smart enough to come up with anything? It's as if you're mistakenly under the impression that tea is all Iroh is. It's not as if the tea is a representation of his whole passive and patient philosophy, or all his aspects on life. I almost hope you get a season 2, because I want to see how badly you fuck up Tales of Ba Sing Se. Fucking burn the money, Netflix, let's do it. Iroh leaves, and Aang uses the Force to steal the keys. I know, the show can call it airbending all it likes, but seriously, this is the Force. And it will get even worse later, just wait for it, y'all. Y'all ain't seen nothing yet. Because the guards are mindless grunts, and not someone Zuko will be shown to care about in a future episode, the guard doesn't think to check the suspicious weight removed from his hip, or the sudden clinking noise made by the high-profile prisoner. Meanwhile, Sokka and Katara prepare to leave, for which Sokka has de-armored. I get that he has to be in his clothes from the show, but, this doesn't make any logical sense. There's an extended bit where he refuses to ride Appa, only to end up screaming on his back. This does mean that we lose the yip yip bit from the cartoon, which was kinda nice. Showed some life, but we don't get that in this show. It's a damn shame too, because that was quite a comical bit, but I guess we're not going to be doing comedy today. At least not intentionally. Anyhow, Aang escapes as the guards approach, and he decides to hide in what just so happens to be Zuko's bedroom. Don't get me wrong, Zuko's ship is fairly finite, but of all the fucking rooms, he just happens to pick the one that has a notebook of all his past lives and his glider, and is in the room where not only the prince, but indeed no guard is anywhere to be found. How unfucking believably lucky. Oh, hey, the journal that just so happens to be open to the only other avatar that Aang is aware of. How unbelievably fucking lucky. Aang sneaks around for a minute before taking off, and who knows why, because he seems to be fully capable of taking off from almost anywhere without the need for a running start. Hell, he'll fly without the glider. But Zuko sees him taking off and manages to shoot Aang out of the sky. Aang is sent tumbling ass over end with his glider out of reach, and apparently his force pool is still on cooldown, so he can't just call the glider back to him. Or maybe he can't focus while plummeting, who knows. But then, who should so happen to save him? Well, damn, y'all caught up with that ship fucking fast, didn't ya? That Appa must have swiftness 4. Sokka catches him without dislocating his shoulder somehow. We really don't see what happened. But Zuko isn't on cooldown and sends another massive fireball. So Katara does this.
Who?
Katara, naturally.
No!
No.
Yes.
No. We are 30 minutes into this episode.
Fucking hell. Alright, Josh, you win the pool.
I didn't want to win.
What you do? Are you happy? Now, I really am trying not to just use the Mary Sue argument all over the place here, but come the fuck on. This is after less than 1 day of training from somebody who doesn't even bend the same fucking element as you. You went from not being able to do a splash to this. Even Katara seems stunned at her own bullshit. And that's not even getting into how powerful a blast she just blocked. Holy shit, and this was some 50 feet up in the air, too. Might as well have her be named a master before they even get to the North Pole. Show. Why are you giving me that hurt look? You did this. This is on you. But Katara has now rayed her way into full power. Zuko knows there's nothing he can possibly do to stop her. Is she part of the dyad now? What bullshit are we using to justify that nonsense? None? Fucking wonderful. We've reached the level of the Force Awakens. They state they can't go back home because that'll put people in danger, presuming that Zuko would just go back there and try to torture people for information. Yeah, that's a lot easier to accept in a cartoon show meant for kids, isn't it? The moment you decide to court a Game of Thrones mindset, you have to ask these questions, show. So they go to the air temple, and instead of getting the backstory on Aang's daily life, eventually emotionally destroyed by the reveal of the death and the Fire Nation soldiers, we just cut straight to the Fire Nation soldiers, which is already let down due to us having seen exactly what happened already. So this moment does not enhance the characters, it does not further the plot, and it does not build the world, making it pointless. We're only doing this because the cartoon did it, but the line we're drawing on when we do what the cartoon did is really fucking arbitrary. Of course, it's also worth mentioning what is not here, which is Aang talking to the past avatars. We cut that for reasons of go fuck yourself. Aang sees Gyatso's dead body because we all saw his death. The moment that should be impactful has no impact whatsoever. And Aang goes into the avatar state, much as he did in the cartoon, but because these people aren't friends, it really doesn't have a whole lot of impact. Yet Katara still manages to talk him down.
But a thing that I wanted to add was really like seeing Aang experience what he's going through in the show, because like in the cartoon, since it was based for children, we don't really get to see too much of like the genocide or like what Aang's going through or how things could actually be really sad for him. But in our series, we get to recognize that there was a genocide and Aang's friends, family, and just leaders in general are all gone. So I think that was nice to be able to see Aang go through that.
Yeah, we definitely got something. It was shit, but we got it. But seriously, how dare you claim that you told more what Aang was going through than the cartoon did? Go and fuck yourself, show. Then the show takes a moment banking on your appreciation for the cartoon while ripping it off and carrying less gravity. That's talented. Not in the way you want to be talented, but it is talented. Aang talks about being all alone and there's some cliche dialogue.
The thing about losing everything is that that's when you learn how strong you really are.
They made the ultimate sacrifice. For me.
Well, kinda. I mean, sure, you were the reason that they were targeted and they were killed without you being there, but they weren't exactly defending you as much as they were defending themselves. They sacrificed themselves for the other kids more than they did for you.
I need to follow through on what they wanted me to do. Complete my training and master all the other bending skills so I can bring balance back to the world.
I'm so glad you said that, because I didn't know where I wanted to talk about this for sure. Viewers with a basic understanding of the cartoon will know that the seasons are referred to as books, and those books are broken up by the elements that Aang learns to bend throughout it. Book 1 is water because it is the book in which Aang and Katara learn to bend water. Book 2 is earth because Aang learns to bend earth, and book 3 is fire because Zuko is finally allowed to be hot. Oh, that meant because Aang learns to firebend, of course. This season has titled itself Water, but there is a rather annoying 600-pound gorilla-sized problem with that. Aang does not waterbend. Not once throughout the whole season. I mean, he splashes water, but he doesn't actually waterbend. Well, I guess there's a bit at the end with the Avatar state, but that's more going into the past lives thing than him consciously learning how to bend the elements. But yeah, even in the moment when Aang is supposed to be waterbending with Katara, he doesn't do that. At no further point will he even acknowledge that he is supposed to be learning how to bend water. That does not come up again, except for a bit of Kioshi shouting in a few episodes. How in the fucking hell do you miss the massive plot point from which the entire season is plotted out? Book 1, Aang learns waterbending. How do you not do that? I'm really trying. I really try. When people mention how tired the girl boss line of criticism is, and say we need to keep a clear head and allow everything to have its chance, just know I try. I really, really try. But when I see you fuck every beloved IP in the ass for this type of bullshit here, I go a bit berserk. Alright, let's go over what almost surely happened. These writers, these cuckle fucks, thought to themselves, hey, let's update Avatar for the modern audience. Let's not make Aang the main character. No, Katara is main character. She, powerful girl boss. Roku, no, fuck Roku. Kyoshi is the only Avatar worthy of note. Azula's a horrible psychopath. Nope, not anymore. She ain't cancelled around here. No, she's held down by the patriarchy and needs to rise up to prove herself. Yas Queen Slay. I know we're supposed to pretend this shit isn't still happening, but fuck me, look at what I'm dealing with. This is Sweet Baby Ink levels of bullshit right here. Aang delivers a tired-ass final monologue full of cliche lines, while Zuko scribbles like a child and burns his room down. I'm not kidding. They don't address it, but that is what happens. So I guess what notes he had are now fucking gone. Anyway, that is the close of episode 1. Here's the disgusting part of the whole thing. We're just getting started. We haven't even gotten to the real meat of this thing yet. Trust me, gang, you're gonna need some full bodysuits because this shit about to get stanky. Crack open a cold one if you got it. You're gonna need it. I certainly did while watching the show, and I don't even drink. Episode 2, then. Warriors. We open up on Zuko's ship, steamboating its way across the ocean. Inside, the prince is throwing a little hissy fit, because he's all upset. Don't get me wrong, Zuko was prone to temper tantrums in the cartoon. But this?
He ran!
Why did he sound like a child? He ran!
This is neither satisfying nor terrifying. It's cringe. And it's so very hard to work your way back from cringe. Meanwhile, Iroh is busy giving literally no fucks.
I'm sure it'll turn up. You probably just misplaced it.
Is this what we're passing for wisdom now? Flat out lying or denial? Fuck you, show. I can't believe you'd do this to Iroh. They discuss how Aang isn't what they were expecting, and Zuko doubles down, saying he will find the Avatar, which is exactly what Iroh was telling him he would do, and so this scene has gone nowhere and done nothing meaningful.
How many places can there be for an Avatar to hide?
Well, if you're referring to running, then literally the sky. And we know Aang can go anywhere because Appa is clearly a lot faster than your boat, or you would have caught him last episode. So, an Avatar can go literally anywhere in the world, and you'd never catch him until he stopped to rest for several days. The cartoon was usually considerate enough to give us an excuse that would waylay Zuko, so he could not pursue the Avatar, or else at least would have to stop for repairs. It would provide an escape route for Aang and the gang. This show has shown that he needs no such excuse. Appa alone outspeeds the boat. So long as Zuko is on the boat and Appa is Appa, they cannot catch him.
According to this, Avatar Kioshi was the fiercest of warriors and a master of what they called the Avatar state.
I just went on my rant about this, and I don't even have to say it, but I'll just clarify once more so that hopefully some of the comments are waylaid. Yes, Kioshi was an incredibly skilled warrior, even if this master of the Avatar thing is made up bullshit. I just don't like that Roku and the others get cucked in order to place her up. Sokka makes the case that they need to return home, even if he doesn't offer a how, which would seem prevalent, but Katara says the village can defend themselves. Except that, no they can't, quite clearly, we saw that. But she says they need to save the world. Sokka protests and gives us this rather telling line.
Ever since he came into our lives, things have changed for me. And now look what I can do. And that's after a single day.
I think that's important to emphasize. A single day. And only a word salad for a few seconds of a training session. Katara has actually done less training than Rey. Granted, she had been trying to do it by herself with basically no results. But Aang talks to her once and she goes from a solid 1 to a solid 8 or a 9 after the few seconds of quote-unquote training. Holy shit. We have actually gone downhill from the sequel trilogy. Fucking hell, show. Then they introduced Momo with all the grace and dignity of a wet fart. He was stealing food from the bag, even though there's absolutely tons of it in the fruit and the trees all around him. They don't even do the Momo music. But this scene really exists for some bullshit. Katara examines her belongings that were in the bag, I can only presume for the first time, as the waterbending scroll is in there and she didn't recognize it. Katara has apparently done next to nothing with her bag since they left, hasn't even remotely checked it, because literally all that was in there was what I think is bread and the scroll. Where in the hell did she get bread? They have a thriving wheat farm in the South Pole? Not really known for its thriving plant life, the South Pole. They're still at the Air Temple, which they seem to go to right after fleeing Zuko. So, where did you get this bread? Did you meet a man hanging out in the sky who agreed to trade you for it? Which you must have somehow still done without checking the bag, or you would have noticed the scroll. How do you not know you have this? Like, she literally must not have checked in her bag for even a second. It's hardly buried, there's not a lot of stuff in that bag, there's no cloth or cotton or anything to hide or even cushion it. This should have been fairly obvious. If it was a sleeping bag or something and they hadn't camped yet, then maybe, but not like this. Apparently Gran-Gran just had this on her too, who knows why. Oh, actually I do. Gran-Gran has it because we allegedly didn't have time for the pirates, and so we shit ourselves trying to write around that problem. Gee, why does that bullshit sound familiar? The total runtime for this show is just over 7 hours, versus the 10 hours Book 1 took for the cartoon. 3 hours you had to cut. And so I can understand taking some things out, but you took up time with shit that you didn't need to, and you shoved a good bit of Season 2 into this, and we'll get there, I know. Yes, you probably had to shorten some things, but the problems of what you cut are still your own fault. And again, I'm not going to cut you slack because you're too shit at writing to make a sensible solution.
Passed down among the waterbenders of our tribe for generations, it contains everything you need to know to begin your bending education.
Begin? Gran-Gran, she's at least at an intermediate level already. Keep up. You didn't see that wall of water she fucking summoned. Though, believe me, she will go on to do something far more stupid. They prepare to leave because this somehow convinces Sokka, though fuck me if you ask me how. Aang says goodbye to Gyatso, crying, even though his voice doesn't carry anything different in sound.
My whole life, you were there for me.
But yeah, it's nice that he remembers that fatherly figure. Would be really weird if he ran into Gyatso again in some bullshit nonsense way that poked tons of holes in that shit. Don't worry, we'll get to that in part 2. I'm just saying it would cheapen this moment and it would weaken the show as a whole. Good thing they don't do that. But they leave the Air Temple and Momo follows because...
Momo?
Yeah, he looks like a Momo, doesn't he? Just like how you look like a Sokka.
Can't argue with that.
I don't have it in me. Fine, show you win that one because I can't keep telling you you're stupid for however many hours this review ends up being.
Bet you taste like chicken.
How would you know? I also don't imagine chicken farms are all that big in the South Pole. Cut to Iroh and Zuko going through a food market because Iroh likes food, I guess. They're here to get information on the Avatar, and Zuko panics, saying that if they reveal the Avatar is alive, they'll lose their advantage. Iroh reacts to this with all the wisdom and sage talent of a child, and he suggests lying?
One thing you must learn is how to get what you want without divulging your true intentions.
Oh, wow, holy shit. What a guide you are, Uncle Iroh. I never would have thought of lying. And the scene ends on a joke.
You must use your tact, your empathy. But most importantly, you need to have sticky rice.
I'm so glad we're moving away from the cartoony aspects of the show into a more mature and thoughtful tone with the story. I was afraid they'd make Iroh look like a fool. I was afraid they'd overplay his humor in order to try to make him seem like an idiot. But they really did him justice, even a little. Fuck me. They arrive on Kioshi Island and Sokka delivers his usual deadpan delivery.
There she is. Giant scary lady.
Now, true, in the original show, Sokka could at times be very dry in his humor.
Well, if you can't earthbend me out of here, go get Toph.
It would just be really... uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable? Well, I wouldn't want you to feel uncomfortable.
Thanks, Sokka. I feel like I'm caught between a rock and a hard place.
How about that? Aang, this is my friend, Fufu Cuddly Poops. Fufu Cuddly Poops, Aang. That's okay, I got it. Yeah.
Now come back, Boomerang.
But he is typically very animated and expressive.
What do you think, Sokka?
Okay, you convinced me. If I get out of this alive, it's a karmically correct vegetarian existence for me. No meat. Even though meat is so tasty. Yeah! Woo! The boulder knows how to put the hurt in the dirt! Yeah! Woo!
He is a joker. He is happy to be seen as such. Humor is Sokka's preferred method of dealing with things, heavy or not.
Okay, karma person or thing, whoever's in charge of this stuff. If I can just get out of this situation alive, I will give up meat and sarcasm. Okay? Ow! That's all I got. It's pretty much my whole identity. Sokka, the meat and sarcasm guy.
He is the class clown of the group. He's happy to be the center of attention, even if it means he's not really in his element.
Actually, I think I can help you.
I'm a big Sokka fan, but I don't think you're representing him quite as well as you could be. Here's something I think the real Sokka would say. What does the cabbage merchant use to fix his cabbages? A cabbage patch!
Hey, that's actually pretty good. Let me see those.
Who are you, anyway? I'm just a guy who likes comedy.
Wound up? Here?
They call me Sokka, that is, in the water tribe. I am not an oaf.
That's one too many syllables there, bub.
Poetry.
We see the enormous statue of Kioshi, and Sokka enters the shrine as the Kioshi warriors appear. That's mostly fine. Little strange that they guard this statue, considering it appears to be far away from the town, but that's not a huge deal, I suppose, just a little issue, so long as they don't specifically point out that the statue is super far from the town, and therefore an outsider, even one so brightly colored as the Avatar, might go easily missed. Aang shows off some airbending abilities, which would mark him instantly as the Avatar, because no other airbenders exist. The cartoon came to understand that. He had to cover up the tattoo on his head when visiting risky towns. But this show apparently doesn't think that part through. They hold everyone, and Katara offers up Aang as the Avatar, with zero warning or provocation. Though to be fair, this was also something she did in Season 1 a fair bit. But then Suki says,
"Ridiculous. There would have been signs if he was the Avatar."
A sign? A sign like him airbending when there's only one airbender in the world? But it turns out she meant a sign like giant glowing eyes from the statue, which happens because... I actually have no idea. Go fuck yourself. They literally don't explain it. At this point, they really don't even bother trying. The worst part is I think this is supposed to be a joke. It has the tempo of a joke. It comes off like it was supposed to be one, and it does end up coming off as a joke, just not like the show intended. Cut to the woman who I believe is later revealed to be Suki's mother, as the town leader talking about their fierce practice as isolationists. In the cartoon, it's this dude who leads the island. I'm not reading into this, I'm not making this shit up, and no, it doesn't ruin anything, it's just really tiring. I wouldn't even mind so much if the characters were well written on top of that, but they're just fairly bland, at least as much as all the other side characters. In the cartoon, the extent of this place is that the Kioshi have managed to, quote, stay out of the war thus far, and don't trust outsiders, but once it's revealed that Aang is the Avatar, that concern basically vanishes. The town loves him so much that he revels in it. In this, after it's revealed he's the Avatar by way of big glowy eyes, they still don't want anything to do with the gang, though they apparently don't believe him.
We're not just any visitors. He's the Avatar.
According to you. And a few reflections off a statue.
Lady, what part of The Last Airbender doesn't make sense to you? Oh, sure, if we were told that knowledge of the Airbender destruction, or the Avatar cycle, was something the whole society didn't really understand, or something that even wasn't widely known, that might be closer to sensible, but we're not told that, and frankly I wouldn't buy it for the Kioshi Island anyway, given that it's literally built around one of the previous incarnations of the Avatar. But even in this show, the fact that they're showing so much lack of help or even concern to what is essentially Kioshi's next life leaves a very odd feeling in everything. Aang delivers a speech about helping people, which no child has ever said ever.
But where I'm from, people help each other. If I can learn to be the Avatar, maybe I could bring the place I knew. A world where people were happier back.
And this convinces Suki to convince her mother. There's also a largely invented side plot of Suki wanting to see the world and never knowing life beyond the island. It doesn't really go anywhere, at least not in this season, and it's not really given enough gravity to matter. She mentions it, but at the end they act like it's resolved. Cut to Sokka trying to chat up Suki, which really didn't happen that much in the cartoon. In fact, it was actually she who originally showed interest in him after he shows some humility, but this show did away with a lot of that. And now he's trying to vaguely impress Suki by claiming they basically hold the same job.
I'm the guardian of my village too, so.
You?
Yep.
A guardian?
And instead of humoring him, she expresses disbelief at his ability to fight or defend. Amazing how when it's flipped around, it seems to be totally fine. Sokka couldn't show disrespect to Suki for being the leader of a small town defense. That's not modern, but she can express how incapable and weak she thinks he is, and that's all fine. Here's the really fucked up thing, and I'll talk more about this when we get to that point, but she's also kind of right. This show's version of Sokka is told to be completely incapable, as even acknowledged by his father, and I'm not kidding. Sokka's father, who, mind you, allegedly charged him with protecting the village, will go on to voice the opinion that his son is an incapable loser who will never rise to what the village will need him to be. It's honestly even worse when we see it, but yeah, just in case you thought I was overplaying the whole thing of downplaying the male characters, yeah, this show revels in inventing ways and Sokka, and to a differing degree Aang, have fucked up. Suki raises a valid point next, actually.
So, how are you protecting your people if you're here?
What? I'm not. I mean, I am.
He fumbles an explanation, and actually looks to Katara to save him, to which she and Aang giggle. What do you even want from me at this point, show? Sokka points out that they're similar, and Suki puts him down at length.
The point is, we have a lot in common. We're both warriors, right?
Before she died, Avatar Kioshi trained an elite force in her image. One ready to protect not only our homes, but our way of life. That tradition has been passed down through the generations, and it is now my honor to protect this community and to uphold the values of the Avatar. That is why I'm not just a warrior. I'm a Kioshi warrior.
What the fuck did that have to do with what he said? He wasn't in any way belittling you by calling you a warrior. In fact, to his mind, being called a warrior, being one, is a noble thing. It is a great honor, as is defending the innocent. Yet this show needed to shut him down because she's not just a warrior, she's a Kioshi warrior. It's a really dumb thing they do here. The show was attempting to impress the skill and dedication on display in the cartoon, and that's fine because the cartoon actually does that. The Kioshi warriors are damn impressive, but it doesn't want to take the time to show them being impressive. Again, it wants you to transplant your love for them in the cartoon onto this depiction. Suki in the show manages to capture the warden of a prison single-handed and using incredible athletic skills, because that's the type of skill she has been shown to have. Incredible dexterity, very talented with restraints and redirecting momentum and weight. This show has just had her openly talk about how amazing Kioshi warriors are. Show don't tell comes to mind. Cut to Zuko and Iroh demanding to see the reports, and I suppose this is as good a place as any to discuss the weirdness the show has done with Zuko standing here. In the cartoon, Zuko is the banished prince. He holds little direct power outside of his ship, and he is constantly overmined by the other leaders, and it's understood that Ozai really doesn't give a fuck about him or Iroh.
The Fire Lord's brother and son are welcome guests anytime.
We haven't found him yet.
Did you really expect to? The Avatar died 100 years ago, along with the rest of the Airbenders. You're more pathetic than I thought.
I underestimated him once, but it will not happen again.
No, it will not, because you won't have a second chance.
Commander Zhao, I've been hunting the Avatar for 2 years and
And you failed! Capturing the Avatar is too important to leave in a teenager's hands. He's mine now. Keep them here.
In the show, it treats Zuko like this half the time. The other half of the time, Ozai is fiercely proud of Zuko for finding the Avatar, and he raves about him, even to Azula. Now, if you're sitting there thinking, wait, that makes no fucking sense, well, congratulations, you're smarter than the writers at Netflix. Man, I wish we could pay writers what they're worth based on the provided work, because then we could have gotten the script for this show at a quarter of what they were probably paid. Either that or the script would have been good. I'd take either, frankly. But Zhao, who in this looks, well, like a monkey, pops out of his quarters at the sound of Zuko's voice. Now, Zhao in the cartoon was actually rather intimidating, quick and cunning. Zhao was shown to be an antagonist to Zuko as much as he was to the gang. In this, he's different. We don't even get the Agni Kai fight between him and Zuko. The show will pretend that we do, but we don't. And it's actually really frustrating that the writers missed the point of Zhao's character. See, in the cartoon, Zhao represents the extreme side of what Zuko could become if he were controlled by his rage. Zhao is powerful, though completely uncontrolled. He doesn't care about the consequences of what he does, so long as he achieves his goal. It is this furious animalistic spirit of his that leads him to kill the moon spirit and plunge the world into a state of sheer panic. He is the warning to Zuko to not abandon his reason or give in to his rage, much as he may often come close. In this show, Zhao is little more than an antagonist to Zuko, and it leaves things weird. With Zhao in the cartoon, we actually learn quite a lot about Zuko, especially the chilling tale of how he received his scar and what it meant for him. It's also explained why the Avatar mattered so much to Zuko. It drove home what his motivation was. We get pieces of that, but they're fucked up because the writers thought they were being clever. But I get ahead of myself on that. So Zhao greets Iroh and Zuko, but now we see that Iroh's wit and cleverness come in his lie to Zhao. He claims they were tracking shark squids, because they're migrating, and they tasty. Fucking hell, show. Also, they're searching for maps and reports to aid that search. I get they basically need any leave they have, but what kind of report would be significant enough to suggest Avatar activity that wouldn't demand further investigation by those that discovered it? In the cartoon, news of the Avatar spreads virtually of its own accord. You know, because that's sort of gossip-worthy. Also, there's a clear depiction in the cartoon to show Zuko's ship was significantly smaller than almost any other ship in the fleet. It was both a visual as well as metaphorical sign of how large the Fire Nation was and how much of a joke they treat Zuko to be. It also showed how Zhao was able to frequently overtake or outmaneuver Zuko. He has the beefier boats. But we don't even get a throwaway line to that effect in this show, and so there's no sign of his status or shortcomings in this Avatar hunt. Zhao delays until the morning and the music goes all sinister while the camera stares at him and his gaping mouth for several seconds. You know, so we know he's gonna be a bad guy. Cut to shirtless Sokka, and Suki is getting her perv on.
Like, that's kind of rude.
That's very rude.
Literally wrong.
I'm so...
If a guy did that...
Again, yeah.
100%.
Imagine if the roles were reversed and she just got her tits out and he's just standing there.
I'm so glad we got rid of the scene where Sokka was sexist but humbles himself for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, go fuck yourself, show.
Now, it's worth mentioning, I actually do like the actress they picked for Suki. She can do quite a lot with her face, and she does a good job providing a cute, inquisitive attitude. Just a fucking shame the show writes her in this way. But she stares at him, and even after he makes it quite clear he's uncomfortable, she continues to stare. Flip the genders, everyone, would it still be acceptable? But then she gives an embarrassed look and looks away. Again, good actress. Shit script. Move over to Katara, who is practicing with the water scroll. Mind, in the cartoon, there was an entire episode dedicated to Aang being an exceptionally fast learner, surpassing Katara rather quickly, as he already had several years of airbending practice. This led to her being angry, and she apologized for it. She had a moment called growth, but we don't do that here. And Aang, as I mentioned, will not waterbend in this season, so what is the show to do? Katara moves through the first several steps of the water scroll, which in the cartoon she had been practicing for quite some time, but in this there is no such practice. And then she splashes water at a tree, and Aang tells her how amazing she is.
Amazing! You're natural.
She tells him he should waterbend, which is more than a little valid. Apparently the show will forget all about this line at some point. They splash each other with some water for a while, and it's easily the closest thing to life and character this main cast gets throughout this whole season. And Sokka's not even there. Then food happens, and it seems like quite a lot of food for 3 people. But we get Aang's groupies admiring his force powers. And instead of Katara getting irritated with him showing off, she admires his ability to connect with people. This show is shit. Meanwhile, Suki and her mom discuss their island's history, by which I mean they fuck it up. They claim that they used to live in fear as the Fire Nation surrounded them, yet earlier in this episode, and indeed later on in it, it's expressed that Kioshi Island was known to be neutral in the war, and was considered insignificant by the Fire Nation. So, which is it? Were you someone who had to escape the focus of the Fire Nation, or did they not give a shit? This is an important distinction, show. Again, the cartoon really wasn't super focused on the gritty, realistic story of people who wanted to remain neutral in a war. It's quite easily forgivable, and therefore, before acknowledging that the cartoon doesn't make this mistake, you decided you were going to be grown up, and I'm going to judge you by those grown-up standards. Now, mind, none of this is to say that we should have poor writing in children's content. That argument about children's content shouldn't be judged by a harsh metric and go dive off a fucking cliff.
First off, this is an idiotic argument. Because just because a film is for kids doesn't mean it has the right to suck. because Lion King, Treasure Planet, Atlantis, How to Train Your Dragon, all incredible films that are all directed towards younger audiences. Yeah. Pixar, older Disney, not new Disney. New Disney sucks, but...
Arguably, children's content should be given a greater amount of care, given that it is shaping young minds. But what I mean is that in things like this show, positions in a war and the effects of an expanding empire are very much bits of adult content. So it's all fine and well for a cartoon aimed at children and young teens to say, here's this group of people trying to take over the world and they very, very bad, and leave it at that. An older audience is going to ask for a bit more if you do indeed intend to act as though you're going to delve into the lives of civilians and those living in this empire. The show pretends that it knows such things, but it doesn't. It pretends to show some world building about the lives of those living in the Fire Nation, most principally in the opening of the following episode. But all that in due time, I suppose. For now, let's just leave things at this show is tangling with forces it does not understand. Much like a player fucking around with an Ouija board in Phasmophobia.
Oh, quiet. What? I didn't light them all. I did not light them all.
Oh, good luck.
You fucking asshole!
It wasn't me, I didn't do anything.
Yep, they killed him.
Well, fuck.
Thank you, you dick.
I didn't do anything.
Bullshit, you didn't do anything.
I did nothing.
Bullshit.
I did not light it.
It's about to get fucked. Suki and her mom talk a little bit about Sokka being a distraction, and this sparked a rather unfortunate question in my mind. This city has got to be relatively small. There are, maybe 3 dozen people living here total? There's a genetic concern wherein breeding is concerned there, and the more time that passes on this island engaging in isolationism, the greater a concern that becomes. Cut to Zhao, and we learn that Zuko's crew have rather unceremoniously revealed that he has found the new avatar. Now, this was fine when it happened in the cartoon, but there is rather an issue because of something the show will do later on. See, this show comes up with a neat little idea, and for once I'm not being sarcastic when I say that. It puts forth that the men on Zuko's ship are the men in a division that would have been sacrificed according to his father's war plan. Zuko objected to the loss of life, and when his father banished him, he sent the 44th Division with him on his boat, apparently as their lives were so important as to speak out in the war meeting. That's a great idea, actually, on its own. It's quite neat. Everything around that idea blows donkey dick, and it clashes rather nastily with this moment in the show. If they were just soldiers subservient to a teenager with anger issues, then it's not unreasonable that they might be speaking about his exploits. However, the show seems to think it's found a solution to this, in that the soldiers are not yet aware that Zuko essentially saved their lives. But this ends up raising more questions, such as, why not tell them at any point over the 3 years you've been together? Yeah, I'm the reason you're not dead, so shut up and go where I tell you, is a decent counter-argument to most bitching. But even then, this show misses the opportunity for some character development on the soldiers' part. Let's say, for example, that the soldiers did let this slip. For simplicity, why don't we say it was the lieutenant from earlier that Zuko yelled at, because that would be simple to work with. Then, when it's revealed to this man that Zuko actually saved his life, and that of the crew, it would not only inform his dedication, but allow a bit of guilt for his actions, and at least being partially responsible for why Zuko is now having a harder time returning home, as well as all the rest of the men on his boat. This might lead to a moment I believe we call growth? Are we still familiar with that term? Oh, what's this? Now, this Nothing Man is a character, one who has motive and structure to them. They can actually do things. We might even, forbid, care about him. If you create a few more of these characters and ensure that they do things as needs to happen according to their written character, why, I think that's called a story. Go fucking figure, show. But back to the current episode. So Zhao realizes Zuko is looking for signs of the Avatar, and he tells his men to bring him anything that might point to signs of that Avatar. Wow, brilliant. This is the most military of all time. But sure, Zhao wants to capture the Avatar for militaristic advancement. Fine. He better not skip over a really simple opportunity and, do something like reveal that Zuko identified the Avatar or anything, because that would be dumb. We then cut to Sokka training in the woods with his boomerang that doesn't actually ever boomerang. It never comes back. It's just a throwing thing. But fine, sure, I guess that was too hard. Apparently. Then, suddenly Suki, and she has an actual musical sting for her appearance. She says nothing, but examines his boomerang and he says that he made it himself.
Made it myself.
You made it yourself?
What? How?
With metal?
How?
If it was like a crude boomerang, sure, but that's like refined steel, my guy.
Even wood I would have understood, like...
Made it myself.
Sokka, how? That is refined metal, my man. Don't get me wrong, Sokka is seen to be quite crafty and clever from an engineering standpoint, but a renowned smith working with raw ore that the South Pole doesn't even likely have? Not so much, no. But in a motive that I can only assume was to impress Suki, it's hard to tell since we no longer have a clear motive for him, what with the sexism being removed and not replaced with anything. But he downs one of the melons, and then Suki does this bullshit. No, show. I don't care how much you wanted to do this. I don't care what you were trying to do with this. I mentioned earlier how Suki is insanely skilled, but this? No. This is just dumb. Plus, we don't have the motivation for either character. In the cartoon, Suki feels she has to prove herself to a sexist asshole, and points out that girls are just as capable as boys. Sokka is trying to preserve his own masculinity and his vision of himself as a warrior, despite being virtually untrained and having little combat experience. Oh, don't mind that. That's just a fan film that, for all its cheesy acting, wooden dialogue, and clearly not expert choreography, is still 10 times more enjoyable than this Netflix show, because it, at the very least, understood the assignment between these two. The show does not. He expresses a skill in hand-to-hand combat, and she squares up to him. He starts to stretch, and she grabs him and puts him in a submission hold before he can even take a stance. That's just damn unsporting, Suki.
What?
Okay, but like,
Bitch, he didn't. He wasn't going. Of course you won that. He fucking grabbed him while he was stretching.
Like, in Dark Souls, there's a commonly understood practice where, even upon someone invading the world, it's custom for both participants to bow before beginning the fight. It's seen as extremely unsporting to gank someone while they're being respectful. That was in a game all about killing you and letting other players be a dick. The whole purpose of invading another person's world is to halt their progress. It was even common practice for some areas to become devoted to dueling arenas, where several people would hop into the same world and begin to pair off and duel one another while others would watch the contest go down. Believe it or not, left to their own devices with no encouragement from the creators, Dark Souls players created a 1v1 gladiator arena. Somewhat beautiful in its own way, truth be told. Now that's not to say that players weren't also enormous dickheads. After all, again, the whole intention of invading was to kill the host and send them back. But the point being is that they quickly established a sense of honor in most duels. Suki attacks Sokka while he's still stretching, and he even looks back at her as if shocked and befuddled she would take a cheap shot like this. Meanwhile, she's just smiling at him, as if expecting he's going to ask her to the Kioshi prom or whatever the fuck.
Oh, aren't you proud of yourself? Yeah, well, you're just like, get the fuck away from me.
You fucking weirdo.
That's my favorite part of boxing, is whenever the other boxer is like taking the robe off and putting the gloves on, the other one comes up and sucker punches him in the back of the head.
We have a new heavyweight champion.
Yeah, he was literally just walking away like, you fucking weirdo.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Again, this isn't even a slight on the actress's part. She actually does a good job portraying a playful interest in Sokka. She smiles, she engages him in an almost flirty way. But it's hard to ignore that what she's actually doing is attacking him before he's even lined up to spar, which certainly did not happen in the cartoon. He leaves her, she even seems genuinely upset, as if she has screwed up, which she has, but that would have been fucking obvious based on what you've done, dear. Meanwhile, Katara and Aang are expressing frustration that there is nothing useful in the scrolls and books on Kioshi's life, which makes me wonder what exactly is in there. When I say they're frustrated, truthfully, Aang is frustrated, and what is perhaps the most acting he's done in a hot minute, and Katara is also there. There's a very brief discussion on Kioshi's history, which makes me really wonder what Aang has been reading if he says nothing so basic as she was an orphan, but then the subject switches on a dime, and he asks her about never wanting to fight or hurt anyone. Oh, I thought we were doing the how do I accomplish this daunting task thing for the hero, not the I never wanted to hurt people thing. It's also very hollow. One of my favorite examples of I don't want to hurt people is actually from the Ender's Game book. To briefly explain, though it's a damn good novel for younger adults, if you haven't read it, you probably should. Earth was attacked several years ago by some aliens, and now they need a strong commander for their defensive fleet before they're attacked again. So they grab a bunch of genius children and train them to become commanding officers, because aside from being geniuses, they think faster than adults and aren't weighed down by the burden of war experience. After he damn near genocides the enemy, Ender, who was also an incredibly empathetic kid, screams that he never wanted to kill them, that he was tricked into doing it by the teachers, and they told him it was just a game, a challenge to overcome, hence the title of the book. The idea of a kid who isn't a violent kid being forced to do violent things is actually quite heartbreaking, but you have to actually explore some of that, and the show doesn't bother exploring anything beyond the cavities of its own asshole. But because it's not done fucking things up, we get this.
The other kids used to say I was lucky because I never really had to train. But I did have to train. Not to develop my powers, but to keep them under control.
Oh, for fuck's sake, show! Stop! Stop doing this. Stop doing they're so amazing at birth that they have to learn to control their power, and everyone else resents them for it. It's fucking dumb. It's weak. It's weak-ass sauce, and you ruin it the moment you touch it. It was weak in Mulan, it was weak in Captain Marvel, it was weak in Star Wars, it's weak now. It has nothing to do with sexism or hating strong women. I hate weak characters. And the fucked up thing is you actually can tell a story about somebody who was really strong in their abilities. You know, somebody who might become arrogant, somebody who might be heading down a dark path due to their natural talent. You can even tell a story about somebody who has to treat everything around them like it's made of glass because they're too strong. See some of the better Superman stories.
That man won't quit as long as he can still draw a breath. None of my teammates will. Me? I've got a different problem. I feel like I live in a world made of cardboard, always taking constant care not to break something, to break someone. Never allowing myself to lose control, even for a moment, or someone could die. What we have here is a rare opportunity for me to cut loose and show you just how powerful I really am.
But Aang's story is all about an opposing force, and you just finished telling me he doesn't know if he can be strong enough. But also in the same breath, now you're telling me he's so strong from birth that the other people didn't like him. What the shit, show? Also, what the fuck are you talking about with training? The only other benders we've seen are Katara and Zuko, and with that being put forth, it feels more like you're implying that Zuko is incompetent, because everyone around him seems to have mastered bending after a day or two of training. Everyone else is an amazing prodigy, and when everyone is an amazing prodigy...
No one will be. No one said anything, but I could tell. They were scared of me.
Right then. Show, I take it I'm supposed to have forgotten about the cartoon again?
When I went,
No. Like,
what if nothing in here?
the reason why they didn't want to fucking play games and shit with him is because
they know that
he had.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the Avatar, so he had natural affinity for that kind of stuff. So it was like he was cheating.
Right.
Even though he was no different after they found out he was the Avatar. Like,
Well, that was his whole point. He's like, I'm the same guy. Like,
Imagine what'll happen.
It's like, well, but you're the Avatar now. It's like, but I wasn't before, but I still was. So what's the difference?
Just like how you and Sokka were when I went into the Avatar state.
Yes, but Aang, you weren't in the Avatar state in the flashback, son.
What if I never learn how to control my power?
Is that what we're landing on then? I'm actually asking. Are we doing the Superman story that he's so powerful he doesn't need to train and he'll hurt people if he's not careful? That sure as shit wasn't his problem in the cartoon, except with firebending. But okay, if that's what you want filmed, then just remember that you asked for this. Then Katara completely shifts course in conversation again by telling him he's not alone because all the past Avatar lives are with him and they are his past lives. I must be having a stroke again. Like, you cannot actually be serious. Joe, you already did this. Gran-Gran expressed that already. And fucking aside from that, being alone is not his concern. I'm fucking baffled. Literally in the same scene, Aang's problem has shifted from I cannot be strong enough to I am too strong to I am alone. Stop jumping tracks like this. I can't keep up. I'm only one man, show. Jump over to Zuko and Iroh, noticing that Zhao's boat is gone, which seems like it couldn't have happened that quickly if you've been anywhere around, but okay, whatever. We've seen that these boats cannot outstrip a flying bison. Then, I shit you not, as they question where he's gone, a totally random passerby says that Zhao overheard about a flying cow on Kioshi Island, which he took off after. This man does not even put forth this as a joke or rumor. He just casually drops this, as if saying Zhao were told this information by the Pink Elephant Brigade. Uh-huh. I can't tell if we're supposed to laugh at the fact that this man mistook a bison for a cow, but no, show, I'm not having it. Who the fuck is this market man who overheard the secret military information? Who is this fucking deity of chaos designed as a simple market man? Cut to Suki training the warriors, which is mostly fine. She corrects small mistakes in their posing, tests their reflexes and the like, and that's all good and fine. Sokka watches, trying his best to mimic their poses, because, you know, he can't go and ask for help. That would show character growth, and we don't do that here. Suki sees him watching and dismisses her student before beginning to train him. He does not ask for this training. She doesn't have a chance to appreciate some newfound humility, nor indeed does she put him in the traditional Kyoshi warrior garb. Wow, actual drag phobia on display. Nice job, Netflix. Promoting child pornography in the form of cuties, it's all good. But we can't possibly have a scene where they dress Sokka up like a Kyoshi warrior because, I suppose. Suki instantly begins leading him through poses, but, like, how does he know how to do these? He watched her for all of 10 seconds, and considering she just had to correct his hand position a second ago, he just has to move with her instantly. Fuck, I think even Broadway tells dancers the instructions first before berating them for a mistake. Most of this, she's not even watching him. What kind of teacher are you, madam? It's also one thing to have her perform the move as a demonstration, but this isn't demonstrating, it's leading. Though she does have eyes in the back of her head to correct his footing here. Then, and I think this is in slow-mo, though that might have been the result of my self-inflicted head wound as a result of slamming my head into the desk, he turns around and looks at her, mouth agape, like a fucking lemon. Then he ends up off balance after a rather poorly performed spin, and she pulls him forward, and he grabs her hips to avoid falling. As cliche as this is, it does work. And again, the actress actually does a rather remarkable job with her reaction here. Her eyes are wide and mouth slightly open, in a universal sign of surprise. But there is no anger, instead she shows interest, intrigue, and perhaps even a hint of physical interest. The actress really does a good job with very little. It reminds me of Oscar Isaac and John Boyega in the sequel trilogies, actors displaying talent and content that had no idea how to utilize them. Meanwhile, Aang is meditating on a rock and hears the voices of several people telling him lines throughout his life in the style of Game of Thrones Season 8, warning that Dany was going to go mad. Oh no, Aang is going to start burning down King's Landing. What is odd is that the majority of these lines are things he himself said.
Scared of my power. I'm scared of you.
When the world needed the Avatar the most, he vanished. He ran.
I only want power.
Which is why you will make the...
He's meditating on his own wisdom. That's conceited as fuck. Aang connects to Kyoshi's Discord call, and Katara... I can't call it acting. She does this, and we move on to Aang contacting Kioshi in the spirit world. Ugh, now we get to open this can of worms. Now, see, the spirit world in Avatar is strange, but it does have its own set of rules, even if they aren't clearly defined. Somewhat like the Force in the OT during that regard. The rules may not be clearly set, but they are clearly present. Aang does learn how to communicate with his past lives over the course of the show, but this is while he's basically in between worlds on the back of a lion turtle, who understands the fundamentals of bending. On top of that, he can reach out to them for mastering all four elements, and after having done that, he can spend a fair bit of time in the spirit world, already having unlocked all of his chakras in order to master the Avatar state. That is when he talks to them. Only in this show, he's done none of those things. Sure, he was able to speak to Roku in the cartoon before mastering any of that, but that was on a specific day, and only that specific day, in Roku's temple designed for the Avatar. This show will go on to say that so long as Aang is at a shrine of an Avatar, it's all Gucci like the search with the snakes. Sorry, bad reference there. But this is done so Kyoshi can yell at Aang, and I'm not joking. Never mind that this is supposed to be Roku's job to talk to Aang like this. Never mind that in the cartoon this is done so that Aang could avoid being boiled in oil. Never mind that Kyoshi claims to have been waiting for this moment. Just never mind any of that. Meanwhile, Zuko expresses frustration that their ship cannot go faster than it is, and Iroh, completely missing the point, says, "You waited 3 years." Iroh, the problem isn't the amount of time they have to wait. No, it's that Zhao has a huge fucking lead on you. Why do you suck in this version? Why aren't you anything like Iroh is supposed to be?
We made the conscious decision to not make Iroh sound like the way Mako spoke in the animated series. I didn't want to be a mimic. You know, I wanted to bring the truth, the honesty, the authenticity of who Iroh was and what he was trying to accomplish with Zuko especially. So it was really exciting and terrifying to sort of take that leap.
Look, I'm trying not to be frustrated with that answer, but it feels really fucking lazy and disrespectful when I hear people say shit like, oh, I don't want to sound like the original voice actor, even though that voice is iconic, much loved, and basically a part of that fucking character, as far as the fans are concerned. I mean, it's not like whenever they were forced to hire a replacement VA for Mako, they just told him, oh, you know, do whatever. I wonder how he felt when trying to perform Mako's cadence.
And so when he passed away, it was like very emotional for everybody. And so when it happened, it was when he was in jail. And I remember coming in and I'm doing the scene to Uncle, and I'm like kind of apologizing to him. But in that episode, he has no, Uncle was just in the cell, no lines. And it was very like, it was just crazy. And then Greg came in. And then Greg, that little room I was talking about that had me in, Greg was in there. And no one can see him, and the rest of the cast is there, and we continue the next episode the next week. And then when he started doing the character, the room, I mean, both us and the people, the producers and director, Andrea Romano, we all, there's a producer room and there's a cast room with the glass, and then there's this private room where Greg's at, we can't see, and he starts talking to me, and it was like hearing Mako from the grave, we all burst in tears. It was so wild.
You're very kind. I always knew that, you know, I was replacing an iconic character, but more important than that, it was the iconic actor that played the iconic character. And I got to admit, that first day, I was terrified. I did meet his daughter and his grandson. And it was at the I think it was at the penultimate record session for Samurai Jack. And I was checking into Cartoon Network security, and someone ahead of me had written Mako. And I thought, well, that's a sick joke. What's up with that? And I walked back to the green room, and Genndy Tartakovsky says, hey, somebody I want you to meet here. This is Mako's daughter and grandson, who's also named Mako. And I'm going, Genndy, I wish you'd give me the heads up here. Because, again, it's one thing to do the voice of an iconic actor. It's another thing to do the voice of somebody's beloved father, you know, and grandfather. So I'm freaking out. Fortunately, I cannot see her from my vantage point in the booth. But Phil Lamar says that the minute I started to speak, his daughter just goes like this. And then after the session, she comes right up to me with tears in her eyes and says, "Thank you so much. It was like he was in the room with me again." And you know, I still, of all the things that I've ever done, I think that's one of the things that means the most to me, because I have received so many gifts from Mako, and it was nice to be able to give that gift back. And you know, you think about things as it relates to your own life, and you know, I think what I wouldn't give to hear even an imperfect impression of my own father's voice again. So that, you know, the fact, that's as close as I ever got to Mako. I hope to meet him someday, but not today, if it's okay.
Wow, that's a really respectful attitude. I wonder what his attitude is towards a money-greeting company like Disney's. Well, that's telling, but then Zuko wants to act.
3 years. There were times I thought I'd never find the Avatar. But it's almost worse now that I know he's close. Because now the chance to go home is real.
Oh, I thought maybe we were going to get something meaningful there, but then we didn't.
Sometimes hope can be a cruel thing.
I mean, I'm not going to say the cartoon continues to do this better in every single way. That'd be cruel. Instead, I'll just put this little clip right here.
So that's why he's so obsessed. Capturing the Avatar is the only chance he has of things returning to normal.
Things will never return to normal. But the important thing is, the Avatar gives Zuko hope.
Sokka and Suki mount each other while panting heavily and grunting. Those are not my words, those are from the subtitles. Suki gets up, and I'm conflicted on this next bit because Suki does affirm Sokka here. He says he's from a place where there's no call for a real warrior. She tells him that she thinks he is one.
To be honest, where I'm from, there's not much call for a real warrior.
I think you're a real warrior.
Not like you. You're not even a bender, and you're the fiercest fighter I've ever met.
What matters is not the power inside. It's the will and desire.
That's actually serviceable stuff. making it miles above the usual dialogue in this show. It's also rather sweet for her to understand her budding romantic interest in him and to affirm his self-doubt, even though he's evasive in facing them. She, in a rather more word-salad way, points out that powers and bending aren't what makes someone a warrior, but desire and heart. That's all actually rather sweet stuff. On the other hand, I'm distracted from all that because Suki apparently has one of the best makeup removers to ever exist ever, in the form of a cloth and a bowl of water. The Mulan cartoon would be jealous of this shit, holy crap. I've used face paint for my own music videos and that shit is supposed to wash off easy, and I still end up having smudges on my face after a few hours for a shoot.
Okay, good. I was a little worried that wasn't gonna come off well, and I mean, it's not completely off. Still some on my forehead, I think. A little bit, but mostly it's gone, so.
Granted, I don't actually use makeup remover, I'm just scrubbing away with soap and a rag, but still. Then, Mom is smiling on them because I guess she doesn't want her daughter to grow up hooking up with an outsider. No, much better to have Suki hook up with someone who's probably her first cousin. They start to kiss and are interrupted by the bell. And then the show's mental stupidity chimes in again.
The bell.
You hear it too?
We have to go.
Sokka, how the living fuck is she not supposed to hear that? Or is this some stupid comment? I don't even know what this is. Katara tries to shake Bali, but he's too deep into the beast sense spell to hear her. Then Kioshi gives Aang some word salad.
There are many dimensions to being the Avatar. You need to be a guardian, a general, a mediator, a guide. You must fill several roles, and many of them require unparalleled strength.
Oh, well, good, he has unparalleled strength. Remember, Show? Remember how his problem is that he's way too strong? Should he have all this wrapped up then?
That's why I need to master all the bending disciplines? To become strong?
No. Firstly, I've just said he's already too powerful, and there's a multitude of reasons to master all the elements. Firstly, versatility, knowledge, understanding, balance, perhaps all being the top 4. Also, this show fucks with the Avatar state quite a bit. The Avatar state is apparently the superpower he has to control, instead of being the memory and skill of all his past lives. Also, remember how the big threat is that if he's killed, he won't reincarnate into the Avatar state? Yeah, they don't mention that part. So, why wouldn't he just use the Avatar state all the time? It's basically left up in the air here. You might say, well, maybe he can't do it at will. After all, in the show, he had to open all his chakras to do that. If you do make that excuse, then you haven't watched episode 8. Not that I blame you.
The Avatar state gives you the strength of 1,000 benders.
I've seen it. It's dangerous.
If uncontrolled, yes. But it can also be the ultimate weapon. And it can save your life.
Yeah, it could also end the Avatar, but apparently we're not going to talk about that. What the shit, Show? Zuko then bitches that there's no way around Zhao's men, and Iroh points out that even though he has no way of knowing this, Aang is probably by the Kioshi statue, and the statue is super far away from the town, so Zhao's search party won't have found him yet. Those with more than 2 functioning brain cells and a long-term memory will see why this is a bit of a problem from what happened earlier. But the show's not concerned with the train wreck it's made, it wants to see if it can fit through plot holes, so it's going to make them bigger. But as I alluded to earlier, if the statue is so far away that an entire search team doesn't locate Aang and his team, then how did the Kioshi warriors know they were there? I suppose they could have seen Appa, but we never really hear about it, and Appa basically disappears as soon as they land. Yeah, this show forgets about Appa a fucking lot. Cut to Zhao storming into town and stating that he believes there are outsiders around, and Mom denies it, so he insists on a search. All well and good. Except, Sokka is right fucking there. The man is literally in eyesight wearing Water Tribe clothes. Almost like if you had dressed him in a Kioshi garb, this wouldn't be a bleeding problem. But you went and changed something without thinking about it, and you fucked yourself, as you so often do. Then there's some fucking awful dialogue.
We like keeping to ourselves.
Yes, I've heard Kioshi Island has had an admirable history of staying, shall we say, insignificant. Which is why there's been no need for the Fire Nation to get involved in your affairs.
Wow, almost like every single person here already knows this, and this is said expressly for the viewer.
Commander, the way I see it, you and your men are the only outsiders here.
What? I get this is supposed to be a go queen slay moment or what the fuck ever, but as Zhao, do you not take that as a challenge? And what do you mean the way I see it? Isn't that indicating that there's something else here? Genuinely, if you had to remove her words the way I see it, then that line would have made far more sense, maintained the stress and challenge, and not been so fucking weird about her covering for the Avatar. And also, why is she suddenly covering for the Avatar? She was all against these outsiders most of the step of the way. If your concern is only for your people and maintaining your isolation, then why are you suddenly inserting yourself on the side of a war? Mom had a whole character arc that we apparently missed somewhere. The obvious answer is that through Suki's interest in Sokka, her heart has been softened, but that hasn't been what we've seen. Zhao sends his men to do a sweep, and apparently they all are fucking blind, because again, a clear Water Tribe member is right fucking there. Oh well, maybe clothes don't give people away in this show. Maybe despite everything we've seen, the nations don't abide to color coding. I mean, they always seem to, but let's pretend for a second that they don't. Maybe it'll be fun. But Mom grabs one of the soldiers and does this.
I beg your fucking pardon?
No.
Yeet!
What?
She threw him like 30 feet!
Oh my god. That's ridiculous.
That's gonna be the clip. That's gonna be the clip.
Show? No. Okay? No. That's fucking stupid. And you should feel bad for doing this. I don't care if she was jacked like The Rock. She did not yeet this man in armor 30 fucking feet with no effort. Does she actually throw him one-handed? Bitch, you missed your calling as a pitcher. Holy shit. How did you think this was acceptable? This is hilarious. In the sense of the show has gone absolutely insane. Mom is no bender. She's not utilizing some technique. How did she do this? How can she do this? How can anyone do this? And it's not like this just puts one soldier out either. 3 men are sent sprawling like this. Again, I have to ask, why did they do this? And I can only come up with one answer, which is she's a woman and this is supposed to make her impressive as a warrior, which is really fucking annoying because the Kioshi were already capable warriors without having super strength or Mulan's chi or whatever the fuck this is. Zuko, walking around, sees Katara, and she reacts with all the concern of somebody who just witnessed someone else scratch their ass.
You want to know what is the Avatar? I can't tell you that.
I'm sorry? Bitch, you were the Avatar. I worked an overnight stocking job for 3 years. I could give you a pretty fucking cohesive description of that job, and it's not as if in the broad strokes the Avatar is really all that hard to describe. They're protector of the world and the bridge between the physical and the spiritual world, master of all 4 elements, and a symbol of balance.
Every Avatar is different.
Right, that's why he's seeking advice. This is literally the ideal response for a young kid who doesn't know what to do. I'm out of my depths, I shall seek advice from my elders who did this before me. And the response is, oh, well, I can't tell you, you have to discover it for yourself. I won't even tell you what my journey was. It might be different if she had said that about his specific path, or how to unlock the Avatar state, or learning what matters, or locating bending masters, or even how to save the world. But they're talking about what the Avatar is, the literal basics of his position. Fucking hell, show. And then we begin this really fucking bizarre beatdown on Aang for his time being frozen in ice, which, I'll mind you, he didn't mean to do.
But what if I hurt someone along the way?
And how many have already been hurt because you haven't been here?
Okay, yeah, that's a pretty fucking extreme stance, especially towards a child. But Kioshi is somebody for whom justice is paramount, so she's probably just upset at the loss of life. It's not like she's screaming at him or anything.
Run away from your responsibilities again, and even more will be hurt. Being the Avatar means putting your duties above all else, even your life.
Ah. Oof.
It was an intense scene between you two, but I think
I
I
want
did
to
its
yell
job.
at him. And even more will be hurt. Being the Avatar means putting your duties above.
Why are you screaming at him?
They're getting one part right and the other part's all wrong. Like, her sense of justice superseded everything else.
That's probably, that's a better way to put it, yeah.
she like they're overdoing her with emotions right here.
It's not like Aang's question was invalid or anything. It's like, what if I hurt people? Well, how many people have been hurt because you worked there?
Dumbledore said calmly.
Kioshi gives Aang a vision of the North Pole being attacked. Wait, she can do that?
Sorry, bud. I kind of said it like it was normal, but it's crazy.
That's a skill she has? She can see visions or give other people visions even after she's dead? What exactly is going on here? What is this shit? Did you see that the air nomads were going to be wiped out? Why didn't you just try to stop that? How do you do this? How do you know this? How do you... She's literally just being plot motivation at this point. We need to get Aang to the North Pole, but we fucked up the thing that should have him going to the North Pole by learning waterbending, and Katara's already amazing, so they don't go there for a teacher. Instead, they have to go to stop this vision, which they don't stop, by the way. What the shit? But also Kioshi reveals that there will be an attack on the Northern Water Tribe just sometime, apparently. No date, no instruction. This isn't like, oh, you must defeat the Fire Lord before the comet returns. That's a clear and definable goal. Protect the Water Tribe raises questions. When? From whom? Will they return if defeated? At what time? What scale? It's not clear. If the stake is that the Benders might be being killed, can we just pick them up and move them somewhere else?
You asked me what it means to be the Avatar. It means being a warrior.
Yeah, but you said you couldn't tell him what it meant. Now all of a sudden you have an answer? Well, fuck, that came about quickly, didn't it? And what do you mean about him being a warrior? What about the times that the Avatars lived when all four nations were in peace? What about the original story of Avatar Kuruk that y'all had to change so it doesn't apply anymore? I can't help but compare this to Aang's discussion with Kioshi in Book 3 of the cartoon. She urges him to take swift and decisive action. That's a very different approach from whatever this is. Cut to the battle, and Saki and Suki are fighting together. I actually want to like this, although I'm forced to discuss the fact that they have not trained together, not in fighting, not like this, and they somehow are using perfect team attacks and everything else. Mom is superpowering her way through 4 soldiers solo, because of course she is, though fuck me if you can tell what it is she's actually doing. I sure shit can't make heads or tails of it. What exactly is this? More of Saki and Suki's team up, some of which is actually not too bad, the rest of which is incomprehensible due to the angles and rapid cuts. Zhao targets Suki through a slow-motion fire blast, and Sokka beats it away with the fan, which is fine, except that he didn't train with the fans in this. But, okay, I guess. But that was also one fire blast. He can do that type of shit all day, every day. Or is this the one-hit instant kill that has a day-long cooldown? In which case, good thing you recognize that, Sokka. Zhao suddenly realizes that this is a shit show and stands there, contemplating how bad this might be for his career, and he wonders if he could just walk off set, but the contract has been signed and he's been paid so he can go nowhere.
Where is your friend? You said he could help us.
What? Why are you taking for granted that the Avatar is going to come help you? This has never been established. He never promised that he was going to defend this city. You have been, at most, a begrudging host. He hasn't exactly promised to help defend you from the Fire Nation, and as far as you know, Aang may not even know that the Fire Nation is here. Is this show suggesting that because we know what's happening, Aang automatically knows? Or is the statue somehow magically moved close enough to the town that they're in eyesight again?
Where is your friend? You said he could help us.
When? I don't recall that. I've already watched this series twice through in its entirety, which is more than enough for me, or indeed any sane human being.
What if I do what you say and it all just becomes worse?
It will. Your very presence in this world will make things worse.
Well, fuck, you certainly aren't the Avatar prep talks. There's multiple responses here, perhaps the easiest go-to being that things you love and good things are worth fighting for, and if you don't, things will get far worse. But Kioshi is her own brand of advice in this show.
Hope does not come without a cost.
I'm sorry, I do think it's important to clarify. You do want Aang to fight, right? You do want him to stop the Fire Nation, because this sounds far more like a give-it-up speech than an instructional or motivational one. Katara stands against Zuko, despite her being massively outnumbered, and he warns her away.
So what's the point?
You want things to be easy. None of this will be easy. Avoid your duties any longer, and not only will you fail to save the world, you won't even be able to save this island.
Okay, sure, but you make it sound like he's fucked no matter what. Why are you so bad at giving advice? Katara stands against the soldiers and... Look, let me slow this down for a second so you can see the stupid. Some, perhaps 6 soldiers surround her, several being at least 10 feet or so ahead of Zuko. She water splashes, only Zuko is left to fight. I'm not making that up. All the soldiers on both sides are out of the fight, at least for the moment. Fuck you, show. Kioshi starts to pilot Aang and... I'm sorry, did she just fly there? It sure as fuck looked like she flew there. She can't do that, right? Surely, that would be really, really dumb. And how did she even know what was going on the island? How does she know where Zuko was? Or who was friendly to Aang and who was not? Surely it would be awkward if she killed Katara right now. This is one of those areas where I'm conflicted quite a bit, because this is a mostly cool moment. And again, Avatar Kioshi was indeed a badass, and this is the Avatar state on her island. I don't mind her wiping out the forces and being impressive, that's actually all fine. But on the other hand, I can't help but mention this. We shouldn't be here yet. Roku is supposed to be the one who opens Aang up to all this kind of stuff. We've cut so many moments to get here, and none of the other avatars get this type of moment. They give Kurik an excuse, and I'll be honest, I kinda like his, but Roku just gets shafted for no real reason I can think of, outside of budget, and I'm being a bit generous there. The other reason I can think of is budget, and it's frustrating to me because, yeah, it stinks of the strong women mindset of Hollywood, and it's super annoying because it doesn't need that. Kioshi, much like Katara, was already incredibly impressive. Now, let me see if I can explain what I mean a little bit more. Now, for example, in Star Wars, I'm a massive fan of Mara Jade. I won't go into a full character breakdown because it's not really relevant. Point being, Mara Jade is a clever, capable assassin turned captain turned Jedi wife and mother. She is a really fucking cool character, and may have sparked my appreciation for smart and sassy redheads. Point being, I have recently come to the realization that I do not want Disney to put Mara Jade in anything. I don't want them to use Wedge or Kyle Katarn. I don't want them to use Dash Rendar. I don't want Windu to come back. I don't want more Boba Fett stories. I don't want any more Kenobi. And it's not because I don't like those characters. I love all of them. They have stories to tell, some of which are pretty fucking good. Some of which are cool, even if they are insane. Like, one of my more favorite comic issues when I was a kid, out of the Dark Horse series, was whenever Boba Fett and Darth Vader have a fight in a volcano over a woman's head in a box that can give people visions of the futures. That is butt-chugging vodka levels of insane, but I loved it all the same. I really like Mara Jade's character, and it's slightly painful that we've never gotten a live-action adaptation, well, an official one, as Mark Hamill likes to occasionally joke about.
Well, my son reads all the Star Wars novels and so forth, and he goes, "Hey, Dad, did you know Luke Skywalker's married with children? And look, your wife's a smoking hot redhead." I said, "Leave it to them to get me a girlfriend 9 years after I left the series." Her name's Mara Jade, so come on over, Mara.
But I don't want Disney to do it because they'll do something like this show. They'll screw her up. And what cool moments she may have will be brought through a similar mindset in a similar moment, hence diminishing the character. That's the real irony of it. And their desire to make women awesome, they make them less. For another example, take Suicide Squad. No, the shit one. I know we agreed not to talk about that one anymore. We won't spend a ton of time here. In that, Joker and Harley are portrayed as being a caring couple, albeit very mentally ill. In fact, that was actually part of the fucking marketing. It entirely misses the point of their characters, summarized in a rather brilliant video by the Warp Zone.
What were you thinking with Harley and me?
What, you guys were a cute couple?
Yes, that's exactly the problem. We're not supposed to be #relationship goals. We're supposed to be the textbook example of an abusive relationship. I don't really love Harley. Hell, I've thrown her out more buildings than I can even count. But you had to muck all that up by making us a pair of lovesick puppies, making me look like an emotionally dependent rube, and Margot robbing Harley of her empowering moment when she finally realizes that she's better off without me and leaves.
To a lesser extent in Birds of Prey, which was also shit, it just picks up on Harley having a breakdown because she and Joker broke up. And then she goes all bad bitch to prove she's good enough without him, totally skipping a prevalent moment in the comics when she actually leaves her abuse victim. It's not that Harley Quinn isn't impressive in her own way. She is. It's just also so shit when trying to show her off. This show's depiction of Kioshi isn't nearly so offensive as Birds of Prey is, but it comes from the same mindset. It's part of the same breed. It was so keen to show off a strong woman that it shot her and everyone else in the foot on the way to do it. After impressing Zuko into submission, I guess, because he doesn't look injured, she doesn't seem to even attack him. She just superhero poses like Black Widow, and then... yeah. Anyway, after that, she rockets off like a fucking Super Saiyan. Show? This is not a thing, even amongst the best firebenders. You didn't show Sozin being this good under the comet which was later named for him. I promise I'm not just screaming wolf over this shit. It happens again and again. And believe me, we're still not done with it in this show. Kioshi Superlands, I don't know what this was supposed to be. She Mario butt slams into the battlefield and sends all the bad guys except Zhao flying. Aha. Here's a thought. You know how this show likes to keep pretending it's a big girl, so we'll take it seriously as a real piece of media, despite the fact that the cartoon was far more serious and better represented than this thing is? Why not depict the Fire Nation as using older style formations in their battle moments? Almost like British firing lines. That would actually make a lot of sense, as they have more soldiers and they are the more militaristic power, and then you can have the other nations be like resistance forces and use guerrilla tactics. There's even some precedent for that in the cartoon. Then, this move of Kioshi's would have actually made some sense. We last saw the Fire Nation soldiers were spread out into about a dozen individual skirmishes, so how she could have knocked them all down without hitting any allies is fucking beyond me. If they were all grouped up in formation, that might have made sense. Granted, in the bending world, grouping up is probably not a great idea most of the time, but it doesn't stop people from marching in formations or attacking in groups anyway, and it would have been a cool visual bit of world building showing that the Fire Nation was again more militaristic. It also would have helped drive home how outclassed our heroes and their allies are. Even the cartoon did that during the Day of the Black Sun. Everyone has a moment and they nut over how cool Kioshi is, except Katara's there. Seriously, dear, can you, act, please? Wait, how are you there? You were literally by Kioshi when she attacked Zuko. She rocket blasted away, landed here for a couple seconds, and stood posing, and now you're here. Either Kioshi sat posing for a fucking hour, or Katara can now water jetpack. Either answer is of the dumb. Kioshi starts kicking ass, which is all good and fine. She was again a super powerful avatar. And Zhao shouts for everyone to pull back, and Kioshi scares them as they flee. Not really very Kioshi of her, she probably would have killed every single one of these motherfuckers without mercy. Oh, but it's based on a kid show. I thought you wanted to court the Game of Thrones audience. Visceral battle was a whole fucking big part of that show. I mean, at least in the first few seasons. When you said you wanted a Game of Thrones audience, did you mean seasons 7 and 8? Because I'm actually starting to wonder if that was the goal. And show, you don't want that audience, even if a few of them exist. Aang comes back and everyone gathers with all the grace and subtlety of a 3 a.m. car alarm, and we move on as if it's no big deal. Aang once again displaying all the fucking acting chops of a stale bowl of ramen.
I brought this here.
Which is why you have to go.
I'm sorry, are we not discussing what just went down? You can almost feel the screenwriter's hand coming down to brush everyone on to the next scene. What is this shit? This show is bantha poo. Like, genuinely, it reminded me of this Key of Awesome clip.
I'm quitting the band.
Oh, no.
Don't quit the band, Ringo. You're a great drummer.
Yeah.
It's just so jarringly out of place tonally.
Just leave you.
They want the Avatar, not us.
True, but you've just defied them openly, and been shown to be working with the Avatar. You stayed out of things before by being out of the way and being unimportant to them. You really don't think they're going to come back to capture and torture you? If not for information, then just for shits and giggles, because Fire Nation?
There's nothing here that we've lost that can't be replaced.
You know, except the lives. Those are at least certainly harder to replace. Takes like 9 months to even get materials. Or did none of your people die in this fight? I know we didn't see the deaths, I assume they just happened off screen. Show, do you not know what death is? Do you not do that anymore? You did it in the opening, you got off on it.
And you've given us something far more valuable in return. A reason to believe again.
Seriously, when did this arc happen? When did you start believing in him, or even show that you got what the Fire Nation overturned? When did any of this happen? Because it wasn't in the show we got. Sokka and Suki go off to have a romantic moment, and they have a passionate kiss, where she gives him her fan. Surely I have no issue with this, right? I mean, I've been praising what little bit this actress does. Sokka and Suki do end up together at the end of the show, and I've already paid this actress a fair few compliments. No, I have a problem with this, and it's one we'll hit a little bit harder at the end of the season. It's called Yui. See, in the cartoon, Suki does indeed kiss Sokka here, but it's a peck on the cheek, and it's more of an expression of interest than a declaration of any kind. There's really no remember me token. That's why even later in the season he refers to Yui as his first girlfriend, despite meeting Suki first. Don't get me wrong, this isn't to dissuade Suki in any way. In the cartoon, she makes a very solid bid on the title of best girl, although to be fair, most of the women make a solid bid there. That's why it's so frustrating the way this show handles the women, because they were already done very well in the cartoon, even several of the minor characters. Like, for example, take Jin, a small single one-off character who expressed interest in Zuko during the Tales of Ba Sing Se. She comes off as incredibly sweet and caring. She genuinely seems like a joyful girl and represents the idea of a different life for Zuko, one which at the time he doesn't think he can possibly pursue. It's even implied she may understand that he's a firebender given his lighting of the lanterns, though that's more of a fan theory than anything confirmed. Point being, she's treated like a real character despite an incredibly brief appearance. We don't spend much time on motivation or desire, but she absolutely has personality and character to her. She is interesting. I find that I wouldn't mind reading what happens to her after all this. I want happy things for her and many other side characters in this cartoon. This presents so little of the life and character that the cartoon gives so many people. Characters and plot come first and foremost, grandstanding second. We have a brief moment on Appa. Remember Appa? Where's he been for the past day or so? Sokka talks about Aang struggling while Aang is 10 feet away as if he can't hear him.
Nifty trick you pulled back there, channeling Scary Lady. Does this mean we'll be seeing more of her?
Kioshi said I can only call upon one of the past avatars when I'm in their shrines.
When did she say that? We saw your conversation with her, and I don't recall that being anywhere. Oh, I see. This is this show's BS excuse for why Aang can't just Kioshi his way across the country. This feels almost as if it were said during a reshoot. Though I certainly don't know that, it just carries that energy.
We just gotta get there before the firebenders catch up to us.
Catch you? Catch you how? You outrun Fire Nation ships and you can travel in almost infinite directions. You aren't taking side quests or anything. They shouldn't be able to touch you. Show? You don't care, do you?
The waterbending masters, they are the best in the world. They could train you.
Yeah, that might even happen, allegedly. Imagine if Aang waterbended, or trained even once in this show. Crazy thought there. We're still not done with this dog shit episode, though. Cut to Zhao covering his ass, which really didn't feel like he should have to do. Again, the Fire Nation takes Zuko to be a joke. The banished prince and his cowardly uncle. Yet in this, it's treated as if Zuko has standing and power. Oh well, I'm sure it won't get any worse in like 2 seconds.
Don't tell anyone.
Fuck me. You guys get why this is stupid, right? You get why this is dumb? I don't have to explain it? Alright, well, just in case there's somebody slow in the background. Zuko telling Zhao not to tell anyone expresses exactly how important this is, as if it wasn't already clear because Avatar. But it shows your hand, Zuko. You were revealing to the enemy your greatest shortcoming. Ugh, this show sucks, and we're still in episode 2.
Working together, we'd be able to devote twice as many resources.
Just confirming Zhao is literally no more powerful than Zuko and has no extra resources. Zuko is not a Fire Nation joke in this show. He is instead somehow of equal strength and resources to a captain. Thanks for the kick to the story there. I think it might be dead. Zhao writes to the Fire Lord revealing some secret information. He reveals that Zuko discovers the Avatar. Why would he hand over the credit? That doesn't make any sense. We don't learn that until later, but that is what happens. But yeah, apparently Zhao, as an ambitious and determined military man, has gone behind Zuko's back to give him credit. Fuck me, this show's dumb. Anyway, that will close out episode 2. Well, surely that's got to be the worst episode of the bunch, right? Surely it's not going to continue going downhill from there. One of my fine viewers has expressed that they stopped watching this show halfway through, and would have given it a 5 or a 6 out of 10. Oh, my sweet summer child. You know not the dangers of the long nights. Hang on, things are gonna get painful, and I need to cleanse my mental palate before we continue.
There are no live-action remakes of The Last Airbender,
There is only the cartoon, and the cartoon is so wonderful, nobody would ever be stupid enough to mess with it. Episode 3 of this disaster opens on the Fire Nation, and we have a couple of really nice shots of what I think is Capital City. I don't know. Episode 1 had a title card, only for every other location to go, yeah, fuck it, they know where they are. A nice little title card here and there is not obtrusive, and it's not a bad thing every so often. And we can even get around not having them at all. It's this sometimes thing that's fucking confusing. But a long shot brings us into this revolution, and I can see the generic fairies have been hard at work working on this script again.
Everything is set. We strike tonight.
So yes, this is a revolution against Ozai and the ruling Fire Nation powers. But that doesn't really work. We haven't seen that Ozai is hurting his own people. In fact, in the cartoon, which I guess we're supposed to forget about here, it's implied to be exactly the opposite. The Earth Nation can barely get by, the Water Tribe barely is, the Air Nomads aren't, but the Fire Nation has schools, entertainment districts, circuses, plays, functional prisons, and military. Don't get me wrong. We knew in the cartoon that the Fire Nation and Ozai were dick lords, but the citizens didn't.
Growing up, we were taught that the Fire Nation was the greatest civilization in history, and somehow, the war was our way of sharing our greatness with the rest of the world. What an amazing lie that was.
Even if this was one of those moments where we are supposed to forget that the cartoon exists, you really haven't shown me any oppression. Thus far, Zhao is the only example of anyone being a dickhead from the Fire Nation, and the rest of it is basically just showing that the Fire Nation thinks it has the biggest dick, which is not the same thing. Sure, Zuko storms into the Water Tribe, but when its sole warrior challenges him to single combat, he accepts and tries not to hurt people unnecessarily. Are the Fire Nations not imperialistic dickheads in this version? Because you really haven't shown me any of that outside of the first 20 minutes, which was actually 100 years ago. If you want me to know that the bad guy is bad, you kinda have to show him kicking a metaphorical, or in the case of John Wick, a literal, puppy, in order for me to hate the guy. Ozai in the cartoon is entirely the focus of this. If you don't stop him and the Fire Nation, they will scorch the earth. We see them constantly oppressing every town we come across. Later on, we watch them actually conquer Ba Sing Se. We see them being aggressive expanders. But you haven't shown us that in this show. Like, some people like to throw shade at Haru in Season 1, but at least that was showing Fire Nation oppression. At least that made it real. The Fire Nation was having issues with Earthbenders, so they grabbed every Earthbender they could, threw them on a boat where they can't bend shit. That literally made them prisoners of war and broke their spirits. This show doesn't give us any of that, and ironically, the cartoon has thus far ended up tackling far more serious problems, despite this show's desire to be edgy and adult-oriented. But if we haven't seen the Fire Nation oppressing other lands, we definitely haven't seen proof of them addressing their own homeland. Hell, we haven't been back to their homeland. We will eventually for Oroku, kind of, but that doesn't actually tell us anything about the Fire Nation. We have no equivalent of Zhang telling us why the Fire Nation is bad. We just take it as read. We're apparently supposed to remember the cartoon because we're supposed to transpose our hate for the Fire Nation in the cartoon onto this version of them. It's severely disappointing. But yeah, the revolution that doesn't have a reason to exist gears up and decides they're gonna kill Ozai. As if that would end the war. As if Azula isn't a thing. Alright, I guess it's possible they don't know, but it's weird. Now, let's stop for a second and ask ourselves, if this whole moment isn't going to further the plot, because fucking hell, that would be awkward if they succeeded, and it doesn't, by the way, then why are we doing this? Is it world building? No, not really. It's grabbing a bit of our world and transposing it into this one without the building to do it. There must be something character-driven here. I wonder who this show would show off as being brilliant and capable enough to put down an insurrection. Are there any women in the Fire Nation that haven't yet made an appearance to be a Yaz Queen? Gonna be real fucking awkward if we get a season 2 and 3 and they have to figure out how to make Azula into an evil person, let me tell you. But right, current moment.
Shouldn't we wait? We don't have the numbers.
Yes, and we shall see that you also don't have a plan. Like, they supposedly were just gonna sneak into the palace, not even to his bedchambers, into his fucking throne room, and I guess kill Ozai while he was unaware? Does Ozai not have guards? See why planning scenes are actually quite nice?
We don't need numbers. We have our anger. We have our grief.
Fuck, where do I start with that? Firstly, anger and grief do not a plan or strength make. Anger might be a powerful motivator, but it is certainly not a plan. Also, unless one of you is the Incredible Hulk, anger is not going to turn the tide in your favor. Again, it would be one thing to hear, we don't need big force, this is a stealth job, which it's supposed to be, but we don't even get that little bit of dialogue because the writers are busy smelling each other's buttholes. But they have someone who works at the palace, and the show tries to cheat in its story.
I want you to meet someone willing to risk everything for our cause. Like all of us, she has lost too much.
My mother and my brother in the siege at Ba Sing Se.
I wonder if these writers have ever heard of show don't tell, because it's not showing us a fucking thing. They're telling me they suffer, but I don't believe it. I don't see a scrappy, broken down group of people. I'm not seeing oppression. Fuck, in the beginning of A New Hope, we see a massive Imperial Star Destroyer chasing down a rather tiny transport. That speaks to oppression and power in a leading force. This is just dumb. But this girl lost her mother and brother in the siege of Ba Sing Se, and I have questions. Is she Earth Kingdom? How does the Earth Kingdom girl come to work at Ozai's palace? If she's not Earth Kingdom, what the fuck were her sister and mother doing in the city? What the fuck are you? I think the implication is that Ozai took prisoners and was like, hey, I just killed your family and therefore you shall now work in my home, know my entire schedule, and not be closely watched. Is Ozai a moron? Because this feels like Ozai is a moron.
She's willing to help us. At great personal risk.
What the fuck is this delivery? This sounds like it's supposed to be a soundbite for a drama trailer. I don't know if this is something on the actor or the director, but you can just imagine there's supposed to be a room full of gasping and fainting people on the other end of the line. They go to the palace and they're let in by unnamed female. This is Azula. And she's not cast very well. Most of the people in this, at least visually, are cast well. Azula, well, she's this. Like, we're not supposed to know that's Azula, but she's doing the betray, so it becomes pretty fucking obvious. She really also doesn't carry enough of Azula's psychopathic tendencies or her false niceties. She's just not impressive or menacing. And while it's not in this episode, Azula ends up fucking crying. I don't mean in the way that she does when she's completely shattered in the cartoon. No, Daddy tells her she can't have ice cream, and she fucking cries. Fuck you, show. But Azula lets them slide into place and leads them to Daddy so he can do a kill. It's hardly a 4D chess move. Like, Azula was actually always quite good at reading people.
You're wasting your time. That's not one of them.
How do you know?
Because I'm a people person.
And was a master about maneuvering others.
You've beaten me at my own game.
Don't flatter yourself. You were never even a player. What could I possibly gain by letting you get all the glory for defeating the Avatar? Unless, somehow, the Avatar was actually alive. And since you can't see, I should tell you I'm rolling my eyes.
They walk into Daddy's fire chamber, and the lights are on dim, but then suddenly the lights go on not dim, so everyone in the orchestra falls onto the brass section. Out comes the army, and I have to ask, what exactly the fuck was the plan? You were gonna come up on Ozai, I can only presume sleeping in his chair, and take him out alone? Does he sleep in the chair? Is that the implication? Holy fuck, no wonder he's so cranky. Get this man a Tempur-Pedic and the world can be at peace. They're surrounded by soldiers and Ozai walks in.
Or did you expect my men to just lay down their arms after you slaughtered their Fire Lord?
Ozai is asking more fucking questions about this revolution than the script writers did.
We expected that all decent Fire Nation citizens would have welcomed being freed from your tyranny.
Tyranny? Don't you mean unity? Prosperity? Are we not the greatest nation in the world?
Again, we know that the cartoon knows he's wrong, but this show thus far doesn't. It's very disconcerting.
Have I not led us to the brink of bringing the entire world under one rule?
At what cost?
I don't fucking know, because you won't tell me. Then Azula is revealed with all the grace of a fart you suddenly realize was a little too wet. I don't know why I'm on farting a lot in this script, I apologize for it. Then this kid starts talking about the Avatar, and I have to ask, how the fuck does he know the Avatar is back? Ozai knew because a little bird gave him a message, but Bird didn't give this kid the message. Again, in the show, it's revealed the Fire Nation keeps a pretty good control on media and propaganda, because you know it's sort of important in controlling a system, information. You don't show me anything like this, though. Azula watches her father burn people with a vaguely amused look on her face. Remember how in the cartoon she was smiling like a complete lunatic as her brother got burned in the face so bad that his uncle, who mind you was a war veteran, turned away from the sight? If Azula is indeed a masochist who can get off on the pain of others or the power of dad, okay, that's fine, I guess. But she just seems mildly amused here.
Can you believe they think the Avatar has returned?
How the fuck did they know, but Azula does not know? How the fuck a duck does that happen? Also, considering that she just thwarted a plot, shouldn't she be seeking head pats? Because, you know, Daddy's approval was kind of a big motivator for her. Unless the show really, really fucked with the family and totally messed it up. Show. You didn't do that, did you? Ozai reveals that Zuko has discovered the Avatar and praises him. He praises the son he banished and constantly shit on. No, show. No, you fucked it. You fucked it and you're not even done fucking it. You're gonna continue fucking the thing you fucked. Ozai consistently put Zuko down as a disappointment, to proffer Azula up as his prodigy child in the cartoon. She was the one he offered up as his golden child. She was the one who could do no wrong. Yet this show weirdly flips the roles, even though the characters are in the same place. It is the son he seems to approve of who's banished and scarred, while the daughter he dismisses is by his side. I cannot imagine what they were trying to accomplish with this unless it really was just to make Azula somehow justified in her action, which is a really bad move, show. Like, this family dichotomy now makes no sense, and we haven't even gotten to the mom yet. In the cartoon, Azula is praised early on, and ends up confusing her father's praise and admiration for love. Her mother prefers her brother, and so she attaches to her father, and learns that acts that please him gain his approval. This is the closest thing to love that Ozai is capable of. Therefore, she grows up to mirror him. She champions his causes and shadows his actions because she is still attempting to earn that respect and approval, the thing Ozai cannot actually give, at least not earnestly. This is brought to a head when he refuses to take her with him on the invasion during the finale of the show.
You can't treat me like this. You can't treat me like Zuko!
Azula, silence yourself.
He then placates her by naming her Fire Lord before heading off to take a much grander role, her purpose now served. There are many factors that lead to Azula having a mental breakdown, not the least of which is the realization that her father does not care about her or Zuko. She spent her entire life pursuing something that does not exist. Zuko, for all his passion and drive, received love, first from his mother and then from Iroh, which he later claims as his father, even naming his son after the man. Sure, even as a kid, Azula has some marks of psychopathy, but her life as playing out as it did is the reason she's so dangerous, deadly, and eventually insane. Psychopaths are a complicated tool of writing, because they make the idea of redemption difficult. Can you redeem someone who does not actually have a soul or heart? The simple answer would likely be no, but of course that seems rather harsh as the result of what is oversimplifying a brain that isn't wired correctly out of the gate. It is something that does not have an easy answer, and thusly it's not widely tackled. As far as I'm aware, there's only one time in the Avatar universe something like that has ever really tried to be accomplished, which was in the comic where Azula joined Zuko on the hunt for their mother, and in that, Azula fails to be redeemed. There is a reason that there are dozens of video essays on this character, and what made her like she is. But this show went in a whole other direction with her, and doesn't seem to understand what it's done. But yeah, so there you have it. The psychopath who often marks her worth by earning Daddy's praise is now someone who has strong emotions, and is put down by Dad. Can't wait to see how you ruin her in Season 2, Netflix. Let's burn the fucking money, honey. Anyway, on to Episode 3 proper, Omashu. Katara is busy practicing with the water whip. In this cartoon, there is a scene in which she and Aang grow because he outpaces her in waterbending. She becomes frustrated, and later she comes back to apologize. This show didn't care about that. It also somehow pretends that the water whip is more difficult than the bullshit from Episode 1. But this establishes a rule, and I'm not lying. Katara learns many new skills herself, by which I mean she apparently invents them. We'll get to that. She gains the ability to create ice in this episode out of nowhere, but for the time when Katara hits a mandatory stopping point, almost as if necessitated by the story, the solution in her training is to have another character, typically Aang, spit some word salad, and then she instantly gains a new skill. So in accordance with that...
But when you get into the harder moves, like the water whip, you really need to reach inside and feel the energy flow. The monks always told us to find a place where emotion meets spirit, a place deeper than thought. Tap into your feelings and gather energy from them. Wow. That's okay.
Then she is able to do the water whip, although it doesn't quite work to its full potential. This is the closest thing to a failure Katara has in this show, that she's not instantly good at a new skill. Don't worry, a second word salad later in this episode will fix it. Then Aang says,
The monks always said I never listened. I think that's what they said. I never listened.
Are you... Show, I have no fucking clue what this is supposed to be. Is this a joke? Is this supposed to be character? I have no fucking clue what this is supposed to be. It's just off-putting is what it is.
All the more reason for us to get to the Northern Water Tribe, right? That's right. We've got the best waterbending masters in the world. I might even listen to them.
I want you all to take note of that line, please. I'm not saying that Katara isn't trained at all in combat at the North Pole, but she's not. She never has any training, at least, again, not in combat while they're at the North Pole, and she learns healing in about all of 10 seconds because this show can't stop cooming every time it makes a girl character cool. You know what, though? Maybe I'm overreacting to this. Maybe I have gone overboard. It's not like this show has taken all the old beloved character and started deconstructing them to make them pitiful old hermits who just want to die or anything. Right? Ugh. We laugh at Sokka and Momo holding fruit because this is funny, I guess. Sokka reminisces over Suki just to make the whole thing with Yue even weirder. And then they come up on Omashu and Aang sees one of the gliders from Season 1. Now, if you remember the cartoon, and I have no idea if the show is hoping you do or not, you'll think, wait a minute, weren't these people gliding at the Northern Air Temple? Indeed they were. There was also a lot of character growth around Aang being upset at the temple being changed, before he ended up agreeing that it was the best the temple be a home for someone, rather than slowly turn to dust. There is also the issue of Sai being forced to make weapons for the Fire Nation, and they could easily wipe him and his small colony of people out. But this show has moved that plotline to the Omashus to save time. Now, that can create a few problems. One is the character growth for Aang. Nothing new to this show, though. Two, the gliders work by traveling on air currents, which there would be plenty of atop a windy mountain in a high temple. Not so much in Omashu. And I have no clue what it is this kid is supposed to be gliding on, but the good news is the show doesn't seem to know either, because it doesn't even try to address how he flies. Shame, because that actually drove home a really big difference in the cartoon. Thirdly, and most importantly, Sai was threatened by the Fire Nation because they were a small community with no notable warriors or indeed defenses, and so giving up weapon designs or will burn you down is a really reasonable threat to make. However, now he's in Omashu, at the height of King Bumi's reign. This is not a reasonable argument to make of Omashu, because you're sort of in the second most heavily defended Earth Kingdom city, with the second greatest earthbender ever. Sorry, Bumi, Toph is really queen in that realm. Yet the show doesn't care, or more likely it doesn't realize that it's made a messy, and so it continues on as if nothing is wrong.
You shouldn't know that he bought you. Oh. Now I've made him messy.
Cut to Iroh and Zuko and Zhao discussing where to find the Avatar, and they conclude that he needs to stop and eat and drink, so he'll head to a populated area. What? Show, food isn't grown in large cities. It would be one thing to say he will need to resupply because goods and services can be more easily attained in a large trading area, but food? He can pretty much forage for food if he has to. They can find that pretty much anywhere. They can land in a farming or even a fishing village and trade for food in the rural areas. They just conclude that Aang will go to Omashu to trade, completely on bad information, and they just so happen to be correct, but not for that reason. Are we sure Dave doesn't have a writing credit in this show? Zuko allows Zhao to use some resources to stop Aang before they get too far north, and this just drives home that Zuko does indeed have some position of authority in the Fire Nation. Then he and Iroh shit-talk Zhao, and the lieutenant, whose name I can't remember, so we'll call him Bobby, Lieutenant Bobby comes in and tries to join in, stating that Zhao failed the officer training program 3 times. Zuko then yells at Bobby, claiming that he wouldn't be mocking a superior officer. Now, see, if Zuko were to reprimand him in a calmer fashion, it would drive home that Zuko holds an importance to their militaristic structure, drawing him closer to Bobby and Iroh, and not making him seem like he's flipping a coin on his motivation every single line. I get it, Zuko angry, but this is a strange flip-flop here. Bobby apologizes and leaves. Back with the gang, Aang is delivering some exposition. It's not great, but it's better than the show usually gives us, so I'll just leave it alone. Even in my long-form style of content, there are times you just have to pick your battles. But what I will comment on is how he says the delivery system winds through the whole city. I mean, okay, firstly, I would imagine most delivery systems probably deliver to the whole city. I've lived in a lot of different cities and towns in my whole life, and I've never once been somewhere they just won't deliver mail to. I mean, I've had the post office lose my mail, or misdeliver it, but that's more user than a system error. But this does at least bring home that Omashu is a big place with a variety of services and people. Good. Then we see the line, and holy shit. Turn around, this line is several weeks long. I can't even see the damn gate. Surely it doesn't go all the way up there. I think it comes to these spires, but that's a half-day's walk if it's, clear. You're not getting into this city. Also, on a side note, as is so often the case, Appa is just off-screen and they will not think of him again. Shame. Imagine if Aang cared about his sky bison. What a world that would be. We see the guard at the front be a dick to a merchant. I think it's supposed to be Cabbage Man for no overheard reason. In the show, this is because the cabbages were subpar, which is extreme, but still it's more reason than we get for them being a dick here. It's also worth noting that the gang appear to have just jumped several dozen hours of line between these 2 shots. And suddenly Jet. I mean, he doesn't look like Jet yet, but he's Jet. He decides for literally no reason he will help them enter Omashu. Okay, it's implied he has a thing for Katara, which is pretty true to the cartoon. But I do have to take some issues with the line here.
They don't take kindly to outsiders in Omashu.
Now, this kind of hinges on what they mean by outsiders. Does it mean outsiders to the Earth Kingdom? Because that might make some sense. There's a problem with the clearly firebender later on in this show, but right now that would make sense. But given the merchant we saw earlier, it seems to imply Omashu doesn't like anyone outside of citizens of the city entering, which is of the dumb. It's a trading city. Outsiders are sort of your business. I think this is meant to mean that the other nations aren't really welcome in, and it just clashes very badly with that merchant getting sent off. But it really is left in a weird place, and as I say, there's an issue with a firebender later on, so it's kind of all moot. Now, for one of the weirdest bits in this episode, and I'm not kidding, no, I'm not referring to Jet hitting on Katara, he provides a makeshift disguise for Katara and Sokka. Fine. Aang is in the cart as well. We really don't see him until the very end. Like, the scene just seems to pretend he's not there. We see Sokka over and over, the guards examine him, but Aang is under whatever Jet is trading? And where does Jet even get this food? Does he have a hand of his merry men grow it? I have questions about your character building, show.
Try as they might, firebenders haven't been able to take it yet.
So how do you know we're not a threat?
Well, the really simple answer here is I figure some people from the Water Tribe probably don't like the Fire Nation any more than we do. But the show doesn't want to go into that logic, and so it wants this moment between Katara and Jet. And sure, that was a thing in the cartoon, but it never much goes of anywhere, and this is like the 3rd time you're gonna push it, show. They suddenly teleport to the gate, and the guard questions them.
She told me I wasn't watering the turnips enough. Knew there was a reason I married her.
Show, Katara is 14. Jet is reportedly 16, even though the actor is apparently 24. Yeah, that's a weird implication of marriage here. I know, different culture, different time, but it gives me weird vibes. No, it's not the weirdest vibes we'll get in this episode, just you fucking wait, you're all in for something.
My brother-in-law would agree if he could speak. Struck mute at birth.
You'd be amazed at how much he can say without...
Why is Jet written funnier than Sokka? I mean, it's not that funny, but at least it feels like it's supposed to have the cadence of a joke. Like, it's better than She-Hulk, if you follow me. They tell them to move along, and we clearly now see Aang in the back of the cart, who apparently didn't need questioning. Like, Jet's bullshit for Sokka would at least explain why he can't answer questions directly, but they literally just ignore Aang, who, mind you, is even more bluntly wearing foreign bright clothing. Like, this cloak ain't covering shit. I don't get what this is supposed to be. It feels as if one of the writer's children wrote this scene. This is what happens when you have 10 fucking writers all writing different episodes. The show feels like it doesn't have a consistent through line or tone. Every writer seems to be wanting different things, and it feels as if they were written by two people who don't speak the same language. Like, episodes 1 and 8 have a lot of death and destruction. It's actually relatively grounded in that regard. Sure, both of those episodes are written by Kim. Episode 2 was like, no deaths, no consequences, which makes sense when you consider that that writer worked on cartoons, which usually can't kill people. Then we get to this episode dealing with explosions and mass casualties, and plots to assassinate the king. This man worked on Punisher. It creates a fucking inconsistent show, is my point. Like, some of the best shows out there were written by a few writers, and they may have had a team behind them, but each episode is headed by the same few people. It turns out that writing is quite hard, and it needs a lot of focus and attention instead of a bunch of assholes who want to make their mark on the world. Because it turns out when assholes are all trying to make a mark, all you get is a lot of shit. Thanks, my dumb jokes will be here for the remainder of the review. But anyhow, they get closer into Omashu and we see the delivery system going up the slide, defying physics. Like, it's never really approached how that works in the cartoon, but surely these only go one way. At least without Bender sending them back up. Aang runs after what is supposed to be the airbender to find Teo. They also find that he's not an airbender, and then boom. Tia sends that a firebender attack happens frequently, which would imply a firebender somehow got into Omashu, and then Aloha snack barred themselves. And this happens all the time. Man, those guards at the front need to be fired. Aang airbends the smoke and fire away, revealing tons of people that he is the Avatar, but apparently this street is fucking deserted. Oh well, I'm sure him doing that later won't lead to an arrest or anything. Oh well, not like this is a major city full of hundreds if not thousands of people. They go into Sai's workshop where the show desperately tries to make sense of its own mess for a hot minute.
The Fire Nation?
Yeah, their spies are everywhere in the city.
Oh wow, so their spies must have even taken a minor level of precaution then. Like, they clearly aren't walking around in Fire Nation clothes, firebending in the open or anything, cause yeah, that would make Omashu seem fucking dumb.
Omashu could be a dangerous place.
How would you know that?
You're an airbender. You could drop bombs on them, rain down destruction. Air power is their weakness.
What the fuck does that mean, and how do you know that? Air power is a weakness? What? Are you trying to say they have no skyships, or that they have no defense against aerial attacks? How would you know they have no defense against the air? They do in the cartoon, it's called the fuck you catapult. Sokka enters for the first time, fuck knows where he's been or what he's doing. But now that there is no airbenders, Katara decides they need to leave. Not like Aang would know anyone here. I would like to re-emphasize that the Firebation thinks they went to Omashu for food, when they went there because they just so happened to see a not-a-bender, contrived as balls. The show tries to give Sokka a moment to do something, but it will forget to pay it off, outside of vague lip service earlier. But then Aang sees someone bleeding, presumably from the explosion, and does a sad.
This place used to be incredible. A place I couldn't wait to see. A place where amazing things were created, not destroyed.
Was it? Did you always want to see it? Because you never mentioned it before now. Aang then word salads his way into this statement.
I'm going to save the world. I have to do it one person at a time.
No. If you help the world one person at a time, you'll never help everyone. This is like saying you want to gain internet culture by watching every YouTube video. You just can't. You'll only ever fall further behind. It'd be one thing to say he'll save everyone he can, or that he can't ignore the suffering that's in front of him, or that he's going to right wrongs everywhere he goes. But this? No, show, this doesn't work.
Because I want to help, and I think I can.
Fuck, that was better than the previous line. Meanwhile, Azula is busy brooding next to Ty Lee and May, who's been through a few changes. No, honestly, this really doesn't bug me. Not nearly like the fact that May and Ty Lee shouldn't be here right now. Why does Azula have a select team of people with a particular set of skills when she has no need of them? Also, this skips over Azula putting a rather vindictive move to get Ty Lee to join her. Also, her throwing a fit over Zuko being praised by her father is just very not Azula.
He's done the impossible. He's done nothing.
Seriously, it's as if they switched roles for the siblings but still left them in the same place, not thinking about it.
You're like my sister. Everything always came easy to her. My father says she was born lucky. He says I was lucky to be born. I don't need luck, though. I don't want it.
It's just so exceptionally odd to leave Azula feeling more annoying than menacing. But also, why is she practicing with a bow? She doesn't use martial weapons, or weapons at all, really. Fire is her weapon. Her cunning and agility are her weapons. Her ingenuity is her weapon. Her ruthless nature is her weapon. Bow and arrow, that's kind of beneath her. Also, why is she shooting up the note that Zhao sent Fire Daddy? Did he give her that note to keep? Wouldn't he be pissed if she's poking holes in it? Oh, I see, this is subtle metaphoring at work. See, this note is the show's script, and the holes represent the plot holes. It's about on the same level as the rest of this stupid show.
Who's the one risking her life to root out traitors?
I don't know. Not you, surely. All you did was open a door.
Oh, that's right. Tell us about your mission. Were you nervous? Was your life really in danger? Not really.
So what the fuck a duck in the muck were you on about, you whiny cunt?
Yeah, well, all dear old Zuzu wants is to make it back here and take away everything I worked for. But now he has hope.
Seriously? Why is Zuko being treated like the prophesied prince of power? Did you understand what he was to the Fire Nation show? He was rejected and seen as a failure up until he got credit for killing the Avatar, which only lasted until he left. You don't understand these characters, do you? You wrote the show and you enjoyed the cartoon, but you didn't understand it. You saw the pretty colors and they made your brain do a happy, so while everyone else was praising the characters and the writing, you just figured as long as all those names were in it, you would also be praised. Although to be fair, judging from most of Facebook and X, those reactions might be right. As I am writing this, Season 2 and 3 have just been announced. Not that that means much anymore. These days announcing a season or a movie means you're considering it. Just ask Lucasfilm. Still waiting on that Rian Johnson trilogy, KK. I can't wait to see the new Rey film. Burn the money.
There are always ways to get in the game. If you know which pieces to play.
This is not the last time they'll make a great Azula quote a fuck up, and it's just as annoying then as it is now. Azula does not get back in the game. She does not bear the come-from-behind victory. Azula is 8 times Jeopardy champion. She is the center on Hollywood squares. She's the big running victor in the lap. Zuko is the one who needs to try to get back in the game. I am stunned the writers seem to have intentionally misunderstood her character.
My mother told me stories of the Avatar and how he'd return one day. Dad, do you remember her stories?
Man, I would love it if we could agree on who told everyone about the Avatar, because most of the world doesn't seem to know Aang, and they were pretty pissed off with him in the cartoon, at least until he started to actually stand up to the Fire Nation. I mean, in the end, this doesn't really affect anything, it's just said to pretend that Teo is a character in the show. Weirdly, at least this child actor is expressive. I mean, he's enthusiastic in his performance, but at least he's trying. Then Zhao points to Omashu.
That's a place.
Say an airbender was spotted.
I want to have that gun now. Tap, tap, tap. That's a place.
He knows an airbender was spotted there and just so happened to have a contact in the city. This gets Zuko and Iroh into the city, I think. It's really not made clear how he knows this person or what exactly they do for him. Meanwhile, Katara is doing water, but still failing because Jet has not yet delivered his word salad. I appreciate them trying with her here, I do, but they fuck it way harder later on for me, and so I can't give them credit. We see Sai talking to somebody who's very obviously Fire Nation. My man, you are in the middle of a populated street, wearing a red cloak, and firebending out in the open. No one doesn't know you're a firebender. This is dumb. The only way it could get worse is if there was a line later on about how firebending in the open would draw the attention of the guards. Enter Jet, who is tracking Sai, conveniently. Now, recall in the cartoon, Jet wants to do damage to the Fire Nation civilians because he's angry and striking back at all Fire Nation peoples. In this show, he's trying to prove that Sai is working with Fire Nation by setting off bombs everywhere. Which, aside from just being full of the dumb, well, I mean, he is right. Like, it feels as if they're taking these things and doing the opposite to them just to prove they can write. Only they can't. Then the Fire Nation man heads off and they tail him, Katara going along for reasons, I suppose. Jet tells her they need to take down the Mechanist and prepares to fight off the Firebender. Man, if only Omashu had guards who could take down a Firebender. Guess they don't really have a good presence in this city. Then Jet is name dropped like a Saturday morning cartoon. Got to Aang and Teo flying up to the cave, and I have to ask, is the idea that the Fire Nation hides up in this cave, right? That's the plan. the cave that you can only get to by flying and airbending. Can the class point out the problem with this theory? Fire Nation Man turns to face Katara and Jet, who have been so accommodating as to wait for this man, apparently a long fucking way outside this city. Like, they must have crossed a day's journey of a bridge just to get into the woods. Holy shit, no wonder they took so long to catch up. They just been chilling out here, just in case? Right in this spot you couldn't have found again intentionally? Or were you hiding them under your cloak? Fight breaks out and it's almost alright. Save for how Jet takes this guy down. His sword guard catches this guy in the gauntlet, and somehow that not only takes him down, but apparently takes him out of the fight, at least for a hot second. Jet is wounded, and Katara manages to put the Fire Nation guy down solo, because, of course, she's Katara. Everyone else gets back up, and round 2 begins. Jet does his little birdie call, and everyone kindly waits a few seconds for his band of merry men to start doing their thing. The gang is mostly alright. Longshot can somehow leg hug a tree perfectly, and then find and hold a bow at full draw, and Pipsqueak's voice is way off, but other than that, they're mostly fine.
He's the dude. I'm Pipsqueak.
Where's he taking him?
Don't worry. Pipsqueak knows how to take out the garbage.
What's the implication here? Is Pipsqueak disposing of a body? Is he gonna go find Marty and use his crematorium? Oh, we're not supposed to think about this. Weirdly, this is one of those times where just leaving the body in the woods, presuming they are in fact bodies, would have actually been fine because you're in the woods. Not anywhere near even the middle of Omashu where no one blatantly notices firebending. Cut to Sokka designing the war balloon that they will not be using in this episode.
You could drop bombs on them, rain down destruction. Air power is their weakness.
Like, there's genuinely no reason for Sai to be giving the Fire Nation plans and weapons, and there's no reason for him to be giving truly advanced creation and designs. In the show, they used a balloon to drive off the attack, but lost it, and the Fire Nation managed to reverse engineer the thing to make airships. That makes sense. In this show, Sai gives the Fire Nation designs because, fuck you, that's why.
Your father must be proud of you.
No, actually, he thinks Sokka is a failure. There's a moment where Sai tries to offer Sokka a value outside of his stereotypical warrior role. The problem with this is somewhat twofold. Firstly, Sokka was already affirmed as a warrior by Suki. Remember, I said it was somewhat touching? Secondly, Sokka is being affirmed by a man betraying the nation for no real reason. Like, unironically, he would be doing far more good by being a useless soldier than what he's doing by being a good engineer. I'm sure that's not the message they meant to send, but that's what is sent out, and there's very little way around that.
Tinker salt burns green. It's a mineral tanners use to cure animal skins. They came up here to dig it out of the mountain.
How? We get backstory on Teo and Sai, which is more or less the same as in the cartoon, despite the fact that it doesn't fit here. Open up to Jet's Neverland. We actually see he has far more people here than he did in the cartoon, which raises questions. Does Jet just do a first order to orphans and be like, ah yes, you will all make fine warriors? I mean, judging from some of the swordplay on display, that might actually be the case. What the fuck is that shit? That's weak is what it is. Like, I know it's in the background, but we just had Hayden Christensen doing his thing not long ago in Ahsoka, and now we get this. Imagine if one fucking person had the dedication of, say, Viggo Mortensen.
I still don't understand what firebenders are doing in the Earth Kingdom city.
Well, Omashu isn't what it used to be. In the old days, the city stood strong, but...
I kid you not, that's the end of the answer to that question. Like, you could give many, many easy bullshit excuses to that question. There's tons of reasons they might want to be in the city. They might want to assassinate Bumi. They might want to wipe a great Earth Kingdom city off the map forever. They might want to steal from them. But this show does not answer that.
As the war dragged on, King lost his nerve, grew tired, senile, let corruption spring up all around him. Fire Nation seeped in through the cracks.
Fuck you, show. Fuck you. Fuck you for implying that Bumi basically just gave up and became incompetent. Fuck you for claiming that Bumi can't defend his people anymore. And in case you suspect that Jet is lying, and this is all a part of his bullshit, no it's not. Next episode is actually going to confirm that. This is where the show went from annoying to actually starting to piss us all off. Meanwhile, Aang and Teo find blasting jelly, which forces them to conclude Jet is responsible. I don't know how they make that conclusion, they do. I'm guessing there was a cut scene.
My mother was a fighter in our family. She taught me the blade, which back then was just a stick.
How did your mom teach you the ways of the hooked blade via a stick? How the fuck? Anyway, he gives Katara his sad story, and the actor tries, which is more than most do, I guess. So I guess I'll give him points for the effort at least, if not for the result. Then he gives Katara a blanket for reasons, and Katara tells the story of her mother's death, but it's phrased oddly.
It was quiet the night my mom died, until the soldiers came.
Well, your mom was fine until the soldiers came, so what the fuck are you talking about? Then Jet delivers his word salad.
I don't know anything about bending, but I do know that you have to use everything inside you to help you fight. Remember that. Remember the sunrise.
Katara's requirement for her advancement has now been fulfilled, so now she can water whip. This is the last combat training she will have in this show, and we are midway through episode 3. Cut to Zuko and Iroh in Omashu, and Iroh finds, by which I mean steals, a white lotus piece. Then we can see Azula sending a note to Zhao and basically putting him in charge of the hunt for the Avatar. Fuck knows how she has the authority to do this, but yeah, this is her super cunning play to get back in the game. Aang comes back to see that Sokka has now created a bird. He has made life. The show does not talk about this beyond this moment. Also, apparently he realized it was Jet due to the robes of the turnip cart. A few things. One, how did Jet get to the cave that's only reachable by airbending? That's still a problem you're not going to tell us how he solves. 2, you're telling me these robes are so fucking unique that they managed to stand out to the point where Aang can recognize them, and that they belong to one person in all of the group heading to Omashu that they just so happened to run into, who was happy to lend them to our group. How unfucking naturally lucky. Enter Katara wearing the scarf for no reasons, except for what I think is supposed to be a really botched Zutara moment later on to make all the fans squee. Then the group goes into an elongated argument over Jet and Sai, and it just reeks of the Great Divide. You know, pretty much everybody's least favorite episode in the entire show. Yeah, Jet and his actions were part of the argument in the cartoon, but that was because he was attacking civilians, and Katara wanted to believe Jet's story about who he was fighting. In this, there is no point of contention around the damage the attacks are doing. They are actually harming Earth Kingdom citizens, and the argument is over whether or not he's telling the truth about it, which Katara now agrees that he was not. But because Jet never specifically said he was not a terrorist, she is still on his side. This makes the string of Twitter posts about people thirsting over Jet and not blaming Katara even worse. Also, why is Jet blowing up Omashu? Wouldn't it be a trillion times easier to prove that Sai was a traitor without killing tons of your own people? Like, in the cartoon, he's killing Fire Nation citizens, because to him, a Fire Nation person is a Fire Nation person, civilian or soldier. But he's blowing up his own people here. This is dumb. Not that Sokka's excuses are much more reasonable.
He could be reporting everything.
You're wrong.
This is...
There's another really poor acting moment. They argue more, and I guess this is a good time to bring this up. Our main trio has yet to really connect to each other. Almost at all. They aren't really a team. They don't really have a close-knit bond. And so their relationship, suffering strain and pressure, isn't brushing up against anything. Like, people shit on Aang for hiding the map leading to their father in the cartoon. Another thing the show won't do. And fair enough, that's a dick move. But he did it because he doesn't want to lose his friends and family. There is no such bond put at risk in this show, and we're a third of the way through. Fuck me, this is dragging on like a hut. I'm trying, guys, I really am. Katara runs off for reasons. She runs past Zuko in the market, and he touches Scarf. I don't know what this is. I genuinely have no idea. I don't know if it's supposed to be a moment of, oh, so the Avatar is here, or a moment of, oh, pretty girl. Jet reveals that they are going to blow up Sai and the Earth King without any justification whatsoever. I cannot believe Cartoon Jet was more reasonable than this show's version of him. Katara comes back and instantly everything is forgotten, because gloat later. Which, to be fair, is at least moderately reasonable. Then fireboats because Zuko. Man, Omashu guards give less than 0 fucks. Well, at least there isn't a line about how they can't use firebending because it would draw attention.
Keep your firebending in check, or you'll have the Earth Kingdom army to deal with.
I don't need fire to defeat this boy.
Fuck me, show, you're doing this on purpose. Also, it's not explained why, but Zuko is not using firebending, and that means that Aang can't use airbending, cuz he also doesn't want to attract the guards' attention, I guess. Even though that doesn't make sense, and even though he's used airbending in the open before and been fine. It's not explained. I'm guessing the writers do not think too hard about this, like most things in this show. Aang decides to fight him alone, which makes no sense. Iroh elects to not help, which makes no sense. Then the show becomes a slow-mo punch-up for a few minutes. Like, apparently bending in the streets will attract too much attention, but a large-scale punch-up and destroying several stalls and causing mass panic? No, that's all fine. No one will come for that. The guards in this show were apparently raised in St. Louis, and anything below a murder call will not get them out of bed. Meanwhile, Aang and Zuko have this... I don't know what this is. Aang throws plates in a basket at Zuko, and the wicker basket actually seems to do the most damage. Like, this is a fucking low point. This is a fight scene I would have expected out of a 90s kung fu spoof movie. Kung Pao Enter the Fist, that's what this feels like. Like, I would have expected this from Beverly Hills Ninja. Also, Aang is just bluntly using the Force again. And then, because this isn't goofy enough, a woman comes out and begins slapping at Zuko with a fan. Prince of the Fire Nation, she's wielding a fan and she's winning. I get he probably doesn't want to hurt the bystander, but this is just fucking silly. There's an extended sequence of this clothing bit, which is the thing. Then Sokka and Katara are writing the delivery system, and we need to examine this for a moment. Firstly, Sokka mentions,
Sai said all routes lead to the palace. We just have to take this one to the end of the line.
When did he say this? Not anything I saw, that's for damn sure. But then Katara says,
End of the line may be coming soon.
So that would be the palace, no? So, you said some bullshit that you never even said before, and then didn't even stick to your own bullshit. They leap to another track and should surely be dead, but they're fine. Like, look, they're flying along at Mach 1. There's shit all over the place. Buildings and pillars are in the way, not to mention the issue with momentum and timing, but they get through all of those problems without any issue whatsoever. Sure, show. So Aang and Zuko have another really dumb moment. Oh, which side are you gonna go around? Oh no! And then it's revealed that Aang took Zuko's notebook, and my thought would be, well, duh. It's an Avatar notebook. You left it in the room on the table with the staff that he also took. What did you think happened to the notebook? But yeah, this scene sucks. Zuko firebends the cabbages, and we get this really stupid, cheesy-ass line worthy of a 90s comedy starring Chevy Chase.
My cabbages!
Yeah, I know, I get it. It's Cabbage Guy. Remember cartoon. We didn't need this. I don't care that the fan base collectively creamed themselves over it. I don't care if it's a hot take. This is really, really dumb, and the show is already suffering from enough dumb in this moment. I wouldn't have actually minded it that much if it was used in the same way as it is in the cartoon, where it's happening when things are more calm, or it's a very brief diversion. It's like you made a commitment to gritty realism, but you want to court campy nonsense on the side, and that doesn't really easily gel. What you've done here is made Season 8 Game of Thrones and put the Starbucks on the table on purpose. So Sokka and Katara reach the king at about the same time as Sai does with a suitcase, and Jet has swapped a suitcase with blasting jelly, and Longshot is preparing to make him Aloha snack bar. So instead of grabbing a guard, telling Sai to stop, attacking Longshot, or anything else that makes sense, no. Katara decides to block the shot using the water whip whenever Sai is in position to perfectly intercept this arrow and unfire it. The show doesn't really talk about this, but surely Sai is going to be going to prison for the rest of his life. He almost blew up the king, and there is no way they believe that wasn't his intention. Aside from that, it's not as if, that water whip would carry force to it or anything. No. Water intercept fire, but arrow keep going. That makes sense. I think pounding my head on the desk would be less painful at this point. Aang, meanwhile, is putting out fires because somehow Zuko's one fire attack burnt half the market down. Also, it's a damn good thing he knows exactly how much force to put behind this airbending to extinguish the fires without causing further damage. Man, it would sure be awkward if he was destroying stuff while trying to save it, or if he didn't use enough wind and just made the fire even bigger. They spread out to locate the firebender, and how? How are you going to tell amongst the group here who is the firebender? Sure, Aang has tattoos, Sokka and Katara have water tribe clothes, but they don't and don't. So if I were to be generous, perhaps the ponytail is distinctive enough to give them away, though it's not made clear. But Iroh sacrifices himself to save Zuko, and this show will have him being captured by the Earth Kingdom. We see Zuko leaving through the main gates of the city as they are shut behind him because apparently Omashu protocol is to trap everybody inside when there's an attack on the civilians, because fuck the lives of your citizens. Like Zuko, who, mind you, did cause the fire, got out. So they aren't stopping the criminal from escaping, even if that was the idea. But while hunting the firebender, they arrest the Avatar, who is putting out the fire, because, yeah, I guess. Ugh. Man, the show is bad. But don't you worry, team, we're almost into the long dark of it all now. It was actually almost at this point in scripting that I realized this was probably going to have to be a two-parter. I am nearing 40 pages of this script, which is usually a fairly beefy video. But the reality is that working on things is hard. It takes a lot of time. I mean, for example, MOAR did not release his Ant-Man video until half a year after the movie came out, because it takes forever to do this kind of stuff. Hell, we're all still waiting on that Force Awakens critique to be finished. Not that I mean to imply my work is so grand as that kind of stuff. My point is just that these things take a lot out of you, and as much as I love doing it, it is exhausting. Don't take that as me bitching, because, like I say, I do love this, and luckily most of you seem to like it as well. Believe me, if I did not love this content, I would not be making it. While my channel has comparatively exploded since I started doing commentaries, I am not exactly a big fish in this pond. I make this content because I enjoy it as much as you guys seem to. But at any rate, on to the episode that pushed this show from poor recreation into offensive. Episode 4, Into the Dark. Let me begin with a bit of preamble for a moment. See, in the cartoon, it was quickly established that Bumi is implied to be a crazy old man who is at least as brilliant as he is insane. Iroh was the grandfather who would play checkers and teach you important morals. Bumi was the grandfather who would take you to carnivals and laugh at the circus with you. Both wonderful archetypes of the old man. Iroh being a symbol of wisdom and compassion, as Bumi is a symbol of creativity and strength. This show fundamentally misunderstands their characters and misuses both of them. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we all had a bit of a contest to see who this show would screw up the worst, outside of the characters of Aang, Sokka, and Ozai. But none of us selected Bumi or Iroh, because it never occurred to us that they would mess with those characters. Why would you intentionally ruin wonder and experience? Why would you pave over the Garden of Eden in narrative form? Because as Josh put it, who would fucking dare? Yet it will end up being these two who suffer the most damage under these changes. With that being said, let's get into the episode proper. Aang is busy protesting his imprisonment, and Iroh has this line.
Save your voice. Earth Kingdom soldiers aren't particularly tolerant, even under the best of circumstances.
Man, that's awful telling of you, Iroh, considering this is the same land where you attempted to burn their capital city to the ground, and you came from the land of burning your son's eyes out to try to teach him humility. The cartoon never even depicted the Earth Kingdom as being especially vicious. Outside of Ba Sing Se on the Dialee, Iroh takes a moment to berate Aang and belittle him for belittling Zuko. But Aang should probably be the most understanding of everybody's position in the war, behind that of Iroh, due to Iroh's wisdom and years. It is Aang who often states he had friends who were Fire Nation. It is Aang who is the reincarnation of Roku and would know that good and bad people exist in all nations. This is what the show wanted, and I have no idea what this is supposed to be doing. Aang asks what will happen, and we hear the tormented screams of another prisoner down the hall.
I don't know.
This does not come up again and is not relevant, and so the Earth Kingdom basically just tortures prisoners. Good to know. Why am I supposed to want them to beat the Fire Nation again? Cut to Sai, who apparently just was allowed to waltz home after nearly blowing up the king. Yeah, we know he didn't intend to do that, but no one else does. And there certainly wasn't any kind of a trial so far as we see. In fact, we see quite the opposite. Aang and Iroh are arrested in the streets with no further trial or explanation whatsoever. Iroh is even eventually sent to the form of the Jewish prison camp. Sai gives his excuse for why he was helping the Fire Nation, though as I mentioned earlier, it is no longer relevant.
The Firebenders said that they would kill us, and then they'd attack the city if I didn't cooperate.
Katara arrives, having located Aang magically off screen because she is Katara, and at this point she's pretty much arced out, so she wins at anything and everything she tries to do. Move to the Earth soldiers marching, and a man lags behind, intentionally breaking formation because push go wiggle wiggle. That's right, it jiggle jiggle. Oh, I write these words in giggle giggle. Sorry, we've hit that point of the breakdown where I start to go a little insane in my script writing. Anyhow, he hangs behind so Zuko can kill him off screen and take his place. Show, real talk for a second? Do you want to be a big boy? Or are we just doing everything off screen as implied here? Because your people in episode 1 hit harder than all of Echo, and that was M-rated. But the rest of you doesn't seem to want to have got the message. Then Zuko steals this uniform and changes in about a second. And damn, Zuko, nice plan. Now all you have to do is march seamlessly in formation with men you don't know you, who might not know their comrade never had a huge scar on one eye, while taking commands you don't understand with earthbending skills you don't possess. Wait, that's not a nice plan at all. It's not as cartoonish as the Obi-Wan scene in Kenobi. I'm not gonna play it, you know the one I mean. The one we agreed not to think too much about. But it's pretty damn close to that level. Then the title card drops and we get a flashback of Bumi and Aang as kids. This flashback will serve little purpose in the end. In the cartoon, this served as a slight bit of foreshadowing, and it clued us in on how Aang might know who this old man was. But this show doesn't do any of that, and we'll get there soon, don't worry. But Kid Bumi shows Aang a carving and does the snort laugh that becomes iconic to his character. Flash forward to Iroh admiring the walls of the earthbending prison. Now, this bit is actually almost quite good.
There's nothing like earthbending masonry. No seams. That's what makes their cities a wonder. Awe-inspiring palaces. Gravity-defying towers.
Now, that idea, and the thought that Iroh would appreciate that perfection in their walls is actually very beautiful. It's unironically good work. The fact that Iroh speaks about this as if he's noticing it for the first time, that's problematic because Iroh would be very familiar with, Ba Sing Se, for example. This is almost a good conversation between Aang and Iroh too.
I like the parts of Omashu that aren't so depressing.
Now that line is actually not horrible for Aang. He tends, or at least the cartoon counterpart of him, tends to be very fun and lighthearted, and would prefer to look at the beauty and fun in a place, or the balance it might have to offer.
Cities are like people. They always have their dark sides.
But that's just half of it. This is the perfect example for classic Iroh wisdom and instruction, except that this show really doesn't have one. The idea of balance and duality in man is an old story beat, and it's one that is especially prevalent in the Avatar world. But again, this show doesn't understand that, and so Iroh just says, yeah bro, sometimes city and people have bad parts, striking with all the complexity of an Oscar acceptance speech. They have a little talk about the war, and Iroh has a moment of reflection.
My brother, the Fire Lord, sees things through only one lens. Victory or defeat. Nothing else matters. Not even the loved ones lost along the way.
Then the show pisses the bed a bit.
That's why Zuko's so hot to catch me?
Zuko's victory lies not in winning the war, but in winning his life back.
Now, Aang doesn't really respond to this, and in fact I suspect his next line is ADR, though I'm not sure. Point being, the whole level of animosity between Aang and Zuko lies in the fact that they don't really see one another as a person, not fully. Aang first tries to broach this after Zuko rescues him from Zhao, rescue being a mixed word to be fair.
You know what the worst part about being born over 100 years ago is? I miss all the friends I used to hang out with. Before the war started, I used to always visit my friend Kuzan. He was one of the best friends I ever had. And he was from the Fire Nation, just like you. If we knew each other back then, do you think we could have been friends too?
Later on, Zuko has his own version of this when he takes Aang from the North Pole. Both of these end with an attack while Aang flees. Neither actually connects to the other, and this really lasts up until book 3. The fact that Zuko connects to Katara before he does Aang kinda speaks to this. Yet, by introducing this concept earlier, this show kinda puts its dick in it. Still, as I mentioned, Aang ignores this, so surely they won't fuck it up. Keep that in mind for part 2, coming in 2 months at this rate. Ugh.
You could show him this isn't the way. He'll listen to you.
What the hell gives you this idea, show? Where are you adopting that idea from? Why do you suppose Zuko listens to Iroh? We've seen no evidence of this. I would like to say this has something written for Aang to say because the audience knows it to be true, But we don't really know that either. That's only true after a moment into the cartoon.
It is I who owe him.
I don't... What? I think, though I don't really know, that this is referring to what Zuko does at his son's funeral? But that shouldn't really inspire a line like this. This is odd, and I don't know what it's supposed to be. Don't get me wrong, Iroh respects Zuko. He sees him as a son. But to say that he owes Zuko is a very peculiar line, and it's very fucking weird. Meanwhile, Sokka and Katara are trying to work out a rescue, and Teo tells them there are secret tunnels. He even introduces them that way. But yeah, if you're like me and you're like, wait, the secret tunnels are something that don't happen until season 2, well, you're wrong, because they wanted this to go here, so go fuck yourself. But yeah, the tunnels were built by two lovers who find each other in the dark. And oh boy, we're going to get there because this show pulled a lot of stuff out of its secret bottle. Sorry, done with that joke now, I promise.
Yes, there are tunnels, but they're unstable. Those who go in never come out.
No survivors. Then where do the stories come from, I wonder?
Sai mentions that the guards will be a problem anyway, but Katara is amazing, and so she says she'll take care of them. Meanwhile, Iroh is being transferred.
Where are you taking him?
To the pit.
An Earth Kingdom labor camp for prisoners of war.
And I hope that wasn't too disturbing or intriguing, because the pit will never come up again.
No one who's been sent there has ever been heard from again.
No survivors. Then where do the stories come from, I wonder?
Look, I'm gonna keep playing that clip until you stop being stupid.
You're not as lucky.
Indeed, Aang is not so lucky as to be sent to the forced death camp.
Then it's the gulag for you.
No. Aang has to go to a private meeting and feast thrown by the king. What do you mean that doesn't sound unlucky? No, that's just as bad as the POW camp, of course. You have to endure something far worse than death. Dad jokes. In all seriousness, this is a line said purely for drama, but it doesn't hold or land.
It's my Fire Nation contact.
Tell him you'll meet him. Then go to the Earth Kingdom generals and let them know they can set a trap to round up these spies.
Yeah, if only this engineer had an actual brain, he could have done that fucking ages ago and saved countless lives. He might have even been something of a hero, go fucking figure.
Firebenders made it clear, any resistance and they'll send everything they've got at us.
Let them come. The Avatar has returned to the world.
And, you know, you're in a massive fucking city full of guards and nice-ass walls that can instantly be repaired or fortified. Like, it's little wonder the Earth Kingdom was the main resistance to the Fire Nation, who took most of their focus. Again, in the cartoon, these two were part of a group of some 20 or 30 people, who didn't really have many weapons or soldiers. However, in Omashu, they do. This show is dumb. Back in the King's chambers, Aang walks past the dual statues of Flopsy, and this feels like a bit of an intentional dick slap because this is the only Flopsy we see in this show. Oh well, it's a fun callback. Then why does your writing suck so much dick? Of all the inspiration you clearly took from the cartoon, why isn't the storytelling one of them? Bumi is rolled in on a giant medicine ball. They took the time to show us the ball. I don't know why, because this isn't anything. I guess we're supposed to look at ball and think, oh, ball is cool, but it's just not. I don't know why they focused on it and highlight the ball, because the ball means nothing. The ball is almost a perfect metaphor for the show, actually. It's the thing surrounded by all the important bits, yet it itself means nothing, and at the same time it is the focal point of this adaptation. Who were you, ball person? Who was responsible for animating you? Who arranged for you to be wheeling in Bumi on ball? And if it seems as if I'm making a big deal out of nothing, that's actually kind of my point here, because the show does too. Bumi examines Aang, and as the guard lists his charges, I guess this is as good a place as any to mention that I actually quite like Bumi's actor. He clearly put a lot of work in portraying the character. I'd drop your name, but I would absolutely butcher it, so I'm very sorry. But man, much love. You really tried to bring that character to life. Like, when we were watching for this for the first time, we were all very annoyed at this point, and even then, we were all taken aback by how dedicated this man was to the Bumi role. His mannerisms and his laugh are dead on. He clearly wanted to do a good job. Shame the script just cucks him, and we'll get there soon.
It's like the coolest guy.
Yeah.
Loved his commitment to the role, though.
Yes.
Seriously.
Yes.
And he was such, like, he was really helpful because at times I would always crack because of how like good he was at being Bumi. Like I remember he was doing this thing, walking like in character, and he's just like, hey. It's the funniest thing, and it was so, he was serious, like so serious, and it looked so good, but I couldn't stop cracking. And
Bumi sends for some tea.
He is not just an airbender, the savior of the world. He is the Avatar.
I have to ask, do people seem to think there are airbenders aside from Aang? Is it not known that the airbenders are no more? Gran-Gran was acting as if it was common knowledge that the airbenders were 86th, but now we seem to have recanted on that. This show wants us to forget it exists now. Fuck, I'm on board with that at least. But Bumi reveals that he knows who Aang is, and Aang should know who he is instantaneously.
Bumi?
Hello, Aang.
Which means we're not doing the entire focus of this episode from the cartoon. Fucking great. This actor does more of his brilliant portrayal.
Throw him a feast.
That was absolutely wonderful, and his chef kiss must have been for his own performance, because it is well deserved, sir. I am not looking forward to rewatching this episode for this. Ugh. Katara gears up for their adventure, and she even finds a water skin, which she uses. Okay. I never really thought much on the water skin. She is a waterbender who uses water, thus carry some with you. She gets a larger container later on. I don't recall if there was ever an explanation for it, because it really didn't matter. They even have her pour a bit of water out. You know, because if she ended up suddenly pulling water out of a water skin, people might think that was a continuity error. This had to be set up. Unlike her fucking master waterbending by episode 3. And if you think I'm kidding, I'm not. She's done training combat from here on out. So now she'll just start inventing moves that she didn't see until Paku fought her in the cartoon. Also, this isn't in the marketplace. I'm pretty sure this is theft out and out. Granted, the vendor seems to have just left this shit here, and it is a water skin, which is like 2 silver pieces, but still. Katara turns around and suddenly Jet. And he has a bit of a bitching session. So let's stop for a second and talk Jet. In the cartoon, he is a man who's turned so bitter due to the war that he is willing to cross a line that others, including our heroes, consider an unacceptable move. Yet he isn't completely irrational. He's extreme, but he's clearly against the Fire Nation. Yet in this show, he's crossed over from extreme into insanity. Like, fuck man, the Unabomber's manifesto protected people more than what Jet was doing. And when you're being out-sensibled by a mass-murdering bomber, you really need to rethink your fucking life, sir. Jet's plan is to repeatedly blow up Earth Kingdom buildings to prove that Sai is working with the Firebenders and kill the king, so that the town is no longer full of corruption. That's like a Mad Libs gone wrong. It's almost as if he worked to find the least efficient method of accomplishing his goals. This isn't a case of idiocy either, which would be a cop-out. There are basic fucking solutions that come far before kill dozens of your own people. It would be one thing if he blew up a building no one was in, blamed the firebenders to say, look, they're here and they really are a threat. That might be a bit extreme because it would still place people in danger, but at least he would then be trying to do what could be argued to be the right thing. It would be understandable. But he has, for the last several months, been repeatedly killing many people. We see the carnage he causes. We see he has been repeatedly killing people because the town is corrupt and because they're making his cells to the firebenders. That's fucking lunacy. That is Rise of Skywalker's level of dumb. And speaking of Disney Star Wars,
That's how I know you've ended up on the wrong side. You're not fighting for anything you love, you're fighting because of hate.
That's how we're gonna win. Not fighting what we hate. Saving what we love.
Then it's the gulag for you.
I just fuck you for this.
Just like the firebenders.
Remember that scene not so long ago when Iroh was trying to make the firebenders seem like people who wanted the war to end just as much as everyone else? That was better than this. Jet tries to grab Katara, but because she's Katara, she outmuscles and then freezes him. She even gets a cocky one-liner.
That's because of me.
That wasn't you. That was me.
You have the boy's magic.
No, this magic belongs to no boy.
Yeah, please keep telling me how this show isn't doing woke bullshit, because it really seems like it is. And as I have mentioned a few times now, it's baffling because it really has no excuse to. Avatar already had badass women in it. They were well written, they were complex, they were interesting. Now you've taken one of those women and just Captain Marveled her into insufferability.
I think this is in between Katara becoming a master and like she's still kind of figuring out her stuff. She's got the basics down, so I feel like this was like her first kind of step into like a fighting zone with not her like regular crew.
Meanwhile, Zuko is sneaking around in a way that makes no fucking sense. Like, I can understand this a little if he wasn't disguised. I mean, I'd still mock it because obviously it wouldn't really be doing anything for him. But at least then he would be trying not to make noise or not be immediately spotted. But, my man, you're wearing a uniform. That is your stealth. In fact, if I saw a man wearing a uniform acting like this, it would immediately make me suspicious, whereas someone walking around in a uniform normally that I just didn't know wouldn't. But he's looking for Iroh, and of course Iroh isn't there, because he was sent to the Gulag.
Then it's the Gulag for you.
Then Zuko gets yelled at by another guard. This isn't totally nonsensical. This guard seems to know who's supposed to be here, and Zuko isn't on that list. But Zuko's excuse makes it far worse.
Well, I'm late. And if my commander finds out, I'm already in enough trouble this month.
So, Zuko, your defense for why this guy should look the other way is that you're regularly incompetent. That's the reason he shouldn't report you. Also, I think this is on the actor, but Zuko acts like not Zuko here at all. But Zuko, the character, isn't really a stellar actor at any point in the cartoon, so I think this was just the IRL actor giving up on being Zuko because this is a lie. But of course Zuko is the main character status, so this works.
The old firebender was taken to the pit. The other one's still here.
Other one?
Yeah, the bald kid. The king wanted to see him.
See, I was also confused as to when he said this, even having seen the whole story, because I thought he meant there was another firebender. But he's obviously talking about the Avatar. This isn't even remotely important to Zuko's cover story, but the script needs him to make a choice here, and is too stupid to know how else to do it. So it has to have a guard deliver information that the guard has no information to want or know. There's even a moment when the script gets fucking meta.
Well, you're just gonna stand there? What are you gonna do?
That is a strangely stilted and unnatural question for you to ask all of a sudden. This line is asked for the audience, not for Zuko. You don't ask a soldier what he's going to be doing once he's given orders. Maybe he has a rhetorical question in basic, but not like this, surely. Then the camera slowly pans in to show us that this is a moment of importance for Zuko, because that wasn't blatantly fucking obvious already. This is absolutely on the nose. You're sticking a hat on a hat. This is almost insulting to the audience to belabor on and linger on this point unnecessarily. The cartoon was very fucking simple about it. Zuko is tracking Iroh, he sees Appa, and pauses for a second. That's all that was needed to do. You've already done the groundwork for telling us why he might want to pursue the Avatar, and then him choosing not to do that emphasizes how important Iroh is. Cut to Aang's feast.
For your meal, I offer you two choices. Short ribs from Kangaroo Island, and the other, seaweed stew.
Two choices is not a feast. Is a feast not what I think it is? Granted, I haven't attended something that's ever been strictly referred to as a feast, but this seems like going to a buffet and then being offered a choice of two dishes. But Aang takes the seaweed stew because he doesn't eat meat, which is consistent with his characterization at least, but it does seem like there's fish meat in this stew. Though, as Josh pointed out, this could be tofu, it just looks an awful lot like fish meat to me.
I'll take the stew. I don't eat meat.
That's right, you don't.
But Bumi seems, I can only say, put out at this decision, and then refers to it as a good choice. I don't know what that is. I don't know why. I'm not sure what the point was. Aang asks if it was a test, and then Bumi calls it a game. What was all that? What was that scene? This feels almost as if it exists solely to tell us that Aang doesn't eat meat, but I can't imagine that's the point of this scene because that isn't especially important. But now it's time to start breaking down Bumi, and taking him from a crazy but beloved old man to a bittered, angry grouch.
You always liked games, didn't you? Frozen in an iceberg for 100 years, huh? That must have been nice.
No, it was a nightmare.
Ah, come on. How bad could it have been, huh? The world is on fire. People are dying, and you got to sleep through it all.
Bumi is angry that Aang panic froze himself through the war that they have been fighting over this past 100 years. Now, as somebody who's had way more life experience, you might think Bumi would be somewhat understanding and sympathetic that a 12-year-old panicked when they thought they were going to die and had little choice but to remain frozen. At least in the cartoon, he remained frozen because he didn't really have a choice. In this, he might have chosen to stay that way. It's really not made very clear. Katara didn't seem to do anything to get him out, and unless Aang just somehow needed the presence of vague nearby bending to be released from his 100-year slumber, it's just unrelated. But yeah, Bumi is blaming who is essentially a child for not fighting in a war he had no knowledge of and couldn't have prevented even if he'd been around. Which, mind you, even knowing all that, he is now doing his very best to fix. It even gets to the point where Bumi is making a joke out of the massacre of Aang's people.
All the airbenders were wiped out.
Oh, those monks were always a bit flighty.
I can't fucking believe this is how you see this character.
All old people know each other. Don't you know that? Well, here we are. Welcome to Old People Camp.
The Avatar cartoon took a very classical attitude towards old mentors and the respect and care they deserved. Inspired by any number of stories with experienced mentors, and likely more than a few real-life relationships, they developed several characters who were very good old mentor types. I mentioned how Bumi and Iroh, both older figures, serve completely different roles despite being fun-loving, quirky older men. Zhang is the experienced firebending warrior who sees everything in Aang merely from the way that he walks and refuses to teach him, as he believes Aang isn't ready. He sees beyond what is readily apparent, and there is reason to his behavior and thoughts. He's also the old war hero defecting from the Fire Nation, something this show doesn't even bother to think about. The greatest example of a bitter old man in the original show would probably be Azula, when he gets mad at Ozai for suggesting that Iroh should be passed over for the throne. Point being, the Avatar cartoon doesn't really do bitter old men, at least not in the stereotypical Hollywood sense. It showed some grouchy old men, but those were usually in examples of marriage, and even then, it's something many of us have seen in life before, especially if you've ever been around an old married couple. This idea of deconstruction is something that has evolved out of the idea of changing a story everyone thinks they know, and on its own, that's not actually a bad idea. Hell, that was the entire premise for the channel of Game Theory. It was founded on the idea of challenging the narrative you thought you know, but it comes across rather differently when you're changing a beloved character into someone who was never all that great in the first place. It comes across as just being bitter and mean-spirited, especially when you're inventing things, not pointing out things. You're punching down on an old man, which you just don't do to good people. It perhaps shouldn't need to be said that beating up an old man who won't fight back is not an okay thing to do. But yeah, I guess that does need to be said for writers today. Respect and care need to be taken when dealing with things that are not yours. A behavior that used to be well understood, but for some reason has fallen out of the common teaching, at least amongst today's writers. In the never-ending quest for self-aggrandizement, they are eager to break down and destroy the work of other people, and it's one thing to do so by pointing out the flaws that were never noticed before. It's another thing to examine the actions taken and explain why they were always bad, somehow, even though that wasn't really readily apparent, and just to completely reinvent a character becomes insulting. But beyond all of that, all of it, it is hurtful to the fan base to do it with the characters we most love. It feels like somebody who never really knew your grandpa telling you he must have been a shit human being. It just feels mean, and it's little wonder people don't like being told that. That's not even mentioning how disrespectful it is to the creator. I'm a writer myself, and if I knew that when my time comes, someone's gonna go back and piddle all over my characters, I would not be happy. I won't take too much time on this, but the mentor character from my own novel, Bill, is largely based around my own grandfather and the relationship I have with him. Bill, in the book, is outwardly gruff and at times can have a serious chip on his shoulder. This comes from years of frustration in dealing with corrupt policemen and witnessing the pain and loss of people that he wants to help. Bill is someone who, despite initial appearances, deeply cares for and loves people. He becomes a father figure for the main character. Now, if in 20 years before I would pass, at least in all likelihood, somebody came back and rewrote Bill to belittle him for what mistakes he didn't even make, I would be fucking pissed. I would be ranting and raving at the release of the project. My long-winded point here is that making an old beloved character into a bitter, depressed old man who wants to die is fucking disrespectful and cruel. And if that's how you intend to make your mark as a writer, both the audience and you would be better served by you finding a different profession. Now, don't get me wrong, there are any number of ways to have a really tense encounter between two people, suffering from an already strained relationship, despite having once been close. For example, in Better Call Saul, a show that seems to keep coming up when I talk about the right way to do things, Jimmy confronts his brother over a recording Chuck made while Jimmy confessed to a crime, which he did to help Chuck feel better because Chuck allegedly thought he was going senile. However, Jimmy discovers this was all a ruse to catch his confession on tape and storms over to Chuck's house, madder than hell. Now, I'm not going to completely pause this review of Avatar in order to break down a scene from Better Call Saul. Actually, yes I am. Let's go ahead and break down this scene to talk about good confrontation. Jimmy switched around some documents that Chuck had at his house so he would present the wrong address in a court case in order to benefit his girlfriend at the time, Kim, as well as to get back at Chuck a little personally. Chuck eventually realizes what Jimmy did, largely through his understanding of who and what his little brother is, so he feigns that his illness, an allergy to electricity, has gotten worse and begins to wrap his entire house in tinfoil to sell this lie. Chuck is rather a master of manipulation. Jimmy of course buys this and so confesses to what he did in order to help his brother feel better and convince him that he is not insane, which Chuck catches on tape.
You do realize you just confessed to a felony?
I guess. But you feel better, right?
When Jimmy finds out about this through some rather clever maneuvering on Chuck's part, he storms over, surprising even Chuck in the timing. He expected Jimmy to come back under cover of darkness and steal the tape, and Chuck has been planting someone in his house to witness this when it happens. Only Jimmy does not. He pounds on the front door, and when Chuck tries to warn him away, Jimmy kicks it open, screaming at him and accusing him angrily. This is largely according to Chuck's plan, so now he can charge Jimmy with breaking and entering. The brothers have had a long, strained relationship, and this is now the straw that has broken the camel's back. Everything is coming out hard, and when Jimmy sees the length Chuck will go to, he is done pulling his punches. Jimmy encroaches on Chuck, physically backing him up. He is screaming and raving. Jimmy isn't holding anything back about Chuck's tendency to manipulate either, and it's far from the first time Chuck has done this, only the first time it's put Jimmy in so much danger and has been so blatant.
Oh, Jimmy, you pulled that heartstrings con job on me? You piece of shit!
Jimmy is acting out here purely on emotion. He is fire and heat in this confrontation. Bob Odenkirk slaying the scenery as he almost hits Chuck, but reels himself in and begins searching Chuck's desk for the incriminating tape, mocking his performance from earlier.
Oh, my brain used to work. I'm sick. I don't know what to do. Asshole!
Jimmy then starts punching out in a way only a close friend or a sibling can really do.
No wonder Rebecca left you. What took her so long?
And you can see that for all Chuck's mental darkness, the blows Jimmy are throwing do indeed land. He is doing the damage he is hoping to do with these comments. Jimmy is hurt, and now he feels betrayed, so he will hurt the one who hurt him. Jimmy locates the locked door and tries to pry it open with a letter opener, but cannot do so, and so reaches for a fire poker, all while Chuck watches in horrified silence. Part of this genuine fear, part of this in accordance to his plan. Aside from being wonderfully set up and wonderfully written, this is two titans of acting, letting loose with all that they have. Jimmy finds the tape and rounds on Chuck again.
Is this it? Is this it? Huh? For this, you destroyed our family?
Chuck backs up, again partly in genuine fear, partly to add assault to Jimmy's charges. Jimmy breaks the tape and throws the line all over the place, still raving, still hot.
Is that all there is, Chuck? Is all there is? How'd you make copies, huh, Chuck? Huh? You tell me or I'll burn this whole goddamn house to the ground!
Now a wounded animal with nothing more to give than the anger and the accusation. Chuck's trap springs and Jimmy completely and utterly deflates, realizing what he has fallen into, what has happened, and that he doesn't have a ghost of a hope of fixing it. Both men breathing heavily from the interaction, and nothing physical ever went down between them. Chuck calls on the two witnesses to confirm that they will testify against Jimmy in this moment, and then Jimmy glares at his brother. acknowledging a final betrayal. It is this moment Jimmy kills any remainder of Chuck in his heart. The brother Jimmy is often held in high esteem, and always wanted to prove himself to, is nothing more than a liar, and someone who has no depths he is unprepared to sink to. In this same moment, Chuck is validated and proven right about his little brother, who will never be able to go on the straight and narrow. Jimmy heads outside and begins smoking while they wait for the cops, and Chuck prepares a spiel he has often used before, talking about how he's really done this for Jimmy's own good, and when he's ready to apologize, Chuck will be there with open arms.
Whatever you think of me, whatever colorful names you're calling me in your head right now, please understand I'm trying to help you. But I have to believe that you'll face those consequences and you'll come out the other side a better man. I know it's hard to see right now. To show you, truly show you that you have to make a change before it's too late. And when you're ready, I will be there to help you walk that path.
Jimmy responds calmly, all anger and heat spent, leaving only bitterness and resentment.
Here's what's gonna happen. One day you're gonna get sick again, take you to the hospital, hook you up to those machines that beep and whir and hurt. And this time it'll be too much, and you will die there, alone.
And this is perhaps one of the coldest things he could say. Jimmy has always been there for Chuck in relation to his allergy. He has argued with the doctors, even rushed to Chuck's aid when it would be detrimental to his own schemes. He has always helped Chuck there because they are brothers, and despite everything, he does not want Chuck to suffer from this illness. That is now gone. And once again, the damage does land. Chuck is indeed hurt by this statement. You know, just in case y'all wanted to see how a conflict can be handled. But it's weirder than other cases when Aang is trying to be responsible.
Which is why I need to get to the Northern Water Tribe as soon as possible. Don't you care?
Care? You dare tell me I should care? Have you been fighting the same fight for a century? Have you watched your whole world burn down around you?
Bumi isn't even trying to guilt trip Aang, or at least not into action. He's punching him with one hand, holding him back with the other, and then telling him that he's shit for being punched. What the hell do you want, Bumi? No, fuck that. It's an insult to call this adaptation Bumi. We'll call him Doomer. Doomer makes a pun, which is apparently a thing he's into, and he and all his people get up and leave, wasting a shit ton of food apparently. Well, not like this place has been depicted to be struggling. Aang tells Doomer he should care, and we get to a point where a 100-year-old plus man starts punching down on a 12-year-old child. Yes, it does sound fucking weird when I put it like that, doesn't it?
You may be 100 years old, but you haven't lived for 100 years.
I fucking hate this line because it's written as if it's supposed to be deep and insightful. It's written as if Chris Stuckman fucking penned it.
Tell that to Zod Snap Neck.
Oh, God.
How do you tell something like that? How do you tell?
You're not saying it to it, more like at it. Like you're speaking at something. Like you don't talk to a rock, you talk at a rock.
When that is the most surface level aspect of Aang's character. Half of the point of him is that he's essentially a child trying to handle a century's worth of burden. Then comes the mean-spirited thing again.
Can't make me believe you've lost hope. Not you, Bumi.
Oh, really? Challenge accepted.
There's the kicker. Doomer is hopeless. Doomer is tired of fighting. He blames his child friend for it and wants nothing more than to die. Actually go jump on a Belle Delphine collection of sex toys and go fuck yourself, you stupid fucking show. I mentioned before that this is where we go from being annoying to hurtful. Yeah, now it's fucking hurtful. Sokka and Katara enter into the mountain where no one ever returns from to find a bunch of people singing. Yeah, this is where secret tunnel hippies happen, and it's weird because they're actually rather talented, when part of the joke in the cartoon is that they weren't.
tunnels. Oh, no, these aren't the tunnels. Those are the tunnels.
Oh yeah, you fool. Those aren't the tunnels of death I wouldn't go near. Those tunnels are 5 feet in that direction. What the shit, show? The singer tells the story of Oma and Shu, and I won't spend a ton of time on this. They lesbianized them. I don't know why, because it really doesn't affect anything. Just, I guess it's one of those cases of representation for the sake of representation. But I bring it up because I have a nasty little suspicion here. See, it's only clear that they lesbianized them due to some dialogue. The pictures are somewhat ambiguous on the genders. The dialogue that reveals this requires no lip syncing, as it's done over the animation. This dialogue, in another language, could easily be altered to make it a not gay relationship when it's taken overseas to places not so very down with the gay. It could easily be altered and removed. Yeah, my suspicion is it's another Rise of Skywalker kiss. Granted, I don't have any proof of that, but just tell me that that doesn't stink as the kind of thing that's being done here. The weirder thing of it, as one of my commenters pointed out, is that in the cartoon, it is Shu who was killed, and Oma built the city declaring the conflict between villages over. Yet in this telling, it is Oma who dies and Shu who builds the village. This is a change I can only imagine comes from them not remembering which one died and not caring enough to check. I genuinely have no clue why they'd do this otherwise, unless there's a bare minimum of change required for you to consider yourself a writer and actually sleep at night. But if that's the requirement, again, just find a new profession, please. But outside of those changes, the story is told much the same as it was in the cartoon, with perhaps one rather disturbing change. The story is not being told to two teenagers who are starting a budding romance. It's being told to a brother and sister. Yeah. This was a weirdness that even most of the normies were thrown by. The show will try and backpedal on this later by going, oh no, it means a familial love. But they fucked that up too, and we'll get there. But yeah, that doesn't change the fact that it's fucking weird. Like, if a brother and sister went to a strip club together and claim it's for a bonding experience, it's still fucking weird that the brother and sister are in the strip club together. And this show went and put the siblings in the lover tunnel together. It's weird.
There's no such thing as angry spirits.
This is also weird because this is something that would make sense to our world, but in the Avatar world, there is very much a thing such as angry spirits. Hell, you meet one of them in the next episode. Cut to Iroh's transfer between the camps, and the captain stops because he wants to slap Iroh around for a while. I'm not kidding. Now, we need to stop for a second and talk Iroh. Something I didn't think would have to be done, but this show happens and so we do. Cartoon Iroh is actually an extremely cunning and powerful warrior. He nearly managed his own escape, armed with literally no weapons and completely naked. We also see this badass line.
Surrender yourselves. It's 5 against 2. You're clearly outnumbered.
That's true, but you are clearly outmatched.
Iroh is a soldier. He's a soldier who has learned love and respect and seen the foolishness of the Fire Nation and the damage it is doing to the world. He is a soldier who has retired and left war behind him, but a soldier all the same. This is the man who almost took Ba Sing Se for 600 days, one of the largest and longest battles of the war. He is the pinnacle of a war general who learns that what he's been fighting for is wrong and pursues a path of peace and understanding. This is the man who faced the last of the remaining dragons, was deemed worthy to understand the very essence of firebending, and elected to lie, claiming that he had slain the dragon so that the creature might live on. That is Iroh as a force and a power. This show simplifies that quite a lot and does a lot of damage in doing so. Iroh is now seen as a war general who killed tons of Earth Kingdom people, which is likely true. But now he's old and tired and doesn't want to fight or even preserve his own life. He also has a moment where he shows respect for life, but it's incredibly brief, when Iroh from, I don't know, the Tales of fucking Ba Sing Se dedicates his time and effort to helping everyone he comes across, literally spreading goodwill, understanding, and growth. It's just the appearance of Iroh in this show and none of the real ability of what he represents. He's not even funny or laughable on that side, which is strange because the actor actually does demonstrate such ability. The captain punches Iroh in the stomach, and I get what they're going for. This is the inverse moment that Katara has in Book 3 when she tracks down the man who killed her mother. There's a bit of a difference here, though. Iroh wasn't depicted to be a horrible, vindictive man who burned people alive because he got off on it. Plus, we know Iroh has made a massive change in his life, and when we see the old general the Katara almost kills, we see that he has not changed at all, being willing to offer up his own mother if it meant he could live. The way to depict this in an interesting way would have Iroh apologize, even if that wouldn't be an adequate performance. But the punch and the comment about, "Do you think that's enough?" would give both characters more character and allow us to actually feel some of the bitterness that this soldier is supposed to be feeling. But Iroh offers up nothing. We just beat up an old man. Ideas are only ever as good as their execution and the people writing them, and these are poor and dumb. Back with Doomer and Aang.
Oh, you want to go north? North is not good. There's fire all over the north.
I'm sorry, weren't you just taking the piss out of him because he hasn't been fighting for 100 years? Now he's trying to fight and you're trying to tell him it's a bad idea. What the actual hell do you want, Doomer? But Aang walks into the Creeping Crystal and we get another of this show's fundamental misunderstandings. See, the Creeping Crystal actually tells us a lot about Bumi in the cartoon. He wants to challenge Aang, sure. He wants to make the challenge and the risks feel real, but they are never actually in serious danger because that's not who he is. Bumi doesn't place innocent lives at risk. But in this Creeping Crystal is nothing more than an obstacle to be brute forced to pass. Literally the whole point of Bumi's tests was not to take the most obvious route. In each and every case, climbing the ladder to reach the key does not work. The cute tiny animal isn't the pet Flopsy, and the small old man is not the weakest fighter. It's about taking a second look at things, coming at it from a different angle that you wouldn't normally consider in order to accomplish a goal you might not normally manage. That is the idea behind who Bumi is as a mad genius. This is brought to a head when he later refuses to free himself, despite being perfectly capable, because the timing isn't right. Then, during the Black Sun, he frees himself and takes back his city single-handed. But yeah, the crystal starts creeping on Aang, who just has to wind bend harder to get through it all.
So I'm gonna take a page out of Kakarot's book. I'm gonna hit you really hard!
Bumi, what are you trying to prove?
Yeah, I would love to know what you're trying to prove too, Sho, because you don't seem to know, and you certainly aren't going to tell me. Zuko pursues Iroh, and Sokka and Katara argue over the path forward. Katara talks about how Sokka is clearly going the wrong way because he's just following a hunch, despite her having no better idea, and Sokka is constantly marking the wall to give them an indicator of where they've been. He's literally taking the most sensible path forward. They put out their lanterns, and the crystal starts doing a glow. Thank fuck they didn't have to kiss to make that happen, because that would be going Game of Thrones route. But, yet again, the show seems to misunderstand something. The crystals do indeed light up and provide a path forward in the dark, but it's not actually the way forward. In fact, there is no way forward. These crystals mean nothing and represent nothing. Love shines brightest in the dark? Nah, fam. Love shines brightest when attacked by badger moles. Of course, even then, Sokka has discovered something rather interesting, and what seems like it should be important. Katara is busy bitching up a storm.
Sokka, wait!
Katara, what is your problem?
My problem is you're not taking me seriously.
He's the only one who thus far has a plan of action. Yes, it looks awful easy to sit in the back and call the plans stupid, but unless you're prepared to offer an alternative, then shut the fuck up, please.
I'm not a little girl anymore.
Yet you keep acting like one.
Based.
And you keep acting like you know everything when you couldn't even tell that a traitor was flat out lying to you.
Says the girl who fell for a terrorist.
Based. But their arguments thus far get heated, and Katara tells him he's not their dad, which makes them sad, so they sit down and have a touching moment. I guess. It felt way more like a sudden change than a natural progression, but I guess it happens because you say so, Sho. Then the officer offers Iroh a drink of water before pouring it onto the ground.
Firebenders don't need water, right?
Fucking what? What the hell are you on about? How long has that been a thing? Wasn't a thing in the cartoon. Wasn't a thing before now in the show. Wasn't even a thing in the fucking horrible M. Night Shyamalan movie. What the fuck is this? But the guy wants to tell a story about how during the siege of Ba Sing Se, water and food was rationed, and the military got special privileges. This makes some sense, soldiers need to have strength. Though he does say we and not they, so it's a little misleading. But apparently his brother was serving in the military, and would often give spare food and water to the children. An act worthy of the Don himself, and then Iroh killed him. Don't get me wrong, even though I just made jokes about how this is the Don levels of being a good guy, it's clear to try to manipulate people, but it's also effective enough. It drives home the reality that in war, good people are killed, and it's quite tragic on both sides. Yet the show doesn't actually have Iroh make the obvious rebuttal, hey, I'm sorry, I understand your pain, because my own son died in the fighting, it's why I left the war. No, instead Iroh takes this without comment, and isn't even trying to heal this man's pain in any way whatsoever. No, Iroh doesn't actually care about people, he was never really all that good in the first place. Iroh is a weak old man who hurt people, because surely that isn't going to piss off your entire audience. What's even more insane is that they have the option for Iroh to be open, and somewhat vulnerable with this man.
Was it worth it?
We were at war. I was a soldier.
You were a butcher.
That's so cheap. That's so nothing. Imagine if Iroh looked down sadly and muttered, no, war is never worth it. Life is precious. That could have been a character moment. This is an excuse and a poor one. But now Iroh is a man who snivels and makes weak excuses. Fuck you, show. This isn't Iroh. I'm calling him Gloomer now. We got Gloomer and Doomer instead of Iroh and Bumi. Should be simple enough to keep him straight. Captain slaps Gloomer in the face hard enough to give him a bloody nose.
War pushes us to the edge. Some of us don't like what we find there.
Is that your pitiful way of saying you're sorry for what you did?
I wasn't talking about me.
What? Why weren't you? Iroh's whole thing was a desire to help people and improve life wherever he was. Now this is him taking a bitch slapping from a soldier who, while being an enormous asshole, is clearly acting out because he's in pain. Damn it, Gloomer. But Captain threatens Gloomer because he's a broken old man who doesn't even try to fight back.
You know nothing of loss.
And then we have a flashback of Gloomer's son's funeral, and it's weird that Gloomer appears to be the same age as he is now, roughly speaking. Because in the cartoon, Iroh was depicted as still being fairly young when he left the war. His hair was still black at any rate. Yet this suggests that this happened when he was an old man, not long before the start of this show apparently. So now he's had less time to reflect, less time to grow and grieve, and the Fire Nation sends old men into war. Great job, show, you're continuing to fuck everything up. Ozai offers Gloomer some words of encouragement, and this is actually supposed to be sincere, I think. They do some weird stuff with Ozai, and we'll get there once we reach the Agni Kai, but Ozai is inconsistent in this telling, is the simplest way to put it. Then Zuko offers Gloomer a medal that Lu Ten gave him, saying that it should go to someone with honor, and Gloomer seems quite touched by the act. It's possibly the strongest moment Zuko and Gloomer have, yet it could have actually been far better if there was less dialogue here. Zuko goes on at length about how it really was a huge honor when he could have just walked up, handed Iroh the medal, and then sat there, and that would have been far more impactful. We would have been far more touched by it. Here, let me do it.
Uncle, Lu Ten gave me this.
Josh made the point that when we watch this, and he's entirely right, that this show and filmmakers today have lost the value of silence. You can often say more with little or nothing than you can with pages of dialogue. This is one of the reasons we attend funerals, not just to pay respects to the lost person, but to give our presence and comfort to the ones who knew them best. Back in the cave, Katara is working with water and decides to justify Jet's actions.
He lost family, just like us. He knows how those memories can hold you back. Jet might have gone down the wrong path, but he was pushed that way, just like Sai was.
Did Jet suffer hardships? Yes. Is his story tragic in its own way? Yes. Did any of that force him to kill his own people to try to root out corruption? No. Motivation aside, his actions are entirely his own. There was a time in the cartoon when this wasn't the case because he was brainwashed, but they haven't actually done that because that wouldn't be his fault. Yet even as something as piss-stained as the MCU lately still understood that Bucky felt guilt for actions that he couldn't have prevented and didn't want to do. Although I suppose we also have the Scarlet Witch and Multiverse of Madness, so maybe that's not a great example. Point being, the show is poo.
You know, Sai told me I should be an engineer.
It's weird that this is never really going to come up again. Katara has a moment where she apologizes to Sokka, and then they have some understanding and respect. It's a nice enough little moment. They then hit a dead end, and the nice moment goes bye-bye as Katara starts bitching again.
The crystals were just crystals, like I thought.
Doomer leads Aang to another door.
A true test of whether or not you are prepared to be the Avatar.
Is that what you're testing him on? I thought the challenge was to prove that you'd given up. Suddenly you've invented this idea of proving what it means to be the Avatar.
All these challenges, games, tests, none that make any sense.
Nothing has made sense in 100 years.
Based.
The Bumi I know is a fun-loving, happy kid who loves to skip rocks and always thinks about his friends.
Very clever. It's all about games with you, isn't it, Avatar? Who cares about responsibility? Who cares about, saving the world? No, more fun to goof off, am I right?
Yeah, because remember how Doomer is a miserable old man who now wants to die? Yeah, we're there now. Doomer challenges Aang to a 1v1, which is incredibly disappointing. It defeats the entire point of wrong choice, which is perhaps one of the best moments in this episode in the cartoon, and it's one that everybody remembers. But the show doesn't understand why it has to pee in the morning, so it's damn sure not gonna understand that. Meanwhile, Katara and Sokka are back to complaining at each other and suddenly Badger Mole. Also, the Badger Mole in this is not like in the cartoon. There they were depicted as being fairly kind when they ran into Toph. This show does something stupid with them, though. And I'll spoil it here because I respect this show less than the average Karen respects a cashier. The Badger Moles feel and reflect whatever emotion you're feeling, and because Sokka is afraid, and they specifically do say it's Sokka, by the way, not the 14-year-old girl, the Badger Mole is afraid, which is why it runs directly at the pair of them and screams and attacks aggressively. Zuko appears to free Iroh, and it's probably one of the better fights in the show. Zuko's actor is actually quite strong in his fighting style, and Gloomer gets to do stuff, which is really rather rare. Then Gloomer burns one of the men to a crisp. Show? Didn't we just have a whole thing about how inhumane it was for him to do that? Oh, you're actually gonna go back to that right now. What about the charred remains of this guy's buddy some 2 feet away? Oh, we're just not going to address that. See, this is the problem. This show wants to address big, difficult moments and have a grown-up conversation about this type of stuff, but then it does the J.J. Abrams thing. It raises a point and then goes nowhere. It has nothing to say. It only wants to address the thing. The biggest Star Wars example of this is perhaps that stormtroopers are people in The Force Awakens. JJ wanted to make that really clear. He actually focused on it. That's a good idea. The thought that the enemy, as much as you might have to fight them, aren't all evil people, is actually something that you can do a lot with. What you gonna do with that, JJ? Literally nothing. Finn is a thing, it never comes up again. He whoops with joy as he slaughters his previous comrades. Yeah, this show carries that type of energy whenever it wants to have an adult moment. Because modern writers really aren't adults. They're kids who want to seem like adults, and so they try and write adult things only to fundamentally misunderstand the concepts that they're playing with. Gloomer refuses to kill the captain because they've seen enough death, and then he hits Gloomer in the back with a rock. It looks like Zuko pushes him into it, but I sure hope that wasn't the idea. Then Zuko knocks the man out and says that's what you get for leaving an earthbender alive. You did too, Zuko. You didn't burn that man, he's likely still very much alive. Also, as a firebender, can't you cauterize that wound? Who the fuck knows, I guess. Back to Badger Mole time. Katara saves Sokka, and man oh man, look how afraid that Badger Mole is. They arrive at a dead end, they clasp hands, and this, according to the show, expresses love. And so the Badger Mole now feels the love they're projecting and becomes Goodman. I'm not making this up, I'm not even really simplifying it, they say this pretty explicitly. I would have said this moment was one of expressing regret and fear of death more than anything else, but fine, have it your way, show, you will regardless of what I say. Also, when did Katara relight her lantern? Did they stop for a while they were running to do that? Show, did you forget the whole point of this moment? They know the Badger Mole is blind, and therefore Katara understands exactly how this animal works.
Love is brightest in the dark. It wasn't about the crystals. That's not what guided Omashu through the mountain. It's blind. They don't navigate by sight, but by feeling. They sense feelings and react to them. Anger, fear, but mostly love. Love is brightest in the dark.
If you say so, Show. Katara is a fucking amazing zoologist. Also, this is what love shines brightest in the dark is actually referring to. What do you mean that makes no fucking sense? What do you mean, fuck the Oma and Shu story? Fuck you, Katara said so, and Katara is always right. Go to hell. What Sokka does next is almost as dumb, though. Because the Badger Mole is now responding to love, it speaks English in response to commands. That's so fucking dumb that he would assume that, but not as dumb as the fact that he's right.
How do you think they do with verbal commands? Excuse me, Mr. Badger Mole? We'd really appreciate if you could show us the way to the palace.
Aang is fighting Doomer with some very not Bumi advice.
Some of us have to fight even when we don't want to. That's what it means to be in a war! You'd have known about that if you'd been around. But you weren't. You left us.
And now Doomer is actually fucking crying. We're here. We have hit peak deconstruction. Doomer is crying because the 12-year-old kid accidentally got locked away before the start of a disaster. Let me put this here. My issue isn't that war weighs on people. Obviously it does. My issue is that what should clearly be an older and caring man is putting that weight and responsibility onto an actual child, especially when that character was written to be the polar opposite. But Doomer weeps and he blames Aang for the war. Fuck me. Worth mentioning, this is also the most faithful fight to the cartoon that we see. Doomer tries to kill the Avatar until two rocks hover over him and one over Aang. And if you ever needed more proof that they treat airbending like the fucking Force, then I don't know what to tell you. Just look at this shit. But Aang says he can't hold them both up, which is a lie because he is doing so right now and will continue to do so for a hot minute. Doomer says to let the rocks fall and crush him because that's what it means to make a hard choice, and he's miserable and wants to die. Suddenly, Katara and Sokka save Doomer. Sort of. Aang throws both the rocks in such a way that Doomer could have not moved and still been totally fine. So he could have just done that at any point. But Doomer now screams and accuses Aang of cheating because his friends helped him, so he didn't learn anything. Fuck this show. I hate this show. This show may have been more competently made than the film was, but it's much more mean-spirited. It's genuinely the Star Wars debate. The movie may have been Rise of Skywalker dumb and incompetent, but The Last Jedi was mean and nasty towards people. And this show is just like that. And people are eating it up just like some people ate up The Last Jedi.
Cheater! You cheated! You think like a child.
He is a fucking child, show. But Aang shows him the whistle that he apparently made. Which, that's nice that it just so happens to summon Appa, because he thinks he's not going to need to do that anymore, I guess. Doomer's actor actually tries an act, and we try to redeem this show, but that's a fucking thankless and impossible task. This show has fallen to the dark side. It is now twisted and evil. Aang delivers a word salad that's apparently as effective with Bumi as it is Katara, because suddenly the whole idea of the struggle to make difficult choices fucking vanishes, and Bumi will start defending his fucking city. I hate this show. Anyway, apparently Sai tipped off the guards that the Fire Nation was going to attack Omashu, though how Sai knew exactly what was going to happen is beyond me. Yeah, he was in contact with the Fire Nation, but they didn't tell him their attack plans, surely. The episode is wrapped up like it's the night before Christmas. Doomer and Aang ride the slide and we get Cabbage Man doing his thing. Meanwhile, Gloomer and Zuko get in a boat and begin to row away, but not before Gloomer has this really stupid line.
It seems we are always getting on or off boats.
Yeah, almost like you fucking live on one. Cut to a flashback of Zuko boarding his ship freshly after his Agni Kai, and Gloomer juning Zuko on the banishment. Zuko originally seems touched, but then he tries to send Gloomer away. This is weird because Zuko doesn't really like Gloomer in the same way he does at the end of the show, but the show seems to be wanting to do a sweet moment, albeit too little too late.
Could be a very long time before we return home.
Everything I need is on this boat.
Get it, because he's talking about Zuko, but he's pretending to be talking about the tea. Like, I said this show loves its surface level moment that a 3-year-old could have written. Yeah, this is another example of that. Zuko spies Appa and opts to get Iroh home in a moment that would have been far better earlier, and then the show finally has hit the halfway point. And there, I need to take a bit of a break. I shall do part 2, do not worry. But this video, at least if the script is anything to go to, will be between 4 and 5 hours long. And aside from that fact, I think YouTube caps out at 10 hours. I just can't work on a video that long non-stop. It would kill me and wouldn't be released for well over another month at the very least, which would be well beyond the point that anyone is talking about the show, presuming I haven't already hit that point. But yeah, there you go. This show is just very, very bad. It's even more astonishingly bad because it had to do so little to actually be quite good. It had everything it could have wanted. If it were shot for shot, I would say it was lazy from a writing perspective, but at least then it would have been good as a show. Instead, the show's only ability to impress is in its callback and the visuals. It's Disney writing, it really is. And I'm fucking tired of that shit. Our childhoods are being blasted apart by idiots with a shotgun that cry and weep about how much they also love these IPs, even as they gun them down. Just stop. Don't touch anything else. I don't care. You're too stupid. Don't touch it. I don't care that you think you love it. You're clearly incompetent. It's not just this in Lucasfilm. Witcher, Invincible is making some really fucking damn sad noises. Most of the gaming industry has finally revealed its agenda, courtesy of Sweet Baby Inc. I'm tired, guys. I'm really tired. I'm gonna go rest now. See y'all later on in part 2.
Fucking hell.
Hey buddy, me again. No, let's do an Illuminum special. Actually, you know what, make it a double. Zuck, huh? I got time before part 2.